Chapter 1579. Tornadoes surrounded the area, and there was no way out. Lu Ming waved his hand, and Tian Chui and Xuanxin came out of the mountain river diagram. Junior brother, where are we? As soon as Tian Chui appeared, a giant hammer appeared in his hand, and he looked around. We should be in the depths of the Tianfeng Plains, surrounded by tornadoes. Lu Ming said. Oh. Tian Chui and Xuanxin looked around, and when they saw that there was no danger, they breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it, I'll kill anyone from the Celestial God sect and the Desire Poison clan when I see them in the future. But how did they find us before? They even ambushed us there. Tian Chui cursed. It must be Mo Yang. He colluded with the Celestial God sect and the Desire Poison clan. That's why we were ambushed. Xuanxin said. Senior sister is right. It wasn't a coincidence that Mo Yang met us. He deliberately found us and then ambushed us. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming had thought of this when they were ambushed by the Celestial God sect and the Desire Poison clan. Therefore, he let Mo Yang take Xianxia away because he knew that Xianxia would not be in danger if Mo Yang took Xianxia away. Mo Yang, it's him. I'll crush him sooner or later. Tian Chui said with a murderous look. Lu Ming nodded. He would kill Mo Yang sooner or later. This area is surrounded by tornadoes. There must be something unusual. Let's check it out nearby. Lu Ming said. Tian Chui and Xuanxin nodded, and the three of them went forward to check the area. The area was quite wide, spanning dozens of miles. What's that over there? It seems to be feathers. Xuanxin suddenly pointed forward. The three of them rushed over and found that the ground was full of holes, and some feathers were scattered. These are phoenix feathers. Lu Ming was shocked. He had gotten a few phoenix feathers before, so he would never be mistaken. The feathers scattered on the ground were all phoenix feathers. There were more than a dozen of them. They really are phoenix feathers. It seems that there is a divine phoenix living in the Tianfeng Plains. Tian Chui said, Senior brother, senior sister, the phoenix feather is very useful to me. I don't know if you can give it to me. I'm willing to use other treasures to offset it. Lu Ming said. He could let his second body refine the phoenix feather flying sword. Previously, there were only 5 phoenix feather flying swords, and the phoenix feathers used in those 5 phoenix feather flying swords were not of a very high level. However, the phoenix feathers in front of him exuded a faint saintly aura. Clearly, they were left behind by a saintly phoenix. If they were refined into phoenix feather flying swords, they would be even more powerful. Furthermore, the more phoenix feather flying swords there were, the more powerful the sword formation would be. Junior brother, what are you saying? If you have a use for it, just take it all. Why do you need to offset it? Xuanxin thought. That's right. You saved our lives just now. You're treating me like an outsider. I'm not happy about that. Tian Chui grinned. Thank you, senior brothers and sisters. Lu Ming cupped his fists and waved his hand. The dozen phoenix feathers on the ground were all taken into the mountain river diagram and landed in the second body's hand. This place is full of potholes. It's obvious that there was a great battle. It seems that the divine phoenix was severely injured. Could it be that the cry of the phoenix was made after it was severely injured? Xuanxin guessed. It's possible. Let's take a look again. Lu Ming nodded and said. Then, the three of them continued to investigate. However, the three of them were highly focused. If a saintly phoenix was injured, it was obvious that the opponent of the saintly phoenix was extremely powerful. Whether it was a human or a divine beast, they had to be careful. Along the way, the ground was full of potholes. It could be seen how fierce the battle was. On the way, Lu Ming and the others found a few more phoenix feathers, which were all put away by Lu Ming. Not long after, they found a deep pit. The pit was more than 500 meters in length and width and more than 1,000 meters deep. When the three of them saw it, they speculated that there used to be a huge ancient tree. Now, it had been dug away, including its roots. Phoenix incense wood. The three of them looked at each other and thought of the phoenix incense wood. Perhaps the divine phoenix lived on the phoenix incense wood. Now, the divine phoenix was injured and missing, and the phoenix incense wood had been dug away by someone. There are scattered tree roots over there. Tian Chue's eyes saw tree roots in the deep pit. The three of them flew down and saw a tree root. It was as thick as a thigh and emitted a strange fragrance. It was definitely the phoenix incense wood. Let's look again. There might be some scattered tree roots, Lu Ming said. The three of them began to search, turning over the soil in the deep pit. Indeed, the three of them found quite a number of tree roots. The value of the phoenix incense wood's tree roots was even more valuable than the tree branches. The three of them divided it equally and gained a lot. It's a pity that the entire phoenix incense wood has been dug away. Otherwise, how much would it be worth if we got it? Tian Chue's eyes lit up. The phoenix incense wood could help a martial artist calm his mind. Any martial artist would need it. How many martial artists were there in Yunlu? No one knew. The phoenix incense wood was definitely something that everyone would fight for. An entire phoenix incense wood could be sold for a lot of origin stones. The three of them searched carefully again. After finding nothing, they left the place. Soon, the three of them were shocked because they found a person. To be more precise, there was a blood pit there. A figure was sitting cross-legged in the blood pit. Eden. Lu Ming was shocked. That figure was actually Eden from the Divine Ruins Continent Group. Lu Ming had a deep impression of this person. This person's bloodline was a phoenix Guqin. He could play the divine tune of the phoenix and was very powerful. Eden was actually able to enter this place. At this moment, Eden was sitting cross-legged in the blood pit. The blood in the blood pit turned into phantoms of phoenixes and entered Eden's body. The blood was obviously the blood of the phoenix. Lu Ming, do you know this person? Tian Chue. Yes, he came from the same continent group as me. He was a peerless genius in our continent group and later joined the Celestial Sect. Lu Ming said. Someone from the Celestial Sect. Tian Chue's eyes emitted a cold, murderous intent. However, Eden was completely unaware of the outside world. He was fully focused on absorbing the blood of the phoenix. Bang! A moment later, an illusionary figure of a phoenix flew out from Eden's body. After letting out a cry, Eden's aura skyrocketed. Fifth layer martial dominator realm. It was obvious that Eden's cultivation had broken through to the fifth layer martial dominator realm. At this moment, Eden opened his eyes. When he saw Lu Ming and the others, his eyes widened and he quickly backed away. Lu Ming, it's you? Soon after, Eden let out a cry of surprise, as if it was in disbelief. Of course it's me. Why, don't you recognize me? Lu Ming said with a smile. Eden pondered for a moment before saying, Lu Ming, I've already left the Celestial Sect. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. Chapter 1580. Eden shook his head. The Heavenly Divinity Sect's philosophy and actions are not in line with my martial Dao. If I continue to stay, my cultivation progress will be even slower. Ah, kid, you have good taste. It's good that you left. The Heavenly Divinity Sect will be destroyed by the Divine Dragon Valley sooner or later. Tian Chue laughed loudly. He would be happy whenever he heard someone belittling the Heavenly Divinity Sect. Are you the only one who left? Lu Ming asked. Ji Hongshan also left. However, after she left with me, she kept heading west and left the Tsang state. I don't know where she is now. Eden said. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. It was good that these people left. It would be difficult to attack the Heavenly Divinity Sect in the future. How did you enter this place? What happened here? Lu Ming asked again. Eden had entered this place earlier than them, so he might know something. I followed the crowd into the Heavenly Wind Plains. Not long after, I had a strong feeling. I followed the feeling and came here. As soon as I arrived, this place was already like this. However, the hurricane did not surround us at that time. After Yi Dian finished speaking, he looked around and frowned when he saw the whirlwind surrounding them. Lu Ming nodded. It seemed that Eden had entered this place earlier than them. Now, it seems that we have to wait for the hurricane to move before we can leave this place. Eden looked around again and said, Not necessarily. Lu Ming smiled, making Eden's eyes light up. Then, the few of them checked the area again, but they did not find anything. Eden, do you want to leave this place? I'll take you with me, Lu Ming said. Can you break through the obstruction of the hurricane? Eden asked. Of course, let's go. Lu Ming nodded. The four of them randomly chose a direction and rushed over. When they were close to the hurricane, the air-frozen pearl appeared between Lu Ming's eyebrows and scattered rays of green light. Lu Ming's heart moved. The green light turned into a green light screen and enveloped the four of them. Being enveloped by the green light screen, the four of them could not feel the wind outside. The four of them walked forward. When they entered the hurricane, they were not affected at all. This greatly surprised Eden. The four of them walked through the hurricane as if they were walking on flat ground. After a while, the four of them passed through the hurricane and arrived outside. When they arrived outside, the four of them narrowed their eyes. The reason for that was because they discovered that the area was filled with tornadoes. Tornadoes as tall as the sky were revolving around an enormous mountain peak. In the void outside the hurricane, there were many people standing there, looking at the mountain in the distance. Lu Ming and the other three immediately retracted their auras and hid in the back. People from the Desire Poison sect and the Heavenly God sect. When they looked forward, most of them were from the Desire Poison sect and the Celestial God sect. After all, the Desire Poison sect and the Heavenly God sect were the closest to this place. Naturally, they would have the most people here. Aside from the Desire Poison sect and the Heavenly God sect, the rest were martial artists from small sects and forces. Of course, there were also some people from the other 11 top sects in the Tsang province. Of course, there were only a few of them. Sky Universe Devil sect. Lu Ming's gaze turned cold as he saw the people from the Sky Universe Demon sect. He also saw Mo Yang, but he did not see Xianxia. Where did Xiaoqing go? Could she be looking for me? Lu Ming guessed, and he became a little worried. Chirp! The cry of a phoenix resounded through the world. This phoenix cry was loud and clear, and it was filled with the domineering aura of the king of birds. It was completely different from the cry of despair and unwillingness from before. The cry came from the mountain peak. This cry is completely different from the phoenix cry from before. Strange. Could there be two phoenixes here? Lu Ming muttered in his heart. Then, another cry resounded through the world. Everyone's eyes looked at the mountain that was surrounded by tornadoes. Was there really a phoenix in the mountain? At this moment, the mountain shone. Then, everyone saw a phoenix soar into the sky and hover above the mountain, exuding a vast and terrifying aura. Everyone took a closer look and found that it was not a real phoenix at all. It was a phantom made of energy. Boom! Then, a beam of light rushed out from the mountain. The phoenix's cry became even more intense. As for that aura, it was even more frightening. It filled the entire region, and before that aura, everyone had the urge to kneel down and prostrate themselves in worship. What is this aura? It's so terrifying. This seems to be the aura of a weapon. It's not a living creature, but the aura is too terrifying. It's many times stronger than an ordinary sacred weapon. Could it be that there's a supreme sacred weapon inside, or, he didn't say the last sentence, but everyone's hearts were shaken. Everyone knew what that person wanted to say. Or, an emperor weapon. An emperor weapon was the exclusive weapon of an emperor-level expert. When they thought of this, many people's breathing became heavy. There was an emperor weapon hidden in the Tianfeng Plains? Especially the people of the Heavenly Divine sect and the Poison Desire sect. If a top sect could obtain an emperor weapon, they would be able to dominate Sangzhou as long as they activated a trace of its power. Even if it was not an emperor weapon, but a supreme sacred weapon, its value would still be shocking. If not for the tornadoes in front, many people would have rushed in directly. On the mountain, the phantom of a phoenix circled, and its cry became louder and louder. Send a message back and ask the Sacred Realm experts to come. Someone from the Heavenly Divine sect ordered. At the same time, someone from the Poison Desire sect also ordered. As long as someone from the other top sects was here, they would think of a way to send a message back and ask the Sacred Realm experts to come. It was suspected that an emperor weapon had appeared here. This was definitely a big matter that would shake Sangzhou. As long as the top sects received the news, they would definitely send experts over. After the news was spread, Everyone waited. It's a pity that the Dragon God Valley is too far away. Even if we send a message back, it will be too late. Tian Chui sighed. Senior brother, senior sister, wait for me here. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly said, Junior brother, what are you doing? Are you going in alone? Xuanning thought. Senior sister, don't worry. I won't go in alone. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming had the wind calming bead, so the tornadoes could not stop him. However, Lu Ming would not go in. With his cultivation, even if he went in and obtained the emperor weapon, he would not be able to leave. There were so many people watching. Moreover, this matter was not simple. There seemed to be a force in the dark. That force had injured the divine phoenix and dug out the phoenix incense wood. Perhaps the changes in the heavenly wind planes were caused by that force. However, that force had not shown up yet. Lu Ming would not take the risk by going in alone. Then, Lu Ming withdrew his aura and transformed into a sallow-faced young man. His aura also changed into another kind of aura. Then he rushed forward. Chapter 1581. Lu Ming dashed towards the tornado. What's that kid doing? He opened his eyes after seeing the treasure. He's courting death. Some of them sneered when they saw Lu Ming dashing towards the tornado. However, when Lu Ming approached the tornado, he stopped, causing some of them to burst into laughter. They thought that Lu Ming had opened his eyes after seeing the treasure and wanted to rush over, but he was afraid at the last minute. At this moment, Lu Ming's lips curled into a sneer. His glabella shone and the wind-calming pearl appeared in his palm. Then, Lu Ming dashed into the tornado. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect Lu Ming to rush into the tornado. That kid has a rare treasure and is not afraid of the tornado. Someone reacted. It's that bead. Who is that kid? We must take him down. A half-saint expert from the Heavenly God sect shouted coldly, his eyes burning with passion. Someone actually had a rare treasure and was not afraid of the tornado. If they could get it, wouldn't they be able to enter the mountain directly? Damn it. Did that guy enter the mountain alone? The people from the Heavenly God sect and the Poison sect were furious. They had already sent back news that the Sage Realm experts would be arriving soon. However, someone dared to rush into the mountain with a rare treasure. Let's surround this place. Even if that kid got a rare treasure, he won't be able to escape. Once he comes out, we'll kill him. The half-saint expert from the Heavenly God sect said coldly. Rumble. At this moment, the tornado that Lu Ming had entered actually moved. It moved in the direction of the Celestial Divinity sect. What's going on? The Heavenly God sect's people were shocked and quickly retreated. That kid's rare treasure can control the tornado. The half-saint from the Heavenly God sect roared, his eyes burning with passion. He was right. The air-frozen pearl could control the tornado. Now, Lu Ming was using the air-frozen pearl to control the tornado. Lu Ming had discovered this when he was in the hurricane. After the air-frozen bead absorbed dozens of wind crystals, it had the ability to control the hurricane. Lu Ming was in the middle of the hurricane. He controlled the hurricane and swept it towards the people of the Heavenly Divinity sect at an increasingly faster speed. Damn it, retreat, retreat. The Heavenly Divinity sect's people roared and retreated quickly. Even a Saint Realm expert would die if they entered such a hurricane, let alone them. Not far away, Tian Chui and the other two were dumbstruck when they saw this. As expected of junior brother Lu Ming, amazing. After being stunned for a while, Tian Chui exclaimed in joy. As the Heavenly Divinity sect's people retreated quickly, Lu Ming's hurricane speed also increased. It was now several times faster than before as he chased after the Heavenly Divinity sect. At the scene, everyone else was shocked. Since he was able to control the hurricanes, he was simply invincible in this place. Damn it, who is that brat? How dare they go against our Heavenly God sect? Investigate, we must investigate. A half-step sage from the Heavenly God sect roared. Hoo-hoo. At this moment, a hurricane suddenly moved from the side and rushed towards the Heavenly Divinity sect's people. In the Heavenly Wind Plains, there were some hurricanes that surrounded the mountain. However, there were still many hurricanes that stayed in various parts of the Heavenly Wind Plains. At this moment, Lu Ming was controlling a hurricane from afar and rushing towards the heavenly divinity sect's people. Of course, there was a limit to this kind of long-distance control. If it was too far away, he wouldn't be able to control it. This time, dozens of heavenly divinity sect's people were caught off guard and were swept into the hurricane, including a half-step sage expert. A series of miserable shrieks rang out. Those below the half-step sage realm were instantly shredded into pieces by the hurricane. Only that half-step sage expert was still holding on. A saint weapon appeared on his body and frantically resisted the hurricane around him. "No, let me out quickly!" That half-step sage expert screamed in horror. He wanted to charge out with all his might, but with his cultivation he was swept into the hurricane and couldn't get out. The terrifying hurricane constantly bombarded the saint weapon, causing it to tremble. It seemed like it wouldn't be able to hold on for long. "Let me out quickly. Brat, how dare you offend my heavenly divinity sect? You're courting death." That half-step sage continued to scream and threaten Lu Ming, asking Lu Ming to let him go. "How pitiful! Go in peace." Lu Ming's indifferent voice rang out. Of course, Lu Ming had deliberately changed his voice so that others couldn't recognize that he was Lu Ming. Then he controlled the hurricane and swept it towards the other heavenly divinity sect's people. "Split up and escape! Split up and escape!" The remaining heavenly divinity sect's experts roared. Then, the heavenly divinity sect's people split up and fled in all directions. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. The speed of the hurricane was still too slow. It couldn't catch up with those experts. Just now, it had caught them off guard and swept them into the hurricane. At this moment, the half-step sage expert who was swept into the hurricane couldn't hold on any longer. Cracks appeared on his holy armament. Then, with a loud bang, it exploded. "No!" the half-step sage roared in horror. Then, he turned into ashes in the endless, terrifying hurricane. Everyone was shocked. A half-step sage had been tricked and died just like that. Lu Ming's figure walked out of the hurricane. The air-frozen pearl shrouded him in green light. The heavenly divinity sect's people stared at Lu Ming. If looks could kill, Lu Ming would be riddled with holes. "Brat, who are you? How dare you kill an expert of my heavenly divinity sect?" From afar, Yuxing glared at Lu Ming and roared. "Those who are unjust are doomed to destruction. I just don't like your heavenly divinity sect." Lu Ming said indifferently. "You're courting your own death." Yuxing roared. "Oh, then come and kill me." Lu Ming smiled faintly. Yuxing's face turned ugly. What a joke. Asking him to kill Lu Ming now? Wasn't he courting death? A half-step sage of the heavenly divinity sect slashed out a beam of saint light toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled disdainfully. His figure flashed and entered the hurricane. The beam of saint light slashed the hurricane and was immediately destroyed by the hurricane's power. Then, Lu Ming controlled the hurricane and continued to stare at the half-step sage. The half-step sage's face changed greatly, and he hurriedly turned and fled. Whoosh! The hurricane swept out. At this moment, it suddenly changed direction and rushed toward the people of the heavenly divinity sect. "What are you doing?" Mo Yang roared and hurriedly fled. The other people of the heavenly divinity sect also hurriedly fled. Lu Ming controlled the hurricane and chased after them. The people of the heavenly divinity sect and the heavenly divinity sect were in a mess. Lu Ming took special care of Mo Yang. He stared at him and chased after him, leaving Mo Yang in a sorry state. Mo Yang was furious. He was one of the top 10 monstrous geniuses of the Tsang prefecture, but he was being chased up and down in public. He had lost all face. Lu Ming chased after him. Suddenly, he changed direction and rushed toward the people of the Desire Poison sect. Chapter 1582. Around them, the people from the other small forces were all a little stunned. Lu Ming was actually chasing after the 3 top sects at the same time, which was very confusing. However, the people from the 3 sects were indeed in a very sorry state. "Kid, when the celestial god sects Saint Realm powerhouses arrive, you'll be dead." Saint Yu roared. "Yes, there are also Saint Realm powerhouses from the Desire Poison sect. They will arrive soon. Even if you hide in the tornado, you'll still die." Someone from the Desire Poison sect also roared. They were really angry. Lu Ming was simply cheating by hiding in the tornado. He could only chase after them, but they could only escape. They couldn't fight back, as fighting back was tantamount to courting death. Needless to say, they were very aggrieved. Lu Ming ignored them and focused on controlling the tornado to chase after them. However, the people from the three sects had learned their lesson and stayed away from all the tornadoes. This way, even if Lu Ming could control the other tornadoes, he wouldn't be able to kill the people from the three sections. In the end, Lu Ming stared at Mo Yang and chased him around the area for more than a dozen laps. His face was flushed with anger and frustration. After chasing for a while, when they were far away, Lu Ming silently came out of the tornado. He then changed his figure and aura and came to a place not far from Xianxia and the others. The tornado stopped, but the people from the three sects were still cautious and vigilant, staying away from any tornado. After a while, the tornadoes didn't move at all. Only then did the people from the three sects let out a long sigh of relief. However, the people from the three sects all had terrifying flames in their eyes. They knew that they had been tricked by Lu Ming. If this matter were to spread, the three sects would lose face. Mo Yang, in particular, was even more furious. Just like that, while the people from the three sects were on high alert, time quickly passed. An hour later, whoosh! In the sky, a white holy light flashed, and an old man in a white robe appeared in the air. Elder, the Saint Realm Elder of the Celestial God Sect has arrived. The people from the Celestial God Sect were overjoyed. Whoosh, whoosh. Then, the sound of the air being torn apart continuously rang out. At least 7 or 8 figures appeared in the sky, each of them exuding a vast pressure. That was the might of a saint. All of the people who came were of the saint plane. Some wore green robes, while others wore white robes. They were the Saint Realm experts of the Desire Poison sect and the Celestial God sect. Each sect had sent 3 saints. There were also 2 Saint Realm experts who were not from the 2 major sections. They should be experts from small forces nearby. Some small sects and forces also had Saint Realm experts in charge. Some sects were not weak at all. They were only slightly weaker than the 13 top sections. The 8 Saint Realm powerhouses stood in the void and looked at the mountain in front of them. To be more precise, they were looking at the Phantom of the Phoenix. What a powerful aura! This is at least a holy weapon or even higher. A Sage Realm expert from the Celestial Divinity sect spoke, his eyes burning with passion. The other Saint Realm experts were the same. Their eyes were burning with passion. Boom! Suddenly, a saint from the Celestial God sect moved. He took a step forward, and the entire world shook. A milky white saint light shot up to the sky from his body. Finally, boundless saint light condensed into a battle blade. The saber was at least tens of thousands of meters long. It crossed the void and slashed at the tornadoes ahead. Boom! The saint light battle blade slashed at the tornadoes, and an ear-piercing sound was heard. The terrifying winds were like endless blades. They kept slashing at the Saint Light battle blade, and the space around it kept shaking. Break for me! The Saint Realm expert from the Celestial God sect roared. His aura was even more terrifying. The Saint Light battle blade shone brightly as it tried to cut the tornadoes apart. The huge Saint Light battle blade actually cut into the tornadoes. Many people held their breaths and widened their eyes as they looked ahead. Could a Saint Realm expert break through the tornadoes? However, the Saint Light battle blade was only halfway through when it was slashed by the endless wind blades and exploded. The Saint Realm expert from the Celestial God sect had failed. In the distance, Lu Ming's expression was still very serious. The strength of a Saint Realm expert is really terrifying. Lu Ming thought to himself. He knew how powerful the tornadoes were. If a half-saint entered, only death would await them. They wouldn't even be able to resist. However, the Saint Realm expert just now had been able to break through half of the tornadoes. He had almost completely split the tornadoes in half. His strength was truly terrifying. In the face of such an expert, Lu Ming wouldn't be safe even if he hid in the tornadoes with the air-frozen pearl. The tornadoes here are too strong. One person can't break through. How about we work together? A Saint Realm expert from the Desire Poison sect said. Work together? Then how will the treasures be divided after we enter? A Saint Realm expert from the Celestial God sect asked. After we enter, of course, it will be based on our own abilities. Whoever obtains it will get it. A Saint Realm expert from the Desire Poison sect said. Okay, we agree. The 3 Saint Realm experts from the Celestial God sect nodded in unison. Then, the Saint Realm experts from the other 2 small sects also nodded in agreement. Boom, boom, boom. 8 Saint Realm experts erupted with a terrifying aura at the same time. Vast and boundless saint aura filled the air. At the same time, a saint weapon shot out from each of their bodies, emitting a dazzling light. In the hands of a Saint Realm expert, the power of a saint weapon was completely different from that of a person below the Saint Realm. It was extremely terrifying. Then, the 8 of them attacked at the same time. 8 saint weapons bombarded the tornadoes at the same time. Boom! The tornadoes shook violently. Although the tornadoes were powerful, they couldn't stop the combined attacks of the 8 Saint Realm experts. After a loud boom, the tornadoes exploded into endless gales that scattered between heaven and earth. Many people's eyes lit up when they saw that the tornadoes had been destroyed. Continue. A Saint Realm expert from the Celestial God sect said. Then, the 8 Saint Realm experts continued to attack. Terrifying attacks continuously bombarded the tornadoes. Under the attacks of the 8 Saint Realm experts, the tornadoes collapsed and turned into wind energy that dissipated between heaven and earth. Soon, at least a dozen tornadoes were blasted apart. A huge gap appeared in the tornadoes surrounding the mountain. Everyone could clearly see the situation inside the mountain. At the bottom of the mountain, there was a huge cave. Resplendent light shone from within the cave. Surprisingly, the other tornadoes around the mountain didn't move. They didn't fill the gap. Suddenly, a Saint Realm elder from the Celestial God sect turned into a beam of light and charged toward the mountain. He instantly charged through the area covered by the tornadoes. Don't even think about it. The Desire Poison sect expert roared and charged forward. In the blink of an eye, the 8 Saint Realm experts charged into the area covered by the tornadoes and into the cave. Let's go in and take a look. Chapter 1583. One by one, the figures charged into the cave and disappeared. Senior brother, senior sister, shall we go in as well? Lu Ming came to Tianshui and Xianxia's side and returned to his original appearance. All right, let's go in and have a look. Tianshui said. Lu Ming, I won't go in. Eden shook his head. Eden knew that with his cultivation, he would not be of any use if he went in. If he encountered danger, he would be a burden to Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming nodded and did not say anything. He rushed into the cave with Tianshui and Xianxia. The cave was huge. After rushing in, there was a slanted passage leading downwards. At this time, another phoenix cry was heard. It came from the bottom of the cave, but it was low, weak, and full of despair. Boom, boom, boom. Then, there was a terrible roar from below. Is there a big battle down there? Lu Ming and the other 2's expressions changed. They became even more cautious. They restrained their auras completely and took out their sacred weapons at any time. At the same time, Lu Ming was prepared to bring Tianshui and Xianxia into the mountain river painting. The passage was not long. Soon, the 3 of them reached the end. At the end of the passage was a huge and spacious underground cave. It seemed to be man-made. As soon as Lu Ming and the other 2 entered the underground cave, they were stunned. They looked ahead in horror. In front of the underground cave, there was a huge wall. On the wall, there was a phoenix nailed. Yes, a divine phoenix was nailed to the wall. Its wings and legs were pierced through and nailed to the wall. Its neck was also chained to the wall. Blood continued to flow from his wings, from his feet, and along the wall. At that moment, the phoenix was already extremely weak. Its aura was like gossamer. Chirp, it let out a mournful cry that was full of despair. Lu Ming was shocked. It seemed that the cry of the phoenix that was heard in the Tianfeng plains was from this phoenix. It was full of despair and unwillingness. A divine bird, a phoenix, was nailed to the wall by someone. It could only watch as its blood flowed out and died. How unreconciled was this? Who was it that did this? Boom, boom. The violent roar interrupted Lu Ming's train of thought. It also made Lu Ming shift his gaze away from the phoenix and look down. Below the wall, there was an ancient altar. The blood of the phoenix flowed along the wall and flowed onto the altar, seeping into it. A mirror floated above the altar. This mirror was engraved with the image of a phoenix. Furthermore, the image of a phoenix was fluttering around the surface of the mirror. The resplendent light was emitted by this mirror. Chirp! The cry of a phoenix resounded. It was intense, high-pitched, and filled with the domineering aura of the king of birds. Lu Ming finally realized that the phoenix phantom that had appeared on the mountain and the high-pitched cry had come from this mirror. There were indeed two different phoenix cries. One belonged to the phoenix, and the other belonged to the mirror. This mirror was enveloped by a halo that exuded a terrifying pressure. The 8 saints were attacking the halo on the mirror. This pressure seems to be the pressure of an emperor? Lu Ming was shocked when he felt the pressure from the mirror. He had felt the pressure of Emperor Tsang and the soul destroyer Shakyamuni before. It was extremely similar to this ancient mirror. An emperor weapon. A word flashed across Lu Ming's mind. There was really an emperor weapon here. This is a formation. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. With his eye of discernment, he could easily tell that the altar and the ground beside it were covered in runes, forming a huge formation. This is a sealing formation. The emperor weapon is the core. Also, the phoenix that was nailed to the wall is the key to breaking the formation. The blood that flowed out can break the formation. At this moment, many thoughts flashed across Lu Ming's mind. Someone had injured the phoenix and nailed it to the wall. The phoenix's resentful blood was used to break the formation here. Now they had barged into this place. The 8 saints were obviously attracted by the emperor weapon. They were attacking the halo with all their might, trying to seize the emperor weapon. In this way, they would be helping to break the formation. If Lu Ming could see and think of all these, the 8 Sage Realm powerhouses would definitely be able to think of all these as well. However, the 8 Sage Realm powerhouses no longer cared about anything else. They only had eyes for the Emperor weapon. As long as they could get the Emperor weapon, it did not matter what formation they broke. The 8 Sage Realm powerhouses continued to bombard the light screen, causing the underground cavern to shake continuously. The others watched from afar. They could not interfere at all. After a while, the halo could not take it anymore. It let out a cracking sound. A crack appeared on the halo. Then, the number of cracks increased. Finally, the halo exploded with a bang. When the halo shattered, the cry of a phoenix reverberated through the cavern. The Emperor weapon is mine. A saint of the Celestial Divinity sect shouted. Dream on. Let's see if you have the ability to get the Emperor weapon. The saint of the Desire Poison sect roared. His body was covered in poisonous gas that surged toward the saint of the Celestial Divinity sect. At the same time, he formed a huge hand and grabbed at the ancient phoenix mirror. Scram! Those who block me will die. It was a mess. It was a complete mess. When the halo shattered, the 8 saints were in a complete mess. The 8 of them rushed toward the ancient phoenix mirror. At the same time, they fought fiercely. The value of an emperor weapon was too high. It was unimaginable. Dong! A huge hand formed from poisonous gas grabbed at the ancient phoenix mirror. However, the ancient phoenix mirror trembled and a phoenix cried. A beam of light shot out from the ancient phoenix mirror and destroyed the huge hand. But then, a huge hand completely condensed from holy light grabbed at the ancient phoenix mirror. Chirp! The ancient phoenix mirror cried out. Then, a phoenix shadow rushed out and destroyed the huge hand. Then, the ancient phoenix mirror trembled and flew toward the top. A huge cauldron, a saint weapon, came down to suppress the ancient phoenix mirror. However, the ancient phoenix mirror flashed and dodged the cauldron suppression. The huge cauldron did not suppress the ancient phoenix mirror. Its terrifying power slammed into the altar below, causing it to explode. Boom! On the other side, the ancient phoenix mirror crashed into the wall above. Rubble flew everywhere. The ancient phoenix mirror pierced through the mountain and created a tunnel. The ancient phoenix mirror flew out along the tunnel. Where are you going? Chase. The 8 saints soared into the sky and chased after the ancient phoenix mirror. In the blink of an eye, there was not a single saint left in the underground cavern. At this time, everyone looked at the phoenix that was nailed to the wall. Chapter 1584. They were not qualified to fight for the imperial weapon, but now that the saint had left, they could not miss out on the phoenix. One by one, they rushed toward the phoenix on the wall. Get lost. You're courting death. Roars rang out one after another, and all kinds of dazzling lights exploded, filled with terrifying murderous intent. Suddenly, dozens of experts exploded in the air, and blood splattered everywhere. Among them, Mo Yang was the most terrifying. When he attacked, the sky was filled with black demonic flames. Those who came into contact with them were immediately burned to ashes. There were also a few half-saints from the Desire Poison sect and the Celestial God sect. They were also extremely terrifying. With a wave of their hands, they killed one expert after another. They were the fastest, and they rushed toward the phoenix. No one noticed that the blood of the people who had been killed quickly seeped into the ground and disappeared after spilling onto the ground. At this time, Lu Ming also rushed out. However, Lu Ming did not rush toward the phoenix, but toward the side of the altar. There was a stone plate there. It was the size of a plate, and there was a Tai Chi pattern carved on it. Just now, when the altar was shattered, this stone plate flew out from the altar. Everyone thought that the large array on the altar only had one core, and that was the ancient phoenix mirror. However, Lu Ming could see that the large array on the altar actually had 2 cores. One of them was the phoenix ancient mirror. As for the other core, it was the stone plate. To be able to serve as the core of this large array together with the ancient phoenix mirror, it was definitely not simple. Lu Ming reached out and grabbed the stone plate, but the stone plate did not budge. It's so heavy? Lu Ming was shocked. He tried to grab it, but he could not lift it. This stone plate was heavier than a mountain. Let's put it away with the mountain and river diagram first. Lu Ming's eyebrows lit up, and a beam of light shot out, enveloping the stone plate. The stone plate was successfully put into the mountain and river diagram. At this time, Lu Ming suddenly felt a terrible crisis in his heart. This sense of crisis made Lu Ming feel as if he had fallen into an abyss. Oh no, it's dangerous. Without a second thought, Lu Ming took a step back and retreated. At the same time, Mo Yang, who was pouncing towards the phoenix, had a drastic change in his expression. He suddenly turned around and retreated frantically. However, all peerless geniuses had extremely sharp spiritual senses. They could often sense the danger that was about to befall them. Thus, they could overcome all kinds of difficulties and reach the peak. Lu Ming was such a person, and there was no doubt that Mo Yang was the same. Just as the two of them retreated, wisps of black smoke came out of the altar and wrapped around the group of cultivators. What the hell is this? Someone shouted in horror. A horrifying scene occurred. All those who were entangled by the black smoke had their bodies rapidly shriveled up, turning into dried corpses. It was like being devoured by Lu Ming's devouring power. Get lost. The others cried out in fear. They wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Everyone who was surrounded by the black smoke turned into dried corpses. Break! Only a few half-saints could fight back. They took out their sacred weapons and attacked with all their might, scattering the wisps of black smoke. However, after the black smoke was scattered, it gathered again, and all of it rushed towards one person. That person was a half-saint from the Celestial God sect, who had participated in the killing of Lu Ming. All of the black smoke gathered, and its power increased greatly. Even the half-saint's sacred weapon was useless as he was entangled by the black smoke. The black smoke was like small snakes that burrowed into the half-saint's body. The half-saint screamed in despair. Then, like the others, he turned into a dried corpse. Run! The few half-saints who had escaped were terrified. They roared and retreated quickly. The others were also terrified and retreated towards the passage behind them. Lu Ming, Tianxia, and Xianxia blended in with the crowd and retreated towards the passage. However, when they approached the tunnel, the walls on both sides of the tunnel suddenly exploded. Several figures appeared in a flash and surrounded the entrance of the tunnel. These people were all wrapped in black robes, revealing only a pair of cold eyes. Kill! As soon as these people appeared, they charged towards Lu Ming and the others without saying a word. The crowd was shocked. They had not expected that there would be people hiding on the walls on both sides. It was not difficult for a martial royal realm cultivator to make a big hole in the wall and then smooth it out or even restore it to its original state. As long as he mastered the earth domain or the mountain domain, it would not be too difficult. However, the crowd was distracted by the sacred weapon and the phoenix. They were caught off guard and a large number of experts were killed in an instant. Bush. Sword radiance flashed and blood splattered everywhere. The figures fell one by one. Half-saints, half-saints. Someone shouted in horror. There were at least 7 or 8 half-saints among the black-robed men. Sword radiance flashed and no one could block it. The most shocking thing was that there were a few black-robed men standing at the side. They did not attack, but the aura they emitted was extremely shocking. That was the sacred aura. Those black-robed men were all sacred realm experts. Who are you? How dare you kill the people of the Celestial God sect? A half-saint from the Celestial God sect shouted angrily. However, what greeted him was a terrifying sword radiance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Those sacred realm black-robed men did not attack them. Instead, they walked past them and appeared in front of the broken altar. They bowed and said in unison, "Welcome back to the world, Guardian King. Flesh and blood, I want flesh and blood." Beneath the altar, a shriveled and unpleasant voice rang out, causing one's hair to stand on end upon hearing it. Guardian King? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. These people were from the evil spirit sect. Lu Ming's mind raced. He finally knew what had happened here. There was actually a Guardian King of the evil spirit sect sealed here. Previously, the array with the Tai Chi array disc and the Phoenix ancient mirror as the core was to seal the Guardian King of the evil spirit sect. However, the evil spirit sect wanted to save the Guardian King of the evil spirit sect. Therefore, they entered the heavenly wind plains and severely injured the Phoenix. Then, they nailed the Phoenix to the wall and used its resentful blood to break the array. Therefore, over the past half a month, the cries of the Phoenix could be heard from time to time. They were filled with unwillingness and despair, which attracted so many experts. By the time the 8 sages had entered, the power of the array was already very weak. In order to fight for the Phoenix ancient mirror, the 8 sages had forcefully broken the array here and destroyed the altar, allowing the Phoenix ancient mirror to escape. This was equivalent to helping the evil spirit sect greatly. Now, the Guardian King of the evil spirit sect was about to come out of seclusion. Guardian King, we'll help you break the last array formation first. A black-robed sage shouted. Then, several black-robed sages joined forces and bombarded the ground below the altar. There was another array formation there. However, that array formation was not very strong. Under the bombardment of several sages, it was on the verge of collapse. Senior brother, senior sister, let's go through the passage above. Lu Ming shouted. The 3 of them rushed toward the passage above them that had been pierced by the Phoenix ancient mirror. Chapter 1585. The 3 of them controlled their sacred weapons and sent the black-robed men flying into the sky. The others had the same idea as Lu Ming and the others and rushed toward the passage above them. At least 100 people rushed toward the passage above them. Some of them rushed toward the passage that they had entered earlier. Kill! The black-robed men killed with all their might and left a large number of corpses in the underground cave. However, there were many of them who had entered this time. Although a large number of them had been killed, there were still a few hundred of them rushing toward the 2 passages. Boom! At this moment, the underground cave shook violently. The formation was broken. Rubble flew everywhere, and a dark cave appeared below. An old man who looked like a skeleton floated out of the cave. Flesh and blood, flesh and blood. The skeleton-like old man's hoarse voice rang out. Then he rushed toward the corpses that had been killed. Wisps of black smoke emanated from the old man and enveloped the corpses. Instantly, the corpses quickly shriveled. Even the blood on the ground was absorbed by the black smoke. The skeleton-like old man's body became fuller and more lustrous. Haha, I, spirit-devouring Dharma King, have finally come out. The old man laughed. His eyes were filled with shocking blood-red light. Welcome back to the world, Dharma King. Several black-robed saints bowed. You've done well. Spirit-devouring Dharma King nodded. Then he looked at the passage above and said, I need more flesh and blood. With that, Shakyamuni devouring spirit soared into the sky and chased after Yi Fuyin. The other saints also rushed out. At this moment, Lu Ming and the others had already rushed out of the passage. As soon as they rushed out of the passage, they realized that the tornadoes that had been surrounding them had all disappeared. Even the tornadoes on the Tianfeng plains had all disappeared. The Tianfeng plains had become an ordinary plain. Boom, boom. In the sky, there were continuous explosions. Poison gas and sacred light filled the sky. At the same time, there was the cry of a phoenix. 8 saints were fighting in the sky to fight for the phoenix ancient mirror. No, there were more than 8 of them. Lu Ming lifted his head to take a look. He discovered that there were more than 10 figures fighting in the sky. The entire sky was about to explode. More than a dozen people, all of them saints. Clearly, more saints had come to participate in the fight for the Phoenix Ancient Mirror while they were inside. The Phoenix Ancient Mirror was surrounded by many saints. More than a dozen saints fought against each other, but no one could get the Phoenix Ancient Mirror. Bam! Swish! In the sky, a figure was sent flying and vomiting blood. A saint from the Celestial Divinity sect was injured. There were strong and weak saints as well. Clearly, this person was on the weaker side of the saint realm. Once Lu Ming and the rest dashed out of the passageway, they did not stop at all. They dashed out of the Tianfeng plains. Behind them, the evil spirit sect members gave chase. Some people from the Heavenly Divinity sect and the Poison Desire sect cried out for help from the Saint Realm experts. The injured Saint Realm expert took a step forward and appeared above the crowd. He asked, "What's going on? How dare you?" A cold, murderous intent flashed across the Celestial Divine Sect's sage's eyes. He had been the first to be injured in the fight for the Phoenix Ancient Mirror. He had been suppressing his anger and had nowhere to vent it. Now, he turned his target to the evil spirit sect. Kill! The Heavenly Divine Sect's saint took a step forward. Holy light filled the sky, forming terrifying sword chi that charged toward the evil spirit sect. Instantly, more than a dozen evil spirit sect experts were killed, including 2 half-saints. Saints could condense saint power. Once saint power was released, true essence could not withstand it at all and was instantly pierced through. Retreat! The other evil spirit sect members retreated. However, Lu Ming, Tian Shui, and Xuanxin did not stop at all. They continued to charge out. There was a Dharmaraja sealed here. The Dharmarajas of the evil spirit sect were all emperor-level experts. Even if they had been sealed for many years, they were still absolutely terrifying. It was best to leave now. The Heavenly Divine Sect's saint naturally did not know all of this. Holy light burst out from his body, and he stepped toward the evil spirit sect members with a domineering spirit. "How dare you kill my Heavenly Divine Sect members? Leave no one alive." The Heavenly Divine Sect's saint said coldly. "Is that so? Let's see how you kill them." At this moment, a cold laugh rang out. The spirit-devouring Dharmaraja flew out of the passage in the mountain, his body covered in black smoke as he flew toward them. The Heavenly Divine Sect's saint looked at the spirit-devouring Dharmaraja and frowned slightly. He realized that he could not see through the other party. He did not know the other party's cultivation level, but he could feel that the other party seemed to be very weak. An old fellow whose blood is about to dry up also came to die. Kill. The Heavenly Divine Sect's saint shouted coldly as a divine punishment spear condensed in his hand. Swoosh! The divine punishment spear pierced out, and a terrifying whistling sound rang out in the sky. Even the space rippled. The god's punishment spear used by a Saint Realm expert was too terrifying. It was completely condensed by the Saint Realm's power and contained the power of laws. Lu Ming felt that even if he blocked it with a sacred weapon, he would be penetrated. Bam! The divine punishment spear accurately hit the spirit-devouring Dharmaraja, and the spirit-devouring Dharmaraja exploded. You can't even withstand a single blow. The heavenly divine sex saint sneered disdainfully. Is that so? With a cold laugh, the spirit-devouring Dharmaraja turned into wisps of black smoke and entangled the heavenly divine sex saint. How is this possible? Under my power of laws, even a natural spiritual body would be severely injured. The heavenly divine sex saint roared in disbelief. Some natural spiritual bodies, such as flame and lightning spiritual bodies, had strong vitality. When their bodies collapsed, it would greatly reduce the damage. However, the power of laws was extremely harmful to these spiritual bodies. The heavenly divine sex saint's spear could definitely injure the other party, but it seemed that the other party was completely fine. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically because he felt the blood in his body boiling, as if it was about to be devoured by the black smoke that surrounded him. Explode! The heavenly divine sex saint roared, and his saint power burst out, trying to destroy the spirit-devouring Dharmaraja's black smoke. But it was useless. The black smoke dissipated and condensed into small snakes again, drilling into the heavenly divine sex saint's body. This is the spirit-devouring technique. For you. The heavenly divine sex saint screamed in horror. Hee, at least you have some knowledge to know about the spirit-devouring technique. I am the spirit-devouring Dharmaraja. A cold laugh came from the black smoke. Spirit-devouring Dharmaraja? You are the spirit-devouring Dharmaraja of the evil spirit sect. Chapter 1586. The Dharma kings of the evil spirit sect were all emperor-level experts. There was actually a Dharma king of the evil spirit sect here? Pooh! At this moment, spirit-devouring Master King reformed his body. His palm was like a knife, piercing through the air. The heavenly god sect saint was so shocked that he forgot to retreat. His heart was pierced by spirit-devouring Shakyamuni's palm. The terrifying spirit-devouring power was madly devouring the heavenly god sect saint's blood. No, the heavenly god sect saint struggled madly, but it was useless. The spirit-devouring king's terrifying power surged into his body and exploded. His saint heart was directly shattered. The heavenly god sect saint was dead. The saint was killed just like that. This was even after Shakyamuni's spirit-devouring king had been sealed for many years and his strength had been greatly reduced. Otherwise, an emperor-level expert would have been able to kill a celestial god sect saint with a flick of his finger. Let's go, let's go. The other party is an evil spirit sect law king, the arch-expert. At the scene, everyone panicked. Chaos ensued as they frantically fled out of the Tianfeng plains. As for spirit-devouring Dharma King, he had absorbed the blood of a saint, and his aura had become much stronger. Kikik, the blood of a saint is indeed wonderful. There's still a lot here. Spirit-devouring Dharma King looked up at the sky. There were more than a dozen saints there. Spirit-devouring Dharma King soared into the air. The pupils of the dozen saints constricted. Just now, the celestial divinity sex saint had been killed. Moreover, they had also heard the roar of the celestial divinity sex saint. Now that the spirit-devouring guardian king had walked over, they were extremely shocked. Everyone, he's a martial monarch. Even though he's been sealed for many years, he's still terrifying. We'd better work together. A saint from the Desire Poison sect spoke first. Alright, I agree. I agree too. In the face of spirit-devouring Shakyamuni, they could only join forces. Otherwise, they would die. Chirp! At this moment, the Phoenix Ancient Mirror let out a violent cry. It emitted a brilliant light as if it had turned into a phoenix and rushed out of the encirclement. You want to leave after sealing me for so many years? Spirit-devouring Shakyamuni said coldly. With a wave of his palm, a giant palm condensed and grabbed at the ancient Phoenix Mirror. The phoenix spread its wings and flapped out a dazzling ray of light. It pierced through the spirit-devouring Guardian King's giant hand and then rushed into the distance. Spirit-devouring Dharma King frowned, but he didn't pursue. The other saints were afraid of spirit-devouring Dharma King, so they didn't dare to pursue. In the blink of an eye, the Phoenix ancient mirror disappeared from everyone's sight. On the Tianfeng Plains, a young man was madly running out of the Tianfeng Plains. This person was Eden. He didn't enter the mountain, but stayed outside. When he saw the Phoenix ancient mirror flying out and a dozen saints participating in the battle, he knew that it was meaningless for him to stay. Moreover, it was extremely dangerous. If he was hit by the shockwaves of the battle, he would die. Therefore, he decided to leave the heavenly wind plains and observe in secret. While he was running, the cry of a phoenix rang out. Then, a beam of rainbow light shot into his body and disappeared into it. Eden's expression changed greatly. He carefully sensed his surroundings and was overjoyed. Imperial armament, Phoenix ancient mirror. Eden let out a low groan. Then he used his movement technique and quickly flew out, disappearing in the blink of an eye. On the other side, spirit-devouring Dharma King looked at the dozen saints with fiery eyes. It seemed that in his eyes, saints were more attractive than imperial armaments. Kill! Suddenly, spirit-devouring Dharma King moved and attacked one of them. Attack! The dozen saints also attacked at the same time. Terrifying attacks gathered and blasted towards spirit-devouring Dharma King. However, spirit-devouring Dharma King's body was as light as a feather. He dodged the attacks and continued to attack one of them. Help the Dharma King! At this moment, a few black-robed men stepped into the sky and joined the battle. They were the saints of the evil spirit sect. They helped spirit-devouring Dharma King restrain his opponents, allowing him to be even more at home. Swoosh, swoosh. Spirit-devouring Dharma King's body kept flashing. He slapped out with his palm, and wisps of black smoke spread out and surged toward the dozen saints. Spirit-devouring Dharma King had devoured the previous saint. It was obvious that he had become stronger. Those saints seemed to be very afraid of spirit-devouring Dharma King's black smoke. They did not dare to come into contact with the black smoke, and all kinds of attacks were launched to disperse the black smoke. There were also some attacks that blasted towards spirit-devouring Dharma King, but it seemed to be useless against him. His body collapsed and turned into wisps of black smoke. Die! Spirit-devouring Dharma King stared at one of the saints and kept attacking him. That saint was a saint from a small sect and was relatively weak. That saint's face was very ugly, and he kept retreating. Lingyan steps. Spirit-devouring Dharma King spat out an ear-piercing voice. His body swayed and suddenly disappeared without a trace. Oh no! That saint was shocked. He unleashed his saint power and controlled the laws to blast in all directions. But splat! Spirit-devouring Dharma King had appeared in front of him. His palm pierced through the saint's heart. The terrifying power directly destroyed the saint's saint heart. Then he began to frantically absorb the saint's blood. Stop him! Don't let him continue to absorb blood. A saint from the Desire Poison sect roared and attacked spirit-devouring Dharma King. The other saints also attacked spirit-devouring Dharma King. Spirit-devouring Dharma King had been sealed for many years. His chi and blood were weak, so his strength was also very weak. But if he absorbed blood, his strength would probably skyrocket. Terrifying attacks landed on spirit-devouring Dharma King's body. Spirit-devouring Dharma King's body exploded, turning into wisps of black smoke and entering the body of the saint he had killed. Ha! You can't stop me! An evil voice came from the saint's body. His body shriveled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Destroy his body! Someone roared. Terrifying attacks landed on the saint's body and immediately cracked his body. However, only a small amount of blood spilled out and was swept up by a cloud of black smoke. Ha! Spirit-devouring Dharma King's laughter continued. He transformed back into a human, but his body was fuller and his aura was stronger. Spirit-devouring palm, kill! Spirit-devouring Dharma King roared. This time he directly attacked. He had absorbed the blood of 2 saints in a row. His strength had greatly increased and he could use some terrifying techniques. A terrifying palm print formed and blasted toward one of the saints. Bam! That saint exploded and blasted the palm print. But the result was that the saint's body shook violently and he spat out blood and retreated. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, spirit-devouring Dharma King blasted out more than a dozen palms. More than a dozen terrifying palm prints formed, blotting out the sky as they blasted toward the saints. More than a dozen saints roared and attacked to block, but in the end, they were all forced to retreat while spitting out blood. Chapter 1587. At the same time, the other saints of the evil spirit sect also joined forces to attack one of them. Bam! That person had just blocked the spirit-devouring king's attack and was then faced with the joint attacks of the other saints. He couldn't resist at all. With a scream, his body was torn apart and he died on the spot. The spirit-devouring king's claw turned into a cloud of black smoke and absorbed all the blood. Oh no! The other saints' expressions changed drastically. The spirit-devouring king's strength was already shocking enough. Now that it had absorbed the blood of another saint, its strength would definitely be even more terrifying. Let's go! The dozen or so saints actually didn't dare to continue fighting and turned to run. They were originally from different sects and weren't united. At this critical moment, they all wanted to escape and let the others block them. You want to escape? All of you will die. The spirit-devouring king sneered and chased after the other saints with a few evil spirit sect saints. The saints have been defeated, but there were still some people watching below. They originally thought that the dozen or so saints would be able to suppress the other party if they joined forces. They didn't expect to see this scene and were immediately scared out of their wits. At this time, Lu Ming, Tianxia, and Xianxia were almost out of the heavenly wind plains. They didn't stop. The spirit-devouring king was at the arch. Although there were more than a dozen saints, Lu Ming still felt that a dozen saints might not be of much use. Oh no, those saints have been defeated. Tianxia roared. Between heaven and earth, a mighty saint aura spread out. The dozen or so saints scattered and fled in all directions. Let's go. The spirit-devouring king's current target is the saints. Our cultivation levels are too weak. He won't target us now, Lu Ming said. The three of them continued to fly at top speed. In the blink of an eye, they had flown out of the heavenly wind plains. Swoosh! At this moment, in the distant sky, a terrifying sharp light pierced into the heavenly wind plains. It was a spear, the spear of divine punishment. Another expert from the heavenly god sect had come. This spear of divine punishment was incomparably terrifying. It streaked across the void as if it had pierced through the void. Saint! Spirit-devouring Dharma King said coldly. He struck out with his palm and collided with the spear of divine punishment. An earth-shattering boom rang out as Spirit-devouring King's body was pushed back dozens of miles. In the distant void, a figure stepped on the air and approached. This was a middle-aged man with a tall and slender figure. One could tell that he was very handsome when he was young. His expression was very calm, but unknowingly he exuded a supreme majesty. Sect Master, it's the Sect Master. Some of the heavenly god sect's disciples cried out when they saw this middle-aged man. Lu Ming and the other two were also shocked. The Sect Master of the Heavenly Divinity sect actually came personally. I didn't expect an evil spirit sect king to be sealed here. However, it looks like he should be very weak. A cold voice rang out. The one who spoke wasn't the Sect Master of the Heavenly God sect, but from the other side. On the other side, a green-robed old man suddenly appeared. He was the one who had spoken earlier. Sect Master! The disciples of the Desire Poison sect cried out in alarm. The Sect Master of the Desire Poison sect had also arrived. Kikik, two absolute saints actually came. As long as I kill you, I should be able to recover 20% of my cultivation. Spirit-devouring King laughed loudly. Spirit-devouring King, you still want to kill us in your current state? What a joke. Retreat now. Leave that song state, and I won't pursue today's matter. The Sect Master of the Heavenly God sect said calmly. A mere absolute saint. How arrogant. What if I don't retreat? Spirit-devouring King said coldly. If you don't retreat, I can only make you stay here and completely destroy you. The Sect Master of the Heavenly God sect said. He then looked at the Sect Master of the Desire Poison sect and said, Brother Wu, why don't we join forces? That's what I was thinking. The sect master of the Desire Poison sect said. "Ha, then let me see what you juniors are capable of." Spirit-devouring king charged toward the sect master of the Heavenly God sect. Boom, boom. At the same time, the sect masters of the Heavenly God sect and the Desire Poison sect unleashed their terrifying auras and charged toward Spirit-devouring king. Instantly, the entire area was covered in white saint light, green poisonous gas, and black smoke. Terrifying rumbles could be heard continuously. Spirit-devouring king is blocked. Let's go. Lu Ming didn't hesitate and took out the breaking sky shuttle. The three of them stepped into the shuttle and flew away. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from the area. The breaking sky shuttle was extremely fast, but it still took a few minutes for the tremors in the heavenly wind planes to disappear completely. Damn, a great emperor has appeared. That was close. Tian Shui said with lingering fear. An emperor-level figure was too terrifying. After so many years, the Tsang state only had one emperor Tsang. After that, there was no other emperor. I wonder if the sect masters of the Heavenly God sect and the Desire Poison sect can stop Spirit-devouring king. Xuening thought. The evil spirit sect was destroyed 80,000 years ago. The Spirit-devouring Dharma king was most likely sealed by another the Arch 80,000 years ago. After so many years, he has become extremely weak. However, he is still the Arch. It's hard to say if there are two absolute saints. Lu Ming said. However, all of this had nothing to do with them. With their strength, it was useless for them to worry. They couldn't interfere at all. Ordinary saints would find it difficult to interfere with such an expert. They would be killed if they tried. I wonder how little Qing is doing. I haven't seen him before. Lu Ming was a little worried. He took out a voice transmission jade talisman and was about to send a voice transmission to Xianxia. However, just as Lu Ming took out the voice transmission jade talisman, he received a voice transmission from Xianxia, asking him how he was. He was full of worry. Since Xianxia had sent him a voice transmission, it meant that Xianxia was fine. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. Then, Lu Ming replied to Xianxia. Through the voice transmission jade talisman, Lu Ming knew that Xianxia was now outside the heavenly wind plains. A saint from the Heavenly Universe demon sect had come, and she was with this saint. Lu Ming adjusted the direction and flew towards Xianxia. Soon, he saw Xianxia. The two chatted for a while and finally said goodbye. Lu Ming, Tian Shui, and the other two stepped on the flying shuttle again and went to Dragon God Valley. The Heavenly Wind Plains was in the west of Tsang State, and Dragon God Valley was in the southeast of Tsang State. It was very far away. Even with the flying shuttle, it would take a long time. 7 days later, they landed in a big city and asked for news. As expected, the news about the Heavenly Wind Plains had already spread throughout Tsang State. Lu Ming and the other two asked around and heard a lot of news. In the Heavenly Wind Plains, the evil spirit sect's spirit-devouring king had returned to the world and killed several saints. In the end, he fought with the two sect masters of the Heavenly God sect and the Poison sect. That battle was earth-shattering. In the end, spirit-devouring Dharma King was too weak and wasn't a match for the two saints. He was severely injured and escaped with a few saints. As for the remaining evil spirit sect members, they were all killed by the other saints present. Even so, all the major sects in Tsang State were in a state of panic. There were rumors that the evil spirit sect was going to rise from the ashes again. The world was going to be plunged into misery and suffering again. Now, a Dharma king had broken out of the seal. Once he recovered in the future, how could Tsang State stop him without the Arch? Many people could only hope that there would be thearch-level figures in the territories outside Tsang State to deal with the evil spirit sect. After Lu Ming and the other two asked around, they continued to step on the flying shuttle and headed for Dragon God Valley. When they returned to the southeast of Tsang State, Lu Ming adjusted the flying shuttle and headed for the Lu family castle. Chapter 1588. Soon, the Lu family fortress came into view. The three of them got off the flying shuttle. After Lu Ming kept the flying shuttle, the three of them flew towards the Lu family fortress. It's young Master Lu. The people of the Lu family fortress recognized Lu Ming immediately and welcomed the three of them into the fortress. Junior Lu Ming actually took in a disciple here. I'd like to meet her. Tian Shui was very curious. Xianxia was the same. They were still young, which was the golden age for cultivation. Usually, they would not take in disciples because it would distract them. They would only consider taking in disciples when they reached a certain age and passed the golden age of cultivation. Lu Ming was so young, and he had taken in a disciple. His disciple would definitely be extraordinary. Lu Ming's eyes were also filled with anticipation. Xianxia's talent was definitely shocking. They had not seen each other for a year. How high was Xianxia's cultivation? Young Master Lu. Lu Zhenghao greeted them from afar. Patriarch Lu, these two are my senior brothers and senior sisters. Lu Ming introduced Tian Shui and Xianxia to Lu Zhenghao. Lu Zhenghao quickly bowed to Tian Shui and Xianxia. After that, they went to the main hall of the Lu family fortress. Once they were seated, the maids served them tea. Patriarch Lu, where's Xianxia? Lu Ming asked. Xianxia is cultivating in seclusion. I've already asked Wanjun to call her. Lu Zhenghao said. Lu Ming nodded and said, Patriarch Lu, Lu Ming has a favor to ask of you. Please speak, young master. As long as the Lu family fortress can do it, I will do it. Lu Zhenghao said. Patriarch Lu, you're exaggerating. It's not a big deal. I have some friends who would like to settle down in the Lu family fortress. Is that okay? Lu Ming said. Of course. How many are there? Lu Zhenghao asked. A few hundred people. Let's go out and take a look. After saying that, Lu Ming walked out of the hall. He arrived at the courtyard outside the hall and waved his hand. Feng Ling and the villagers of the Feng family village all appeared in the courtyard. As soon as Feng Ling and the others appeared, they looked around. Feng Ling, village chief, it's me. Lu Ming said with a smile. Your brother Lu? Feng Ling widened her eyes and looked at Lu Ming in surprise. Back then, Lu Ming had disguised himself. Now that he had regained his original appearance, Feng Ling, the village chief, and the others naturally couldn't recognize Lu Ming. It's me. Lu Ming smiled and said, Village chief, we are already in the southeast of Tsang province. How about you all stay here in the future? Brother Lu, I'll do as you say. The village chief said. Young Master Lu, don't worry. I'll ask someone to arrange a place for them to stay. I'll find a good place to settle them down. Lu Zhenghao said. Then he called an elder of the Lu family to bring Feng Ling, the village chief, and the others to settle down. In this way, one of Lu Ming's worries was removed. Master! A clear and crisp voice could be heard. A figure flashed and a little girl of about 7 or 8 years old appeared in front of Lu Ming. She was Lu Xianxia. Xianxia was followed by Lu Wanjun. Xianxia, why aren't you greeting your master? You don't know the rules. Lu Wanjun reprimanded. Disciple greets master. Xianxia obediently bowed to Lu Ming. There's no need for that. Come, let me introduce you. This is my senior brother, you should call him 7th martial uncle. This is my senior sister, you should call her 8th martial aunt. Lu Ming pointed at Tian Shui and Xianxia as he introduced them. Xianxia greets 7th martial uncle and 8th martial aunt. Xianxia bowed to Tian Shui and Xianxia obediently. Good girl, this is a gift from 8th martial aunt. Xianxia took out a green orb and gave it to Xianxia. It was a martial emperor weapon as a gift. Here, 7th martial uncle has a gift for you too. Tian Shui grinned and took out an emperor spirit weapon and gave it to Xianxia. Xianxia, your cultivation has reached the 9th layer martial emperor realm? At that instant, Lu Ming's eyes flickered with astonishment. I've just reached the 9th layer martial emperor realm a few days ago. Xianxia nodded. Lu Ming's eyelids twitched as his heart skipped a beat. 1 year, in just 1 year, Xianxia's cultivation had reached the 9th layer martial emperor realm. That speed was too shocking. Furthermore, she had not received any resources from the top sects at the Lu clan fort. Lu Ming was dumbfounded by her speed. It's not bad to reach the 9th layer martial emperor realm at your age. Xianxia, how long have you been cultivating? Tianchuist. Xianxia has been cultivating for a year. A year ago, Master taught me how to cultivate. Xianxia said. A year, that's not bad. Wait, what? A year? Xianxia nodded and immediately reacted. He opened his mouth wider and wider as he stared at Xianxia in disbelief. Xianxia stared with her mouth agape. A year ago, before she had even started cultivating, she had reached the 9th layer martial emperor realm in just a year. Xianxia and Xianxia were dumbfounded by her speed. Even though they were in the Yuanlu, where many geniuses were able to cultivate at a shocking speed, they had never heard of anyone reaching the 9th layer martial emperor realm in just a year. Beside them, Lu Wanjun and Lu Zhenghao wore excited and relieved smiles. As a matter of fact, they had been shocked by Xianxia's speed of cultivation at the beginning, but they were now filled with excitement. Xianxia blinked her eyes and glanced curiously at the dumbfounded Xianxia and Xianxia. She could not understand why her martial uncle and martial aunt were acting like this. After a while, Xianxia and Xianxia finally collected their thoughts. Junior brother, I'm so jealous of you, to be able to recruit such a great disciple. If I had a disciple like her, even if I don't cultivate, I would teach her well. Xianxia's gaze toward Lu Ming was filled with jealousy. As her martial uncle, you should teach her more in the future. Lu Ming said with a smile. The group chatted as night fell. Lu Zhenghao prepared a feast for them. That night, Lu Ming and the others stayed at the Lu clan fort. The next morning, Lu Ming bade farewell to Lu Zhenghao and Lu Wanjun. Mother, Grandpa, take care. Xianxia reluctantly bid farewell to Lu Zhenghao and Lu Wanjun. Xianxia, you must listen to your master and cultivate well in the Dragon God Valley. Do you understand? Lu Wanjun's eyes were filled with reluctance as tears began to roll down her cheeks. Mother, don't cry. Xianxia will find time to visit you. Xianxia said obediently. Following this, Xianxia bade farewell to Lu Zhenghao. Patriarch Lu, young mistress, see you later. Lu Ming cupped his fists and left with Xianxia, disappearing from the sight of Lu Zhenghao and the others. After flying for a while, Lu Ming took out the piercing sky shuttle. The four of them boarded the shuttle and headed toward the Dragon God Valley. Chapter 1589. The Lu family fort was very close to the Dragon God Valley. They arrived shortly after taking the flying shuttle. As they approached the Dragon God Valley, the group got off the flying shuttle and stepped into the Dragon God Valley, heading towards the Cloud Dragon Valley. Xianxia, are you cold? Lu Ming turned to look at Xianxia. The little girl's face was red from the cold. I'm not cold. Xianxia shook her head. A layer of green light emanated from her body to block the cold air outside. Below them, the snowy mountain passed by. Soon, they arrived at the Cloud Dragon Valley. Ming, come to my cave abode. Lu Ming and the rest had just stepped into the Cloud Dragon Valley when the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's voice rang in Lu Ming's ears. With the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's cultivation, his spiritual consciousness could cover the entire Cloud Dragon Valley. It was not difficult for him to know that they had returned. Senior brother, senior sister, Master is looking for me. I'll go to Master's cave abode first. Lu Ming said. Alright, junior brother, go ahead. Let's go back to the cave abode first. Xuanning said. Lu Ming nodded and led Xianxia deeper into the Cloud Dragon Valley. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's cave abode. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master was sitting on a futon in the cave abode. Disciple Lu Ming greets Master. Lu Ming cupped his fists and bowed to the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. Grand Disciple Xianxia greets Grand Master. Xianxia was very obedient. When she saw Lu Ming bowing, she hurriedly bowed as well. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master was slightly taken aback. He looked at Xianxia and asked, Ming, is this your disciple? Yes, this is the disciple I took in a year ago. I'll need Master's guidance in the future. Lu Ming said. The Valley Master of the Cloud Dragon Valley sized up Xianxia carefully. Then, his eyes flickered and he revealed a look of surprise. Following which, the Valley Master of the Cloud Dragon Valley seemed to have a glint in his eyes as he carefully stared at Xianxia. The more he looked at her, the stronger the glint in his eyes became. Finally, a look of shock flashed across his face. Ming, this disciple of yours is incredible, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master exclaimed. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He knew that the Cloud Dragon Valley Master had noticed that Xianxia was extraordinary. Little girl, come here and let your Grandmaster take a good look, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master said gently. Yes, Grandmaster. Xianxia obediently walked over to the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's side. Ha, what a sensible little girl. Little girl, your master might not have that much time to guide you. In the future, Grandmaster will guide you in your cultivation. Yunlongu stroked Xianxia's head and laughed. Thank you, Master. Lu Ming was overjoyed. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master's cultivation level was much higher than his. It was unfathomable. If he were to guide Xianxia, she would be much stronger than if he were to guide her. Ming, after being outside for a year, how is the removal of the killing intent in the depths of your soul? The Cloud Dragon Valley Master's tone changed. It has been completely removed. Lu Ming nodded. That's good. Ming, let me tell you a piece of bad news. A few days ago, I received news that the Divine Son of the Sky Divinity Sect has broken through to the Sacred Realm. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said with a solemn expression. The Divine Son has broken through to the Sacred Realm? Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. Ming, there is still 1.5 years until the next treasure sorting meeting. In this 1.5 years, even if you cultivate with all your might, it will be difficult for you to catch up to the Divine Son. Therefore, I will send you to a place where you might have a chance to fight. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. Master, where is it? Lu Ming asked curiously. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master had said a year ago that he would send him to a place and asked him to return after a year. Lu Ming had always been very curious. That place is called the 100-Tribe Battlefield. It is an extremely dangerous place, but also a place filled with endless opportunities. Only by going there will you have a chance to fight with the Divine Son in the next treasure sorting meeting. As for the specific situation, I will tell you when we arrive at the place of departure. Alright, bring Xianxia out and arrange a place for Xianxia to stay. Bring her to familiarize herself with the Cloud Dragon Valley. We will depart in 3 days. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. Lu Ming nodded and bade farewell to the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. He then left the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's cave dwelling with Xianxia. After that, Lu Ming picked a cave dwelling near his cave dwelling for Xianxia to stay in. The Cloud Dragon Valley was extremely huge and there were many cave dwellings. However, there were only slightly more than 100 people, so most of the cave dwellings were empty. Xianxia, you can ask me if you have any questions about your cultivation during this period of time. Lu Ming said to Xianxia. Yes, Master. I do have some questions. Xianxia nodded and began to ask all the questions she had during this period of time. Lu Ming patiently answered Xianxia one by one. Half a day later, Xianxia returned to the cave dwelling to cultivate in satisfaction. Lu Ming appeared in the mountain river diagram. Ming Lian's second body sat on a mountain peak in the mountain river diagram. A stone plate floated above his head and emitted a vast and terrifying aura. This stone plate was the Taiji stone plate that he had obtained from the Tianfeng Plains. During this period of time, Ming Lian's second body had been studying it. In the end, he concluded that it should be a formation plate, an extremely terrifying formation plate. With the help of this formation plate, Ming Lian's second body had consecutively lit 2 spirit lamps in a short period of time. Now, Ming Lian's second body had already lit 8 spirit lamps. Over the past year, his second body had been cultivating and had made great progress. With his second body's current cultivation, he could communicate with the precepts through inscriptions and try to use the power of the precepts to become a sage-to-be. However, Lu Ming would not do so now. 8 spirit lamps were too few. He needed to light 10 spirit lamps before he could consider becoming a sage-to-be. Lu Ming called this formation plate the Taiji formation plate. Buzz. With a thought, golden spirit fire spread out from between Ming Lian's second body's eyebrows and poured into the Taiji formation plate. Suddenly, the Taiji formation plate shone and a Taiji yin-yang diagram appeared, emitting a terrifying pressure. The Taiji yin-yang diagram seemed to contain terrifying killing and sealing power. It was highly likely that it was an imperial weapon, which was on the same level as the Phoenix ancient mirror. With Ming Lian's second body's cultivation, it was difficult for him to unleash 1/10,000th of the Taiji formation plate's power. Even so, Lu Ming felt that Ming Lian's second body could easily kill a 9th-level martial royal or even an ordinary sage-to-be by controlling the Taiji formation plate. Lu Ming's face revealed a satisfied smile. He had gained a lot in the Tianfeng Plains this time. Just this Taiji formation plate alone was a priceless treasure. It had greatly increased Lu Ming's combat strength. Ming Lian's second body could become Lu Ming's strongest trump card. After looking at it for a while, Lu Ming's main body left the mountain river diagram and closed his eyes to cultivate. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming told Xianxia to stay in the Cloud Dragon Valley and went to the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's cave again. Ming, I'll take you to Cloud Emperor Mountain first. If you want to go to the 100-tribe battlefield, you must go through Cloud Emperor Mountain. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master explained. Cloud Emperor Mountain? Lu Ming was confused as he had never heard of such a place in the Tsang continent. Cloud Emperor Mountain is not located in the Tsang continent, but in another continent close to the Tsang continent called Cloud Continent. Cloud Emperor Mountain is the strongest force in Cloud Continent and has a martial monarch expert. Chapter 1590. An Emperor-class force. Lu Ming's heart trembled. An Emperor-class force had a great emperor overseeing it. It was more powerful than any sect in Song State and even more powerful than all the sects in Song State combined. Having a great emperor overseeing it and not overseeing it were two completely different things. However, the books that Lu Ming had read previously only introduced Song State. There was very little information outside of Song State. Yuan continent is vast and boundless. Every emperor-class expert can occupy a territory and establish a force. That territory is a state and it is called by the name of the Great Emperor. The Great Emperor of Cloud Emperor Mountain is called Cloud Emperor. Therefore, the territory that Cloud Emperor is in is called Cloud State. Song State originated from Emperor Song. If a new Great Emperor appears in Song State in the future, the name might change. Cloud Dragon Valley Master explained. A great emperor can establish a state. Lu Ming couldn't help but yearn for it. Song State was so vast, but it was only the territory that Emperor Tsang occupied. Master, how many states are there in Yuan continent? Lu Ming asked curiously. Cloud Dragon Valley Master shook his head and said, Yuan continent is too vast and there are countless states. I don't know either. Countless states? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Each state represented a great emperor. Could there be that many great emperors in Yuan continent? Ming, I have a map here. It shows some of the territories near Tsang State. Take a good look on the way. A jade talisman appeared in Cloud Dragon Valley Master's hand and he passed it to Lu Ming. Then he waved his hand and brought Lu Ming to the sky outside Divine Dragon Valley. Then he waved his hand and a flying shuttle appeared in the sky. The flying shuttle was purple gold in color. It had a smooth curve and there were mysterious patterns carved on it. It looked very beautiful. At first glance, one could tell that it was much more advanced than the flying shuttle that Lu Ming had. Come on up. Cloud Dragon Valley Master stepped into the flying shuttle and Lu Ming followed behind. Swoosh. Cloud Dragon Valley Master controlled the flying shuttle and it turned into a ray of light and disappeared. So fast. Lu Ming looked out through the crystal glass. The mountains and rivers below passed by in the blink of an eye at an incredible speed. It was at least dozens of times faster than his sky-piercing shuttle. This was definitely a top-notch flying shuttle. Lu Ming observed for a while before sitting down with his legs crossed. He then took out the jade talisman that Valley Master Yunlong had given him. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, a map was projected into Lu Ming's mind. This map was divided into different regions, and each region was a large state. There were a total of dozens of large states, and they were all states near the Tsang State. The Tsang Prefecture was in the southeast of the map, close to the boundless ocean. The Cloud Prefecture where the Cloud Emperor Mountain was located was in the northwest of the Tsang Prefecture, close to the Tsang Prefecture. That's Emperor District's D family. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. In the north of the Azure Prefecture, there was another prefecture called the Emperor Prefecture. It was stated that the Emperor Prefecture was under the control of the D clan. Could it be D? D Xian's family, the D family, actually has a great emperor. Lu Ming frowned slightly. I once injured D Xian in the Divine Wilderness continent. I'm afraid he won't let it go so easily. I have to find a chance to get rid of him in the future to prevent future troubles. Lu Ming thought to himself. Then, Lu Ming imprinted the map in his mind and quietly cultivated. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master's sky-piercing shuttle was too fast. In just 2 days they had crossed the entire Tsang state, entered the Cloud state, and arrived at a vast mountain. Here, the two got off the sky-piercing shuttle. What a majestic mountain! Looking at the mountain in front of him, Lu Ming couldn't help but exclaim. The Tsang Mountains were already majestic, but there was still a big gap between them and the mountain in front of him. So this is the Cloud Emperor Mountain? Looking at the mountain from afar, Lu Ming could feel an imperious aura being emitted from the Cloud Emperor Mountain. It was as if the aura was standing at the peak of the world, causing everyone to bow down and worship it. This was the imperiousness of a martial monarch. There was a martial monarch hibernating in the mountain. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master took out a sound-conducting jade talisman and transmitted a message. Not long after, an old man in a white robe arrived from the Cloud Emperor Mountain. Brother Yun, why are you so free today to visit my Cloud Emperor Mountain? The old man in the white robe said with a smile. It's nothing much, I'm just here to send my disciple to the 100-tribe battlefield and visit your old friend. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. You're not here to visit me, you're here to send your disciple to the 100-tribe battlefield. The old man in the white robe burst out laughing as he glanced at Lu Ming and said, Brother Yun, your disciple's cultivation is only at the peak 6th layer martial dominator realm. Isn't it a bit too low for him to enter the 100-tribe battlefield? The 100-tribe battlefield is filled with danger. It's fine, the danger is the best way to train him. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. Alright, come with me. The Cloud Emperor Mountain is going to arrange for a group of young geniuses to enter the 100-tribe battlefield to train themselves. You can go together and take care of each other. The old man in the white robe said. He then led Lu Ming and the Cloud Dragon Valley Master into the Cloud Emperor Mountain and arranged a residence for them to stay in. Brother Yun, stay here for 2 days. I'll bring this young man to the 100-tribe battlefield in 2 days' time. After saying this, the old man in the white robe left. Ming, you must be curious about what kind of place the 100-tribe battlefield is, right? At that instant, the Cloud Space Valley Master glanced at Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded his head. He was indeed curious about it. Legend has it that in ancient times, the 100-tribe war took place in that area. That war caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack. It was incomparably tragic. Legend has it that many Emperor-level experts died. That was the 100-tribe battlefield. Because too many experts died in the 100-tribe battlefield, especially Emperor-level experts, the laws of heaven and earth in that area were messed up. Since the Saint Realm experts had comprehended the laws of heaven and earth, they could not enter at all. Once they entered, they would be affected by the chaotic laws of heaven and earth, causing their own laws to be disrupted. Once a Saint Realm expert entered, his laws would be disrupted and he would die of madness. In the lightest case, his cultivation would be crippled. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master explained. Is that terrifying? Lu Ming was shocked. That's right. Therefore, experts above the Saint Realm do not dare to enter the 100-tribe battlefield. Only those below the Saint Realm can enter. As for the half-sages, some have comprehended the laws of heaven and earth, but they are not strong enough, so they can also enter. Moreover, there are too many experts who participated in the 100-tribe battlefield, and too many experts have died. That territory is filled with countless treasures, and it is simply a huge treasure trove. Many Emperor-level forces will send experts in, and over time, it has evolved into a training ground for prodigies. Today, it has become the top choice for the various Emperor-level forces prodigies to train. Many exceptional prodigies from Emperor-level forces enter to train themselves in life and death situations, seeking breakthroughs. Therefore, it is a place where opportunities and dangers coexist. Because many prodigies enter to train themselves, there is no need for a reason to make a move there. As long as someone feels that you are worthy of training, they will make a move on you. Chapter 1591. Why wouldn't I dare? That's exactly what I want. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation and a strong desire to battle. The 100-race battlefield was actually a training ground for the various Emperor-level factions. How many geniuses would gather there? Lu Ming felt the blood in his body start to boil. Only then would it be interesting to clash with other geniuses and force Lu Ming to advance quickly. Ming, I was right about you. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master smiled, but in the next moment, his smile disappeared and his face turned serious. Cultivators, especially geniuses, are often able to unlock their potential and break through their shackles in the face of death. Therefore, anyone who dares to enter the 100-race battlefield is a genius among geniuses. Furthermore, they are mentally tough and have terrifying battle abilities. Because ordinary people don't dare to enter the 100-race battlefield, life and death battles are too common. Therefore, Ming, you must be careful and not let your guard down. I understand. Lu Ming nodded. I have an introduction to the 100-race battlefield here. Take a look, it will be of some help to you. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master took out a jade talisman and handed it to Lu Ming. Then, the two returned to their rooms. Lu Ming took out the jade talisman and read it. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. 2 days later, the white-robed elder came to the courtyard. Little guy, come with me. The white-robed elder smiled. Master, I'll take my leave. Lu Ming cupped his fists at the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. Go, I believe in you. You will definitely be able to defeat a strong opponent in the next treasure sorting meeting. At that time, you will be able to look down on the younger generation of the Tsang state. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. You brother Yun, you have a lot of confidence in your disciple. The white-robed elder smiled and waved his hand. A gush of energy shrouded Lu Ming and he soared into the sky with Lu Ming. After a while, the white-robed elder brought Lu Ming to a canyon. In the canyon, there was a huge altar with inscriptions carved all around. Teleportation altar. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that this was a teleportation altar. This was his first time seeing a teleportation altar in the Yuan continent. The Yuanlu space was too stable. If one wanted to set up a teleportation altar to teleport across regions, the price would be very high. The amount of resources required would also be shocking. In the Divine Dragon Valley, there were only teleportation altars that led to the sea. There weren't any teleportation altars that led to the other regions of the Yuan continent. Perhaps only imperial forces had them. Beside the altar, there were 4 young men. 1 woman and 3 men. The woman was tall and slender. She wore silver armor, but it still couldn't hide her fiery figure. She looked valiant and cool. The other 3 young men were wearing white robes with clouds embroidered on them. When the white-robed old man arrived with Lu Ming, the 4 young men looked at Lu Ming curiously. Let me introduce him to you. His name is Lu Ming. He will be going to the 100-tribe battlefield with you. The white-robed old man gave a simple introduction. Lu Ming? That's an unfamiliar name. Why haven't I heard of it before? One of the young men was puzzled. He had dark green hair and looked very conspicuous. He's not from Cloud Emperor Mountain. He's from Tsangzhou. The white-robed old man introduced. Tsangzhou? When the green-haired young man heard that Lu Ming was from Tsangzhou, his eyes were filled with disdain. He looked at Lu Ming and said, You're only a rank 6 martial royal. How dare you enter the 100-tribe battlefield? You're courting death. Lu Ming frowned and said, I'll be careful in the 100-tribe battlefield. Careful? Are you trying to rely on us? Let me tell you, if you encounter danger in the 100-tribe battlefield, we won't save you. The green-haired young man sneered and his eyes were filled with disdain. I'll be responsible for my own life. If I encounter danger and get killed, it's because I'm not skilled enough. Lu Ming's voice turned cold. The tone of the green-haired young man had displeased him. Seeing that Lu Ming dared to speak to him with a cold expression, the green-haired young man harumphed as his eyes flickered and said, "Trash from Cangzhou, let's see how you'll die." "Yun Kai, that's enough, that's enough." At this moment, the lady in silver armor scolded. The green-haired young man seemed to be afraid of the lady in silver armor. He chuckled coldly and did not say anything else. "Lu Ming, I'm Yunxi." The lady in silver armor introduced herself. "Nice to meet you." Lu Ming nodded. "Lu Ming, don't mind Yun Kai's words. Since you're going to the 100-tribe battlefield with us, we'll take care of each other when the time comes," Yunxi said. In other words, if they were to encounter danger, they would take care of Lu Ming as long as it was within their capabilities. These geniuses from monarch factions had a sense of superiority when facing those who were not from monarch factions. Although Yunxi was amiable, she still had a faint sense of superiority. Lu Ming smiled slightly and did not comment, nor did he explain. "Lu Ming, these two are called Yunfeng and Yunk." Then, Yunxi introduced the other two young men to Lu Ming. The other two young men nodded slightly at Lu Ming. "All right, now that you all know each other, let's go," the white-robed old man said. Everyone nodded and stepped onto the teleportation altar one after another. The white-robed old man waved his hand, and the altar began to glow. A spatial door was formed, and Lu Ming and the other four stepped in one after another. Heaven and earth spun, and Lu Ming felt his vision darken. What a strong spatial rotational force. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. The more stable the space was, the stronger the rotational force during spatial teleportation. The next moment, the rotational force disappeared, and Lu Ming found himself on a huge platform. The platform should be on a mountain peak. Looking into the distance, what came into view was a boundless hilly area. The 100-tribe battlefield is up ahead. "We are now outside the 100-tribe battlefield," Yunxi said. Lu Ming nodded. He had read the introduction of the 100-tribe battlefield that the Cloud Dragon Valley Master had given him. Any monarch faction that wanted to enter the 100-tribe battlefield could only teleport outside the 100-tribe battlefield. Teleportation arrays could not be built inside the 100-tribe battlefield, as the laws were too chaotic. "Let's go," Yunxi said and led the way. This team was led by Yunxi. Her cultivation was the highest at 9th-level Martial Emperor, while the other three were 8th-level Martial Emperors. Moreover, those who dared to enter the 100-tribe battlefield to train were all very strong. Lu Ming estimated that Yunxi and the other three were all superior earthly spiritual bodies. The five of them flew forward, and soon, a deep ditch appeared in front of them. This ditch was created by later generations. "It's a sign that we have officially entered the 100-tribe battlefield," Yunxi said. The five of them flew over the ditch. Chapter 1592. This chaos could not be seen with the naked eye. Even those with low cultivation could not feel it. Only those who had reached a certain level could feel it. However, they were not Saint Realm cultivators, so the chaotic laws did not affect them much. The 100-clan battlefield had taken place in ancient times. It was extremely far away from the present. The earth had regained its vitality and was the same as the outside world, except for the chaotic laws. Here, the five of them retracted their auras and became careful. The closer we are to the center of the 100-clan battlefield, the more powerful cultivators there are. We should be fine if we are careful in the periphery. Yunxi whispered. They nodded. The 100-clan battlefield. The closer to the center of the 100-clan battlefield, the stronger the cultivators who had participated in the war. Naturally, there were many treasures left behind. Therefore, the more powerful the prodigies, the more they would gather in the center to find opportunities and opponents to train themselves. Some of the weaker prodigies were active in the periphery. The five of them ran forward and did not encounter any danger. They occasionally encountered some demonic beasts, but most of them were not very powerful. The 100-clan battlefield was extremely huge. Soon they had traveled tens of thousands of miles. At this moment, a soft sound rang out. Yun Feng screamed as one of his arms flew out and blood splattered everywhere. "Oh no, someone is attacking us!" Yun-Shi and the others were shocked. The soft sound of something breaking through the air rang out again. Retreat! Yun-Shi yelled and retreated quickly. The others also retreated quickly. They retreated quickly enough, but Yun-Kai was still hit. A deep sword wound appeared on his chest and blood flowed out. His spiritual body wriggled crazily, trying to recover, but it seemed to be blocked by a terrifying killing intent that constantly destroyed his spiritual body, making it difficult for him to recover in a short period of time. Yun Feng was the same. One of his arms had been cut off and wanted to regrow, but there was a terrifying murderous intent that prevented his spiritual body from regrowing. The 1,000-kill sword technique. It's someone from the 1,000-kill house. Yun-Kai roared, his face full of fear. At this moment, another soft sound rang out. There seemed to be a sword light stabbing toward Yun-Kai. They could only feel a faint fluctuation, but they could not see the figure of the attacker. Even the sword light could not be seen. It was extremely terrifying. A silver spear appeared in Yun-Shi's hand, and she swept it out. Clang! Yun-Shi's spear seemed to have collided with a battle sword. With a loud boom, she blocked the sword. Yun-Kai was so scared that he felt a chill run down his spine. A battle sword appeared in his hand, and it emitted a terrifying aura. Clearly, it was a saint weapon. At the same time, Yun-Kai and Yun Feng both took out their saint weapons. The prodigies of Emperor-level forces naturally did not lack sacred weapons. It's the 1,000-Slayer Manor's concealment technique and shadowless sword. Let's surround him and prevent him from launching a sneak attack. Yun-Shi shouted. The 5 of them immediately formed a circle and looked around nervously. Damn it! How unlucky! The moment he entered the 100-clan battlefield, he encountered the assassins of the 1,000-Slayer Manor. Yun-Kai shouted angrily. At this moment, he had finally erased the terrifying murderous aura. The wound on his chest had begun to heal. As for Yun Feng, his arm began to grow. Lu Ming, guard your side well. If you can't, then get out of here quickly so that you don't implicate us. Yun-Kai said coldly. At this moment, a soft sound rang out again. This time, it was aimed at Yun-Shi. Yun-Shi's pupils contracted rapidly. She swept out her spear, but when she swept it out, she realized that she had missed. Then, with a whoosh, the sword light pierced toward Yun-Kai. Get out of here! Yun-Kai roared and slashed out with his battle sword. Its power was extremely terrifying. Yun-Kai's cultivation was at the peak of the 8th layer martial emperor realm. It was obvious that he had a superior earth spiritual body. With a saint weapon, he could easily kill someone at the peak of the 9th layer martial emperor realm. However, this sword strike still missed. The sword chi landed on the ground and left a long sword mark that was dozens of meters deep. It directly split a hill in half. Bush, bush, bush. The sound of the air being torn apart kept ringing out. The terrifying sword light kept stabbing, but it was not aimed at Yun-Shi. Sometimes it was aimed at Yun-Kai, sometimes it was aimed at Lu Ming. Only the sound of the sword could be heard, but the attacker and the sword were nowhere to be seen. Moreover, the sword light was extremely fast and powerful. It was ruthless and accurate. They were completely at a disadvantage. A while later, another sword wound was added to Yun Feng's body. Such a terrifying assassination technique. Lu Ming frowned slightly too. Their opponent's concealment technique was too powerful. He was able to completely conceal his figure. They could not even sense his aura. They were completely at a disadvantage. They could only endure the attacks without being able to counterattack. His cultivation is most likely at the 8th layer martial emperor realm. Yun-Shi said. What should we do? We can't let this go on. We're being too passive. Yun-Kai said. Let's go over there. There's a canyon there. Once we enter the canyon, it'll be advantageous for us. Yun-Shi yelled. Their opponent's movement was too fast. The place was spacious, allowing him to move freely. Their counterattack could not hit him. If they entered the canyon, their opponent's movements would be greatly restricted. Bang! The spear in Yun-Shi's hand expanded rapidly, turning into a 1,000-meter-long spear glow that swept across the place. Unfortunately, it still failed to hit her opponent. Let's go! At that instant, Yunxi let out a roar and dashed toward the canyon. Lu Ming and the others followed Yunxi and dashed in that direction. But before she could even get halfway, a terrifying sword light pierced toward Yunxi's head. Yunxi's pupils shrank and she abruptly stopped. Her spear swept up, and with a clang, she blocked her opponent's sword. At the same time, another sword light pierced toward Yun Feng from behind. Yun Feng roared angrily and slashed his sword backward. With a clang, he blocked the sword light as well. However, their expressions became even more unsightly. There are 2 assassins from the Thousand Killers Manor. Yun Kai yelled with a pale face. One assassin was already very troublesome to deal with. Now, 2 had appeared at the same time. At that moment, the black wings on Lu Ming's back spread open. With a flap, Lu Ming soared into the sky and left Yunxi's group, flying into the distance. Damn it! That bastard is so afraid of death that he wants to escape by himself. Yun Kai roared angrily. Lu Ming's expression was cold and he did not say a word. His black wings flapped rapidly as he flew forward. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from Yunxi's and Yun Kai's line of sight. What a coward! If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have brought him along. Yun Kai said. Yun Feng and Yun Kai's expressions were somewhat ugly. There's one less assassin. One of them was lured away by Lu Ming. At this moment, Yunxi spoke. Chapter 1593. Ha, that guy is too smart for his own good. He's really digging his own grave. Yun Kai burst out laughing in a mocking tone. Meanwhile, Lu Ming suddenly came to a stop after flying for a while. He then turned around and glanced behind him coldly. Buzz. Behind him, a gentle ripple could be felt, as a figure wrapped in a black robe appeared, holding a sword in his hand. The sword was transparent and as thin as a cicada's wing. As an assassin, you dare to show yourself? Lu Ming spoke in a calm tone. Why would I need to conceal myself when dealing with a mere 6th-layer martial dominator like you? The black-robed assassin said in a cold voice. Oh, is that so? Don't regret it. There was a faint smile at the corners of Lu Ming's lips. I'll kill you with a single slash. A cold voice could be heard. Following this, the assassin made his move. With a flicker, his figure traveled a few hundred meters and appeared before Lu Ming in the blink of an eye. The sword as thin as a cicada's wing was thrust in Lu Ming's direction. A sacred weapon. The sword as thin as a cicada's wing was a sacred weapon. A terrifying sword glow pierced toward Lu Ming's throat at an unbelievable speed. Bang! The cry of a dragon could be heard coming from Lu Ming's body. Without realizing it, he had already put on the flowing force gloves. His true force was rapidly inserted into the flowing force gloves, causing them to become as heavy as a mountain. Lu Ming threw out a punch, which caused the air to be compressed together. A terrifying force was hurled toward the assassin. Buzz! The assassin's sword vibrated vigorously as it broke through the force of Lu Ming's fist and stabbed into Lu Ming's fist. Following a clank, a terrifying force was emitted from Lu Ming's fist, which surged toward the assassin like a landslide. The assassin's expression changed tremendously. The sword as thin as a cicada's wing continued to vibrate, while his figure was sent flying by the terrifying force of the punch. The assassin spat out a mouthful of blood, which wet the black cloth covering his mouth. His eyes, which were the only part exposed, were filled with astonishment. How could you possess such a powerful force? The other party spoke in disbelief. His cultivation was at the mid-8th layer martial dominator realm, which was almost 2 layers higher than Lu Ming's. He also possessed a superior earthly spirit body, but he was injured by Lu Ming with a single punch. You want to kill me with this little bit of power? Lu Ming said indifferently. So what if you are strong? What I specialize in is not strength, but assassination. Today you will still die. The black-robed assassin said coldly. Then, his body moved and disappeared. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, a streak of sword light came from behind Lu Ming, stabbing towards Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming twisted his body and threw a punch behind him. However, this punch struck nothing but air. A burst of fist energy flew out and created a large crater in a distant mountain peak. Immediately, a streak of sword light appeared on Lu Ming's left side and attacked Lu Ming at an incredible speed. Lu Ming threw another punch. Unfortunately, when he threw the punch, the streak of sword light disappeared again and Lu Ming's punch landed in the air again. Following this, terrifying streaks of sword light appeared continuously. At the same time, 7 or 8 streaks of sword light came from different directions and stabbed towards Lu Ming. Piss off! The black dragon spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand and he swung it horizontally. The long spear swept in all directions and all the sword cries disappeared. However, it still did not hit the opponent. At the crucial moment, the opponent dodged Lu Ming's attack with a terrifying movement technique. Let's see how many of my attacks you can dodge. When you lose your mind, it will be the time of your death. An ice-cold voice echoed in the air. However, it didn't come from a single direction. Instead, it was constantly changing. It seemed that with every word, the direction would change. This made Lu Ming unable to pinpoint the opponent's location. The opponent's assassination technique was indeed very terrifying. Those who were targeted by him had to maintain a high level of concentration at all times because the slightest carelessness would allow the opponent to seize the opportunity and kill them in one strike. If one had to maintain such a high level of concentration for a long time, one's mind would be exhausted. If that happened, only death would await them. Therefore, when Yun Shi, Yun Kai, and the others knew that it was an assassin from the Thousand Slayer Manor, their expressions became unsightly. The assassins from the Thousand Slayer Manor were synonymous with nightmares. Once targeted, there was only a slim chance of survival. Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand and stood still in the air. He spread out his spiritual sense. Soon after, the corner of Lu Ming's mouth curled into an indescribable smile. Suddenly, Lu Ming moved. The black dragon spear suddenly pierced towards the back. Man and spear became one, like a streak of black lightning. This spear seemed to be piercing towards the air. But in the next instant, a miserable scream rang out. The black-robed assassin revealed himself and Lu Ming's spear pierced through his dantian. The black-robed assassin's eyes widened in disbelief. He roared, "How is this possible? How did you discover me?" "Sorry, my spiritual strength is many times stronger than cultivators of the same level. You can hide your body and you can restrain your aura, but it's difficult to hide your spiritual strength." Lu Ming smiled faintly. "So that's how it is. Haha, but if you kill me, you'll also die." The black-robed assassin suddenly laughed crazily. As he laughed, he stopped breathing. The spear just now had already shattered the assassin's spiritual divinity. Lu Ming pulled out his spear and reached out with his hand, grabbing the assassin's spatial ring. The black-robed assassin was too confident in his concealment skills. So when Lu Ming attacked, the assassin was completely unprepared and was easily killed by Lu Ming. If the assassin had been prepared, it wouldn't have been so easy for Lu Ming to kill him. The assassin was also a top genius with an extremely strange movement technique. With a flap of his black wings, Lu Ming flew towards Yun Shi and the others. At this moment, Yun Shi, Yun Kai, and the others were hiding in a canyon, carefully defending. We must find an opportunity to heavily injure this assassin. Otherwise, when the other assassin kills Lu Ming and returns, we'll be in danger even if we're in this canyon. Yun Kai said. He believed that Lu Ming was dead for sure. At this moment, the sound of rushing wind came from the distance. Lu Ming was flying over. Yun Kai's eyes suddenly widened, revealing a trace of disbelief. He shouted, "It's Lu Ming. He's actually not dead? He's actually still alive after being chased by an assassin from the Thousand Killers Manor?" With Lu Ming's cultivation, facing a terrifying assassin from the Thousand Killers Manor, he should be dead for sure. "I'm sorry to disappoint you." Lu Ming stood high in the sky, looking down at Yun Kai. "If it's just luck." Yun Kai snorted coldly. Whoosh! At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly dove down, rushing towards the canyon. But when he was about to reach the canyon, Lu Ming suddenly turned around and stabbed his spear into the void. Chapter 1594. The black-clothed man's eyes were filled with disbelief. He didn't expect that Lu Ming would be able to discover him. At the critical moment, he used the long sword in his hand to block in front of him. Clang! The long spear collided with the black-clothed man's long sword. The long sword bent in an arc and collided with the black-clothed man's body. The black-clothed man's body shook violently and was sent flying. He slid on the ground, creating a several hundred-meter-long ditch. Swoosh! Lu Ming's figure didn't stop as he charged towards the black-clothed man. Lu Ming, wait a moment. Yun, she cried out in alarm. Lu Ming's heart shook. He landed beside the black-clothed man and pointed his long spear, sealing the black-clothed man's origin energy. Why did you stop me? Lu Ming looked at Yun Shi. At this moment, Yun Shi, Yun Kai, and the others were dumbfounded. The Thousand Slayer Manor's assassin that was extremely troublesome to them was easily dealt with by Lu Ming. Lu Ming, once an assassin from the Thousand Slayer Manor is killed, they will leave behind a trace of killing mark on the body of the person who killed them. It's almost impossible to erase. Other assassins from the Thousand Slayer Manor will use this trace to find the killer. They won't rest until the killer is dead. Therefore, you can't kill this Thousand Slayer Manor's assassin. Yun Shi took a deep breath to calm herself down and explained. So that's how it is. Lu Ming's gaze flickered and he said helplessly, unfortunately, it's too late. Too late? Yun Shi was stunned. Her beautiful eyes widened as she said, could it be that you've already killed someone? That's right. I've already killed the Thousand Slayer Manor's assassin who was chasing me earlier. Therefore, I don't mind killing one more person. After saying this, Lu Ming stabbed out with his long spear, killing the black-clothed assassin on the spot. A suction force came from his palm, and the assassin's storage ring and long sword were collected. Yun Shi, Yun Kai, and the others' faces were pale as they walked out of the valley. Lu Ming, how did you discover the assassin's hiding place? Yun Shi asked. My soul force is stronger, that's why I can sense the assassin's soul fluctuation. Lu Ming explained. There was nothing to hide. It was normal for some people to be gifted with powerful innate soul force. Lu Ming, you actually killed 2 assassins from Thousand Slayer Manor. Now, please leave. Yun Kai said coldly from the side. Lu Ming looked at Yun Kai. You don't have to be unwilling. You already have the slaughter mark of the Thousand Slayer Manor on you. The assassins from the Thousand Slayer Manor in the 100 Clan battlefield will keep looking for you. I don't want to be implicated by you. Yun Kai said coldly. Lu Ming chuckled contemptuously. Previously, if it wasn't for Lu Ming, Yun Kai and the others wouldn't have stood a chance against the 2,000 Killers Manor's assassins. Now that the 1,000 Killers Manor's assassins were killed by Lu Ming, Yun Kai wanted to tell Lu Ming to leave so that he wouldn't be implicated by Lu Ming. How laughable! What are you laughing at? Today you must leave. Yun Kai said coldly. There's no need for you to tell me to leave. It's not safe for me to stay with a piece of trash like you. Lu Ming said calmly. What did you say? How dare you say I'm a piece of trash, a mere 6th-layer martial dominator? Yun Kai was enraged as he snapped while pointing at Lu Ming. A mere 6th-layer martial dominator killed 2 assassins of the Thousand Killers Manor. What were you doing just then? Lu Ming said disdainfully, causing Yun Kai's face to redden. It's just that my soul force is slightly stronger. Yun Kai retorted. Lu Ming ignored Yun Kai's words. He glanced at Yun Feng, Yun Kai, and Yun Shi and said, is this your opinion too? Yun Feng and Yun Kai wore awkward looks on their faces. They did not dare to look at Lu Ming and shifted their gazes away. Their opinion was the same as Yun Kai's. If Lu Ming continued to stay with them, they would all die when the experts of the Thousand Killers Manor arrived. Lu Ming, Yun Shi opened her mouth, but she stopped halfway with a guilty look on her face. It was reasonable for her to keep Lu Ming here, but her rationality told her that they would all die if she kept Lu Ming here. The assassins of the Thousand Killers Manor were too terrifying. Besides, the 100-tribe battlefield was the sacred ground of the Thousand Killers Manor, where countless geniuses gathered. The Thousand Killers Manor would send a large number of geniuses to the 100-tribe battlefield every year to practice their assassination skills. Therefore, many geniuses were intimidated by the Thousand Killers Manor at the 100-tribe battlefield. Those who were targeted by the Thousand Killers manner were rarely able to survive. That's enough, I understand. Lu Ming will take his leave now. Lu Ming said coldly as he turned around to leave. However, at that instant, Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he glanced in a certain direction. Bush. 3 figures could be seen flying toward them from that direction. The one in the middle was wearing a purple golden robe. He had a slender and handsome figure, and there was a purple-colored sword-shaped mark on his forehead. His entire being was filled with a noble aura. Beside him were 2 other young men wearing purple-colored robes, who appeared to be extraordinary too. The 3 of them stopped above Lu Ming and his crew, staring down at Lu Ming and his crew. One of the young men glanced at Xianxia with a hint of battle intent in his eyes. 9th layer martial dominator realm, the same as me. Young master, how about I go and test my strength? Sure, go ahead. The noble young man in the middle nodded his head. The young man stepped forward and emitted a 9th layer martial dominator realm aura, suppressing Xianxia as he said, "Fight me." This was the 100-tribe battlefield. There was no need for a reason to fight, as there were no rules here. There were only 2 reasons for the young geniuses to come here. Firstly, to train themselves. Secondly, to search for fortunate encounters. Only through great battles, only through killing, could one temper oneself. Once they stumbled into someone with a similar cultivation, it was normal for them to attack without a reason. On the other hand, those with a higher cultivation would not attack those with a lower cultivation, as there was no point in training themselves, unless they had some kind of treasure on them. They would either challenge those with a higher cultivation or those with the same cultivation level to improve themselves in the face of death. Let's fight then. Xianxia held the spear in her hand and stepped into the air, facing the purple-robed young man. Without wasting any time, the purple-robed young man made his move. A light that appeared on his forehead, and a battle sword flew out from it. He grabbed the sword in his hand and slashed at Xianxia. Xianxia lashed out with her spear like a silver lightning bolt. Clang! The spear and the battle sword collided, causing the sword intent and the spear glow to scatter in all directions. The 2 figures shuddered and were knocked a few steps backward. Without a doubt, the opponent was also a genius with a superior earthly spiritual body, possessing a shocking strength. Not bad, but it's far from enough, shouted the purple-clothed young man. A dot of light appeared on his arm. From that dot of light, a battle axe flew out and floated above his head. The battle axe seemed to have a connection with the battle sword in his hand, causing the power of the battle sword in his hand to become even stronger. Art of 10,000 Weapons, you're from the Wang clan. Chapter 1595. Not bad. Let's see how many of my weapons you can take. The purple-clad young man stepped forward and slashed out with his sword. The sword light tore through the void, and its power was even stronger than before. Flying Cloud Spear Art. Xianxia shouted. Her long spear was like a dragon, thrusting out streaks of dazzling spear light toward the purple-clad young man. Clang, clang, clang. The 2 of them clashed continuously, but they were still evenly matched. However, what was surprising was that the purple-clad young man's body shone with bright spots. A weapon flew out from each bright spot. These weapons floated around the purple-clad young man's body. These weapons seemed to be connected with each other. All the battle weapon chi gathered in the purple-clad young man's battle sword, making the battle sword in his hand more and more terrifying. The purple-clad young man's weapon was only an emperor-level spiritual weapon, but it could borrow the chi of other spiritual weapons and merge them into one. Its power was even stronger than Xianxia's sacred weapon. Kill! The purple-clad young man became braver as he fought. He held a sword in his right hand and a battle axe in his left hand. He attacked from both sides and charged toward Xianxia. Slowly, Xianxia was being suppressed. What a strange domain. What a strange battle skill. There was a look of surprise in Lu Ming's eyes. His opponent's domain could actually use different weapons at the same time. When he used a sword, he could turn it into a sword domain. When he used an axe, he could turn it into an axe domain. It seemed to be similar to his chaotic domain. However, his opponent couldn't have cultivated the chaotic domain. 10,000 Weapons domain. An extremely rare domain flashed in Lu Ming's mind. It was the 10,000 weapons domain. Legend had it that those who cultivated the 10,000 weapons domain could control all the weapons in the world. No matter what weapon was used, it could turn into a corresponding weapon domain. Of course, it was only limited to weapons. It couldn't turn into a fire domain or water domain. Those were the specialties of the chaotic domain. However, it was still very amazing. Come out! Finally, the purple-clad young man shouted. Bright spots lit up on his body again, and weapons flew out one after another. There were a total of 18 different weapons floating around the purple-clad young man. All of them were Emperor-level spiritual weapons. When the battle weapon chi of the 18 Emperor-level spiritual weapons gathered, their power was shocking. Clang! Xianxia was sent flying by the sword. She spat out a mouthful of blood and her face pale. Xianxia had been defeated. He was no match for her at the same level. Look at your skills, you must be from the Yundi mountain. Hee, the Yundi mountain is just SOSO. The purple-clothed young man smiled disdainfully and did not continue to attack. He stepped into the air and returned to the noble young man's side. 18 different ruler-level spirit weapons flew into his body and disappeared. Xianxia's expression was ugly, but the 10,000 weapon chant practiced by the Wan family was really powerful. There are so many geniuses. Are they all geniuses from emperor-ranked powers? A thought flashed across Lu Ming's mind. How long had it been since he entered the 100-tribe battlefield? Previously, he had met the 1,000 Slayer Manor's geniuses. Now, he was meeting the Wan clan's geniuses. They were all geniuses with high-grade Earth astral physiques. Moreover, their cultivation techniques and battle skills were stronger than the previous. If such prodigies were to be placed in the Tsong Prefecture, every single one of them would have the chance to compete for the position of the 10 great demon geniuses in the future. This caused the blood in his body to boil a little. Only in such an environment could one improve faster. At that instant, the noble young man glanced at the corpse of the 1,000 Slayer Manor's assassin and said in astonishment, "The assassin of the 1,000 Slayer Manor was killed by you guys?" Although he used the word, you guys, his gaze was fixed on Xianxia. In his opinion, only Xianxia's strength was worth mentioning. The others were not worth mentioning. Among them, there was even a 6th-layer martial dominator realm cultivator. I didn't kill him. Xianxia shook her head. Not you. The noble young man was startled. It's him, he killed him. At that instant, Yun Kai pointed at Lu Ming and blurted out. The noble young man was startled, before he glanced at Lu Ming and said in astonishment, "It's you?" A mere 6th-layer martial dominator realm cultivator was able to kill an assassin of the 1,000 Slayer Manor? Interesting. A 6th-layer martial dominator realm cultivator was able to kill an assassin of the 1,000 Slayer Manor. Interesting indeed. Young master, let me test him and see what he's capable of. Another purple-clothed young man beside the noble young man said. The noble young man nodded his head. The purple-clothed young man stepped forward as a powerful aura burst out from his body. Peak 8th-layer martial dominator realm. This purple-clothed young man's cultivation was slightly weaker than the one that Xianxia had fought before. Kid, come and fight me. I would like to see what kind of special abilities you have. The purple-clothed young man glanced at Lu Ming. Lu Ming rose into the air as a powerful battle intent burst out from his body. He was eager to see how powerful the secret technique of the Wan clan was. Kid, you go first. Use your full strength at the end, or you won't have the chance. The purple-clothed young man calmly said with a disdainful look. A 6th-layer martial dominator realm cultivator was nothing in his eyes. He was only curious that Lu Ming was able to kill an assassin of the 1,000 Slayer Manor. Otherwise, with his cultivation, he would not challenge a 6th-layer martial dominator realm cultivator, as it would not serve as a training ground for him. Bang! Lu Ming was too lazy to waste his time. Since the young man had asked him to make the first move, he immediately made his move. He executed the heavenly art of hell and threw a punch in the direction of the purple-clothed young man. The space trembled as the terrifying force of the punch suppressed the air, forming a terrifying wave of air that surged toward the young man. The young man's expression changed tremendously. The power of Lu Ming's punch had completely exceeded his expectations. A spot of light appeared in between his eyebrows. A huge axe flew out and slashed toward Lu Ming. Clang! The fist collided with the axe, causing the young man's body to tremble violently as he was knocked a few steps back. So that's all you've got? Lu Ming calmly said. Die! The young man let out a roar as 6 light dots appeared on his body. 6 mystical weapons of different colors appeared. Together with the battle axe from before, there were a total of 7 mystical weapons, all of which were martial dominator realm. The 7 martial dominator realm weapons floated around the young man as the auras of the weapons merged with one another and gathered on the battle axe. Die! The young man let out a roar as he slashed at Lu Ming with the battle axe in his hand. The power of his attack was stronger than before. The flowing force gauntlet covered his hand as his chi surged into it, causing it to feel as heavy as a mountain. Bang! Lu Ming punched out once again. This time, the young man was knocked back again as he was suppressed by Lu Ming. Although the young man's cultivation was 2 levels higher than Lu Ming's and his battle skills were extremely powerful, his spiritual body was still a superior earth spiritual body. Lu Ming was able to defeat or even kill such a genius back at the treasure sorting convention. Now that Lu Ming had used a sacred weapon, he could easily suppress the young man. Die! The young man let out a frenzied roar. He couldn't accept that he was suppressed in 2 consecutive moves. Chapter 1596. Another light spot lit up in his body. This time, there were 10 light spots at once, and another 10 Emperor-level spirit weapons flew out. 17 Emperor-level weapons floated in the air. The aura of the weapons was extremely dense and gathered on the battle axe. It made the young man's aura extremely strong. Kill, kill, kill. The young man in purple robes shouted. His eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. He wanted to kill Lu Ming to redeem his face. He took a step forward, surrounded by his weapons. The giant axe was swung out as if it could split the sky. You want to kill me? Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a sharp light. More true yuan poured into the flowing element glove. The flowing element glove shone like a small sun. Boom! He threw out a punch that could crush everything. Don't. Lu Ming exchanged 3 moves with his opponent. After each move, his opponent had to take 3 steps back. After 3 moves, his opponent had to take 9 steps back. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. The power of the divine sword art exploded. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. 2 black swords shot out from his eyes and rushed into the young man in purple robes. The young man's body trembled and his eyes lost focus for a moment. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming threw out another punch. This punch was as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. At the critical moment, although the other party used his battle axe to block it, there was a limit to the amount of energy he could muster. The battle axe was sent flying by Lu Ming's punch. He retreated wildly and vomited blood. Lu Ming took a big step forward, wanting to defeat his opponent in 1 move. Enough! The noble young man frowned. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he took a step forward. Boom! This step seemed to shake the heavens and earth. A terrifying force rushed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's face changed. He threw out a punch, but it was useless. He could not break through the force. When the force rushed over, Lu Ming's body slid back a few thousand meters. What? Taking turns to fight? If one doesn't work, 2? Lu Ming sneered. Taking turns to fight? Ha, what a joke. The noble young man clasped his hands behind his back and stood in the air. His body exuded a terrifying pressure that bore down on Lu Ming. It was like a divine weapon that wanted to break through the heavens and slash apart the world. Lu Ming covered his entire body with his primal chaos domain, resisting the pressure with all his might. Your strength is not bad, but a mere 6th-layer martial dominator realm is not worthy enough to fight me. The noble young man said indifferently. His tone was filled with confidence and disdain for Lu Ming. Lu Ming was not worthy of fighting with him. After saying this, the noble young man looked at the young man who had been injured by Lu Ming and said, "Cultivate well in the future and strive to break through. The next time you see this person, you will kill him with your own hands. Do you understand?" "Understood, young master." The young man in purple bowed in response. His gaze towards Lu Ming was filled with icy cold killing intent. Let's go. The noble young man withdrew his aura and soared into the sky. That was right, as he had mentioned, Lu Ming's cultivation was too weak to fight him. He was not even interested in fighting him. In the blink of an eye, the noble young man and the two young men in purple disappeared from the crowd's sight. Meanwhile, Yun Kai, Yun Feng, and the others glanced at Lu Ming with great fear. Lu Ming was able to defeat a genius of the 8th-layer martial dominator realm from the Wan clan. His strength had exceeded their expectations. Although Yun Kai's cultivation was also at the peak of the 8th-layer martial dominator realm, he believed that he would not stand a chance against the geniuses of the Wan clan. However, Lu Ming was able to defeat him, implying that his strength was stronger than his. Yun Shi glanced at Lu Ming with a complicated expression. She was no match against the geniuses of the Wan clan, but Lu Ming was able to defeat the geniuses of the Wan clan with a gap of 2 layers. His strength was unbelievable. Farewell. At that instant, Lu Ming glanced at Yun Shi and brought his fists together, planning to leave on his own. It was more convenient for him to move on his own. Lu Ming, the Thousand Assassins sect, was established by the Thousand Assassins martial monarch. Its strength is incredible, with countless experts, especially at the 100-tribe battlefield. Be careful. Yun Shi could not bear it and reminded Lu Ming. Thanks, I'll be careful. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, there are cities built by locals at the 100-tribe battlefield. If you were to enter the cities, the people of the Thousand Assassins sect would be cautious and not dare to cross the line. Yun Shi reminded. Lu Ming nodded. Not everyone at the 100-tribe battlefield was an outsider like them. There were locals too. In truth, the natives were not pure natives. They were all people who had entered the 100-race battlefield in the distant past. Some of them had stayed in the 100-race battlefield forever and never left. They had taken root in the 100-race battlefield and reproduced. Over time, more and more people came to the 100-tribe battlefield. These people were called locals. Moreover, the natives had been living in the 100-race battlefield since they were young. They were already used to the chaotic laws and could adapt to them. Therefore, some natives with peerless talent were able to break through to the Saint Realm in the 100-race battlefield without dying or going crazy because of the chaotic laws. However, the restrictions on the 100-tribe battlefield were great. Therefore, the strongest of the locals could only cultivate to the Bright Saint Realm. It was almost impossible for them to break through to the Great Saint Realm. These local Saint Realm experts would build cities and establish forces on the 100-tribe battlefield. Killing was generally forbidden in these cities. Therefore, if anyone violated the rules, the local Saint Realm experts might act and kill the violator. Therefore, there were no rules on the 100-tribe battlefield, but there were still some rules in those cities. Of course, things were not absolute. If one was strong enough, one could kill others in the city and quickly escape the city. Even the saints could not do anything about it. But at least it was much safer than outside the city. Therefore, Yun Shi suggested that Lu Ming go to the city. Lu Ming did not say anything more. He turned and stepped into the air, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Humph, with the slaughter mark on him, he will definitely not be able to reach the nearest city. He will definitely be found and killed by the 1,000-killer manner. Yun Kai sneered. Yun Shi looked at Yun Kai with some disgust, then turned and left. Whoosh whoosh, Lu Ming controlled the black feather wings and moved forward at an extremely fast speed. Soon, he had flown tens of thousands of miles. The 100-tribe battlefield has gathered the geniuses of many emperor-level forces. Almost all of them are geniuses with superior earthly spiritual bodies. In the depths of the 100-tribe battlefield, there are even geniuses who have cultivated to the heavenly spiritual body. There are too many geniuses. My cultivation is too weak. I must break through as soon as possible. Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. Lu Ming's weakness had always been his cultivation. He came from a remote island, and the cultivation environment was not good. Compared to the geniuses of Yunlu, his cultivation was much weaker. He had comprehended the primal chaos domain. He did not fear anyone at the same level. It's time to find a place to break through. Lu Ming looked around. After flying for tens of thousands of miles, Lu Ming flew toward a large mountain. Then, the primal chaos domain turned into the earth domain. Lu Ming directly rushed into the mountain. Just like the earth escape technique, there was no change on the surface of the mountain. Chapter 1597. After entering the mountain and river diagram, Lu Ming sat cross-legged under the Enlightenment ancient tree. By now, Lu Ming had watered it with a large amount of spiritual liquid. The Enlightenment ancient tree was growing very well. It was now 2 meters tall and its trunk was as thick as an arm. Its branches and leaves were lush, and wisps of heavenly Tao aura lingered between the branches and leaves. When a cultivator sat cross-legged under the Enlightenment ancient tree, his heart would be calm, his mind would be clear, and his thoughts would be active. The speed of comprehension would increase by many times. Following that, Lu Ming took out a heavenly Tao stone. The heavenly Tao stone emitted heavenly Tao aura, allowing Lu Ming to comprehend the chaotic domain even faster. Lu Ming closed his eyes and quietly comprehended. Previously, Lu Ming had traveled the world for a full year and was in harmony with nature. During that year, although Lu Ming's cultivation progress was very slow, his chaotic domain had already reached the peak of level 6 and could break through at any time. Furthermore, Lu Ming was in harmony with nature, so his comprehension speed was faster. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Lu Ming's chaotic domain suddenly shook and became stronger and more condensed. The chaotic domain had broken through and reached level 7. A level 7 domain was already considered a domain controlled by a high-level martial emperor. However, Lu Ming did not stop. His previous accumulation was too strong. It was like a flood that flowed out of a dam. The chaotic domain was improving rapidly. As for the heavenly Tao stones, Lu Ming took them out one after another. After another 2 days, Lu Ming's chaotic domain reached the peak of level 7 in one go. With this breakthrough, the chaotic domain directly increased by an entire level. The speed was shocking. Of course, this was because Lu Ming had been accumulating for a year. Now that he had suddenly erupted, the speed was naturally shocking. Later on, after the eruption, his cultivation speed would return to normal. After the breakthrough in the chaotic domain, it was time to make a breakthrough in cultivation. Lu Ming took out a large number of mid-grade origin stones and erupted with devouring power, starting to devour and refine them. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. Lu Ming's cultivation skyrocketed until it reached the peak 7th layer martial dominator realm, which was on par with the chaos domain. Lu Ming had officially stepped into the ranks of high-level martial emperors. His battle prowess had greatly increased. The increase in Lu Ming's cultivation brought about an increase in his battle prowess. As his true essence increased, his spirit body would become more condensed and stronger. Moreover, his soul force would also become stronger as his cultivation increased. Furthermore, due to the difficulty of raising the primal chaos domain, the might of the primal chaos domain would soar every time it was raised. At the same time as one's cultivation rose, one would be able to better utilize the prowess of a saint artifact. Therefore, Lu Ming's cultivation increased by 1 level, and his battle prowess skyrocketed. Currently, if Lu Ming were to fight against a peak 8th layer martial dominator realm genius like Yun Kai, he was confident that he would be able to defeat him in an instant. It's time for me to go out and find experts to spar with. Only then will I be able to break through faster. Blindly going into seclusion has lost the meaning of coming to the 100-tribe battlefield. Lu Ming pondered for a moment before exiting the mountain and river diagram. He transformed the chaos domain into the earth domain and rushed out of the mountain, flying towards the depths of the 100-race battlefield. Bush. Lu Ming had not flown far when he saw a few figures cutting through the void and flying in one direction. Someone glanced at Lu Ming from afar, ignoring Lu Ming's presence. They are all experts, 9th layer martial dominator realm experts. Lu Ming murmured and continued to move forward. However, Lu Ming encountered several batches of people consecutively and they were flying in the same direction. Isn't it too much of a coincidence that so many people are flying in the same direction? Or is there something attracting them in that direction? Lu Ming pondered. Bush. At that instant, Lu Ming saw another 3 figures flying in the same direction. "Let's go and take a look." Lu Ming immediately withdrew his aura and landed on the ground. He used the trees to cover the mountain and followed the group from afar. An hour later, they arrived at a vast mountain range. The 3 figures suddenly came to a stop and nodded at one another before descending and disappearing. Lu Ming soared into the sky and appeared in the sky above where the few of them had been standing earlier. He looked down. Below him was a huge boulder, but he could see a well-hidden crack among the boulders. It was difficult to see it without taking a closer look. At that moment, those silhouettes had already disappeared. Could it be that those people had entered the crack? Lu Ming summoned the black feathered wings with a thought. Following this, his figure was encapsulated by the chaotic domain as he descended toward the crack. The crack continued to extend downward. It was pitch black, but as Lu Ming continued to descend, the crack became bigger and wider. "There's another world inside the crack?" Lu Ming stood in the air and glanced downward. Below him was a boundless land. With the dim light, he could barely see the mountains and rivers. Lu Ming landed on a mountain and scanned his surroundings. What came into view were huge mountains, but there was no vegetation. There were only black rocks and mud everywhere. Could it be that the people he saw before are all here? Lu Ming pondered. The 100 Tribes battlefield took place in the ancient times. Countless experts participated in the battle, and countless experts died in the battle, forming a strange place. Those strange places usually had great opportunities, but they were also accompanied by risks. Kill! Suddenly, a strong wind blew behind Lu Ming, attacking Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not hesitate. He dodged the attack with a flicker and turned around. What is this? Such a strong demonic aura. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The one attacking him was a tall and muscular monster covered in black bone spikes. It had a humanoid figure and was holding a battle axe in its hand. Its body was emitting a strong demonic aura. Kill! The monster uttered human words and roared, pouncing toward Lu Ming. 6th layer martial dominator realm, die. Lu Ming lashed out a punch with the force of the hell-suppressing heaven art. Bang! The monster's strength was equivalent to the 6th layer martial dominator realm. Its body exploded as soon as it was struck by Lu Ming's punch. However, this monster did not have a body of flesh and blood. After its body exploded, it turned into a cloud of demonic aura and kept tumbling in the air. It then condensed into the appearance of the monster and charged toward Lu Ming with a roar. Since it's made of demonic aura, I shall erase your demonic aura. Lu Ming immediately unleashed his chaotic domain. The monster's body was shattered once again, turning into a demonic aura. However, the demonic aura reappeared and transformed into the appearance of the monster, although its aura was slightly weakened. What kind of monster is this? Even the chaotic domain can only erase its aura slightly. It's impossible to kill it. Lu Ming was astounded. Chapter 1598. This monster was even more difficult to deal with than those martial artists who cultivated natural spiritual bodies. When those martial artists who cultivated natural spiritual bodies were attacked, their bodies would turn into natural elements to reduce the damage. However, as long as they were strong enough, they could still continuously destroy the opponent's spiritual body. However, this monster seemed to be unable to be destroyed by pure strength. Even the chaotic domain had little effect on it. No, this monster has a core. It's right between its eyebrows. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. When he scattered the monster again, he discovered that there was a black crystal between the monster's eyebrows. It was surrounded by demonic qi. He had not discovered it before. Moreover, the scattered demonic qi had gathered there to reform the monster's body. Lu Ming stepped forward and clawed out. Like a dragon's claw, his claw pierced through the monster's eyebrows and grabbed the crystal. Then, Lu Ming retreated and took out the crystal. Lu Ming looked and saw that there was a black crystal in his hand. There was a layer of black demonic fire on the crystal. There's a trace of spirituality on the crystal. Interesting. Extinguish. Lu Ming muttered and poured his true essence into the crystal. The demonic fire on the crystal was extinguished. Bang. When the demonic fire on the crystal was extinguished, the monster's body exploded and turned into demonic chi. It dissipated between heaven and earth and could no longer reform. This crystal was the core. Could this be the legendary demonic fiend crystal? Looking at the crystal in his hand, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Demonic fiend crystal was a very precious treasure. It could only be born in places with extremely dense demonic chi. The greatest function of the demonic fiend crystal was to temper the soul. Through the tempering of the demonic fiend crystal, a martial artist's soul power would constantly improve. There's actually a demonic fiend crystal in this place. Lu Ming's eyes became brighter and brighter. Lu Ming cultivated the divine sword art. The demonic fiend crystal was of great use to him. Because of the world-refining calamity bell, Lu Ming's soul power was dozens of times stronger than other martial practitioners at the same level. Lu Ming's current soul power was even stronger than a warrior at the peak of the 9th level of the martial royal realm. His soul power was even close to that of a half-saint. With such a strong soul power, the divine sword art could directly tear apart the soul of a martial artist of the same level, causing the opponent's soul to scatter. Even a martial artist at the peak of the 9th level of the martial royal realm would be greatly affected, and their combat strength would be greatly reduced. Even half-saints could be affected by Lu Ming's soul attack and their fighting strength would be weakened. If Lu Ming's soul power continued to improve and reach the level of a half-saint, or even stronger, he could directly tear apart a half-saint's soul when using the Holy Sword technique. This would greatly enhance Lu Ming's battle strength. Moreover, it was said that the more powerful a martial artist was, the more they focused on their soul. It was said that after one's cultivation reached a certain level, the soul was extremely important to a martial artist. Therefore, the value of demon fiend crystals in the market was shockingly high. Are there any more demon fiend crystals in this place? After Lu Ming put away the demon fiend crystals, his figure flashed and he directly rushed down the mountain and landed on a rugged place with strange rocks. As soon as Lu Ming landed, a loud roar resounded and a giant tiger pounced on Lu Ming. This giant tiger was pitch black and had a surging demon chi. It was also at the 6th level of the martial royal realm. Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch and the gigantic tiger exploded. Just like the humanoid demonic creature previously, the demonic aura surged and the gigantic tiger's body condensed again. Sure enough. Just now, Lu Ming had indeed seen a crystal between the giant tiger's eyebrows. Kill! Lu Ming stepped forward and his claw pierced through the giant tiger's eyebrows and grabbed the crystal. Demon Fiend Crystal. It was really a Demon Fiend Crystal. There was also a layer of demon fire on it, which was extinguished by Lu Ming. As for the giant tiger, it turned into demon chi and dissipated. This is really a land of treasures. Lu Ming was overjoyed. His figure flickered as he began to search for demonic creatures. After a few miles, another demonic creature appeared. It was a giant wolf, also at the 6th level of the martial royal realm. Lu Ming grabbed the demon fiend crystal between its eyebrows and continued to move forward. For more than 10 miles, Lu Ming did not see any demonic creatures. However, after 10 miles, continuous roars could be heard as 6 demonic creatures pounced on him. One of them was at the 8th level of the martial royal realm. 2 of them were at the 7th level of the martial royal realm, and the other 3 were at the 6th level of the martial royal realm. The 6 demonic creatures attacked at the same time, which was extremely powerful. Lu Ming cast the wind element skill and his figure flashed. He killed a 6th level martial emperor demonic creature with one move and grabbed the demon crystal. At the same time, he flapped his black wings and scattered the other demonic creatures, turning them into demonic aura. However, they condensed again the next moment. Lu Ming continued to attack. The demon fiend crystals of the other 2 6th level martial royal realm demonic creatures were grabbed by Lu Ming and stored in the mountain and river diagram. Then he pounced on a 7th level martial royal realm demonic creature and clawed at it. The demonic creature let out a roar and twisted its head to dodge Lu Ming's attack. However, Lu Ming's claw landed on its body, which exploded into pieces, but quickly recondensed. Pretty smart. Lu Ming murmured as he continued to grab the other two demonic creatures. The two demonic creatures were also very smart. They protected their heads very well and did not let Lu Ming grab them. As for their bodies, they allowed Lu Ming to bombard them. These demonic creatures were even more difficult to deal with than cultivators of the same level. As long as they protected their heads, they would attack the other parts of their bodies. If it weren't for Lu Ming's outstanding strength, he would have been in trouble. 9 seals of the God Gate, let's see how you're going to escape. Lu Ming performed a hand seal, causing 7 doors of the seal to appear in the sky. Lu Ming was now able to summon 7 doors of the seal. The 7 doors of the seal emitted a blinding glow, which instantly froze the 3 demonic creatures in place. Lu Ming's figure flickered as he grabbed the demon fiend crystals of the 3 demonic creatures. He then used his true force to erase the presence of the crystals. The 6 demonic creatures turned into demonic chi and dissipated into the air. The higher the cultivation of the demonic creature, the better the quality of the demon fiend crystal. Lu Ming inspected the 7th layer martial royal realm and the 8th layer demon fiend crystal in his hand, and discovered that their quality was indeed better than the 6th layer martial royal realm demonic creatures. Lu Ming put them away and continued to move forward. There seemed to be a large number of demonic creatures in this place. As Lu Ming moved forward, he constantly encountered demonic creatures. The highest level ones were equivalent to 9th layer martial royal realm demonic creatures. The higher the level, the stronger the strength, and the harder it was to capture the demon fiend crystal. However, Lu Ming had the 9 seals of the God Gate, which could seal the movements of the demonic creatures, making it more convenient. In the end, Lu Ming even asked Bubbles to help. With Bubbles' space-time domain, it was easy to seal the demonic creatures. Lu Ming was like a harvester, harvesting the demon fiend crystals. Half a day later, Lu Ming had obtained more than 100 demon fiend crystals. Chapter 1599. Inside a cave, a pagoda was floating above Lu Ming's head. A space-time domain was emitted from the pagoda, and a transparent bubble was formed, trapping a 9th layer martial dominator realm demonic creature. Lu Ming grabbed the demonic creature's demon crystal with his claw. It's so convenient with Bubble's help. Lu Ming's face was filled with smiles. Bubble was hiding inside the pagoda. As Lu Ming's cultivation improved, the people he came into contact with were also stronger. Many people would be able to recognize Bubble at a glance. A young space-time spirit mouse was priceless and extremely tempting. If it was targeted by some powerful existences, Lu Ming would be in danger. Therefore, when Lu Ming asked Bubble to come out to help, he would let Bubble enter the pagoda. This way, many people would think that the pagoda only had the space-time domain. Although the pagoda with the space-time domain was precious, it still had some functions. Since it could not be upgraded, some powerful existences would not be interested in it. However, if it was a space-time spirit mouse, it would be completely different. After being trained, it would be able to defy the heavens in the future. This was the real top 10 battle beasts. Lu Ming naturally had to be cautious. After obtaining the demon crystal, Lu Ming exited the cave and continued to move forward. This area was very spacious. Until now, Lu Ming had not encountered anyone else. Not long after, Lu Ming obtained a few more demon crystals. At this moment, Lu Ming heard a series of roars coming from ahead. They were all the cries of demonic creatures. Judging from the sound, there were a lot of them. Let's go! Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he rushed toward the direction of the sound. After going around 2 mountains, Lu Ming saw a large group of demonic creatures besieging 4 young men. It's them, what a coincidence! Lu Ming squinted his eyes. The 4 young men were Yun Shi, Yun Kai, and the others. They must have seen the others coming in this direction, so they followed. At least hundreds of monsters were besieging Yun Shi and the others. With Yun Shi and the others' battle prowess, it was easy for them to fight across realms, so they weren't afraid of these demonic creatures. However, with so many demonic creatures, it wouldn't be so easy to obtain the demon crystals. Damn, these monsters are too cunning. They always avoid the head, so we can't get the demon fiend crystals. Yun Kai cursed. If there were a small number of monsters, They could besiege them and get the demon crystals, but there were too many monsters on the scene. Moreover, you can't directly shatter the monster's head. That way, the demon fiend crystals inside will also be shattered. That way, wouldn't it be a waste? Xianxia's group of 4 continued to attack. Demonic creatures were constantly being blasted apart, but as soon as these demonic creatures were blasted apart, other demonic creatures would rush over and attack Xianxia's group, making it so that they had no time to pursue and seize the demon fiend crystals. After fighting for a while, they didn't even get a single demon crystal. At this time, Lu Ming stepped out and walked out. "It's you, Lu Ming?" Xianxia, Yun Kai, and the others were astonished when they saw Lu Ming walk out. "Lu Ming, you're actually still alive. Looks like your luck isn't bad. The Thousand Slayer Manor hasn't found you during this time." Yun Kai sneered. Lu Ming glanced at Yun Kai indifferently. Lu Ming directly ignored this kind of person. When Lu Ming appeared, a group of demonic creatures changed direction and rushed toward Lu Ming. Almost all of them were 6th or 7th level Martial Emperor realm demonic creatures. 9 Divine Gate Seals. Lu Ming formed hand seals and 7 Divine Gate Seals appeared, sealing 7 demonic creatures. Then, his figure flickered and 7 demon fiend crystals appeared in Lu Ming's hand. "So easy." Xianxia, Yun Kai, and the others were dumbfounded. Especially Yun Kai, who revealed a jealous expression. More demonic creatures rushed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming formed another Divine Gate Seal, and this time, Bubble assisted Lu Ming. A large number of demonic creatures were frozen, unable to move. Lu Ming walked leisurely as if he was picking fruits in his own backyard. His claws reached out and demon fiend crystals were grabbed by Lu Ming. The demonic creatures turned into demonic chi and dissipated. Then, Lu Ming rushed toward the demonic creatures that were besieging Xianxia and the others. He repeated the same trick. Soon, more than 100 demonic creatures all turned into demonic aura and dissipated. The demon crystals all entered Lu Ming's mountain river diagram. This, Xianxia and the others were stunned. Damn it! Yun Kai's eyes were filled with the flames of jealousy. They had worked hard to obtain a single demon fiend crystal, but Lu Ming had easily obtained more than 100 demon fiend crystals. His speed was many times faster than theirs. "Lu Ming, these demonic creatures were attracted by us. It's too unkind of you to take action halfway. Why don't you take out some demon fiend crystals and share them with us?" Yun Kai's gaze shifted as he sneered. "You guys attracted them? Ridiculous. This area is full of demonic creatures. How can you say you attracted them? Moreover, I saved you guys. You don't thank me for saving you, but you want me to share your demon fiend crystals. You're really thick-skinned." Lu Ming mocked. Yun Kai coldly snorted. His face was a little ugly. Then his eyes shifted again, revealing a fake smile. "Lu Ming, you came from Cloud Emperor Mountain, so you're originally part of our team. How about you return to the team now? We'll take the demon fiend crystals together and divide them equally. How about it?" Lu Ming's face revealed a sneer, looking at Yun Kai as if he was looking at an idiot. This Yun Kai was not only thick-skinned, but also shameless. Previously, he was afraid of being hunted by Thousand Slayer Manor, so he chased Lu Ming away. Now, after seeing Lu Ming's shocking efficiency in seizing the demon fiend crystals, he wanted Lu Ming to return to the team. Moreover, he even proposed to divide the demon fiend crystals equally. How ridiculous was that? Lu Ming's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Sure, but after we leave this place, we'll still be a team. We'll travel together. How about it?" This, Yun Kai immediately stiffened. What a joke! After leaving this place, Lu Ming would continue to be with them. If the assassins of Thousand Slayer Manor came, then wouldn't they have to die with Lu Ming? How could that be possible? Yun Kai's gaze shifted again. All right, sure. Although he said so, he was thinking in his heart that he would first stabilize Lu Ming, and after obtaining a large amount of demon fiend crystals and leaving this place, he would kick Lu Ming away. "Huh, I was just joking with you just now. You believe me?" Lu Ming laughed loudly. The ridicule in his voice was even thicker. "Lu Ming, you..." Yun Kai was furious, knowing that he was fooled by Lu Ming. Lu Ming had no intention of returning to the team. At this moment, a series of roars came from a nearby canyon. The ground shook as a group of demonic creatures charged over ferociously. There are so many demonic creatures here. Chapter 1600. Lu Ming cooperated with Bubble and harvested the demon crystals from the demonic creatures. Yun Kai's eyes turned red with jealousy. He roared angrily and wanted to grab the demon crystals. However, after fighting with a demonic creature for a long time, he only managed to get one. Lu Ming had already obtained nearly 100 demon crystals. More than 100 demonic creatures had rushed out of the canyon. In the blink of an eye, there were only a dozen left. At this moment, a few young men flew over from the sky. As soon as the young men arrived, they were attracted by Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming was using the 9 seals of the Divine Gate. 7 sealing doors had sealed 7 demonic creatures and seized 7 demon crystals. What a powerful sealing technique! One of the young men's eyes lit up. At this moment, Lu Ming also noticed the young men in the sky. He used the sealing doors again to seal the remaining demonic creatures and seize the demon crystals. Then he moved and was about to leave. However, in the sky, the figures of the few young men flashed and surrounded Lu Ming. "What can I do for you?" Lu Ming asked coldly. "Nothing. We think your sealing technique is good, so we want to cooperate with you." One of the young men with short hair said with a faint smile. The aura of a LV9 Martial Royal Realm was released and locked onto Lu Ming. "Cooperation? I'm not interested. I prefer to be alone." Lu Ming rejected directly. After being rejected by Lu Ming, the young man with short hair said in a threatening tone, "Kid, you're only a LV7 Martial Royal Realm cultivator. You'd better understand the situation." As soon as he finished speaking, his aura became stronger and formed a terrifying pressure that pressed down on Lu Ming. The threat was self-evident. At the same time, the other 3 young men also released their auras and pressed down on Lu Ming. One of them was at the peak of LV9 Martial Royal Realm and 2 were at the peak of LV8 Martial Royal Realm. The 4 experts surrounded Lu Ming with gloomy eyes. Not far away, Yun Kai was gloating. This kid is too arrogant. Let's see how he's going to die now. Yun Shi, this has nothing to do with us. You'd better not interfere. Yun Kai sneered and reminded Yun Shi not to make a move. Yun Shi frowned. However, there were 2 people in the 9th layer of the Martial Emperor realm. Even if she wanted to help, there was nothing she could do. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He looked around and coldly spat out a word, "Scram." The words caused the faces of the 4 young men to turn dark. "Brat, if it weren't for the fact that you have some value, I would have slapped you to death right now. Now, I'll give you 2 options. The first is to hand over the demon crystals on you and then obediently follow us and help us hunt for demon crystals. The second option is death. Which one will you choose?" The short-haired youth said coldly. "I choose the other 2 paths." Lu Ming said, "Which 2? The short-haired young man was stunned and asked subconsciously. "First, get lost immediately. Second, you die." Lu Ming said. The 4 young men were startled. "Kid, you dare to trick us?" The short-haired young man's eyes emitted an icy murderous intent. A thunderous sword appeared in his hand as he slashed in Lu Ming's direction. "Kill." Lu Ming uttered a roar as he unleashed the godly sword art to attack his opponent's soul. The short-haired young man halted his slash and uttered a roar. Lu Ming held the black dragon spear in his hand and nailed the short-haired young man to the ground. Since the battle was about to begin, Lu Ming would not show any mercy. He immediately executed a thunderous blow to kill his opponent. The other 3 were stunned. They did not expect Lu Ming to be so terrifying, killing the short-haired young man with a single attack. The short-haired young man was a 9th layer Martial Dominator Realm expert, 2 layers higher than Lu Ming's cultivation, but he had been killed with a single attack. It was too late when the 3 reacted. The 7 sealed doors appeared around them. The terrifying sealing force made it difficult for them to move. They immediately unleashed their attacks in an attempt to destroy the doors of sealing. Following this, the godly sword art was unleashed and penetrated their bodies. causing their souls to feel as if they were being torn apart. Spare my life, the three young men screamed in terror. However, they were greeted with three terrifying spear glows from Lu Ming's spear. The spear glows penetrated the bodies of the three young men, killing them instantly. Lu Ming waved his hand and retrieved the storage rings of the four young men, before he glanced at Yun Kai coldly. Yun Kai's figure began to tremble as his heart turned cold, causing his face to turn pale. Four experts, including a ninth-layer martial dominator realm expert, were instantly killed by Lu Ming without any chance to retaliate. With his strength, killing him would be a piece of cake. How is this Lu Ming so powerful? How is he so powerful? Yun Kai yelled in his heart. Lu Ming's strength was a lot stronger than the others, even though they both possessed a superior earthly spiritual body, which was difficult for him to accept. In fact, Lu Ming's strength was not much stronger than the short-haired young man's. Earlier on, the few of them had underestimated Lu Ming. Lu Ming's divine sword art and divine gate 9 seals complemented each other seamlessly. It was simply too amazing. As long as one's combat strength did not exceed Lu Ming's by too much, one would only die under Lu Ming's attacks. Lu Ming's two moves would not be effective against a half-saint. Lu Ming's current soul power was close to that of a half-saint. Although the godly sword art could shake a half-saint's soul, it would not be so serious that the half-saint could resist it. The 9 seals of the God's Gate would also be destroyed. However, a genius with a 9th-layer martial dominator realm's superior earthly spiritual body could not resist Lu Ming's two moves. Lu Ming could indeed kill them easily. Lu Ming glanced at Yun Kai coldly, then he flapped his black wings and soared into the sky, leaving the place. Phew! After Lu Ming left, Yun Kai let out a long sigh. The pressure that Lu Ming gave him was too great. That brat! Yun Kai gritted his teeth. At this moment, a few demonic creatures rushed out of the valley. Yun Shi and the others gathered their thoughts and fought with the demonic creatures. There were only a few demonic creatures, so it was not difficult for them to deal with them. Soon, they had taken the demon crystals. At this moment, there was another sound in the sky. 3 figures appeared in the sky, and a terrifying pressure pressed down on Yun Shi and the others. It's them, the geniuses of the Wan clan. Yun Kai said with a pale face. The 3 figures in the sky were the noble young men of the Wan clan and the 2 young men in purple robes. So you're from the Cloud Emperor Mountain. Now hand over all your demon crystals. A young man in purple robes stepped out and said coldly. What? You want to rob us of our demon crystals? Yun Shi said angrily. If you don't give it to us, then die. Hurry up, we don't have time to talk nonsense with you. The young man in purple robes said. Yun Shi was furious, but there was nothing she could do. She looked at the noble young man in fear. That noble young man was definitely a terrifying figure, and the pressure he gave her was too great. Chapter 1601. In the end, Yun Shi and the others reluctantly took out all the demon crystals and handed them to the purple-clad young man. The purple-clad young man respectfully handed them to the noble young man. The noble young man put them away and was about to leave. Wait a minute. Yun Kai called out. The noble young man turned around, looked at Yun Kai, and said indifferently, What? Do you want to die? No, it's my honor to be able to give my demon crystals to you all. I have an important piece of news to tell you all. There is one person who has at least several hundred demon crystals, or even more. Yun Kai hurriedly said. A few hundred? The noble young man's eyes revealed a fiery light. Boy, who has the ability to get a few hundred demon crystals. If you lie, you are courting death. Do you understand? A purple-clad young man said coldly. I'm definitely not lying. Several of us can testify that that person has mastered a sealing method. He can quickly seal the demons and then seize the demon crystal. This place is filled with dense demon chi that hasn't dissipated yet. It was caused by that person just now. Yun Kai said. Yun Kai? Yun Shi scolded him. She didn't expect Yun Kai to be so despicable as to push Lu Ming out. Yun Kai's eyes flashed with a sinister light, and he didn't look at Yun Shi. Yes, the demon chi here is indeed very dense. Who is that person? The noble young man said. You have all seen that person. He was with us before and was lucky enough to defeat one of you. His name is Lu Ming. Yun Kai hurriedly said. So it's him. The noble young man's eyes flashed sharply. You better not let me find out that you are lying to me. Tell me, which direction did he go? That direction. Yun Kai pointed in the direction Lu Ming had left. Let's go. The noble young man said. He took the two purple-clad young men and chased in the direction Lu Ming had left, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yun Kai, you have gone too far. Lu Ming has no enmity with us. We came in together and let him leave alone. That's too much. She looked at Yun Kai with disappointment. Why are you so anxious? Could it be that you have taken a fancy to that boy? Yun Kai sneered. Don't talk nonsense. She blushed. That brat doesn't know what's good for him. He's so arrogant. I don't like him. He's just a man from the Tsang continent, yet he has to be respectful in front of Cloud Emperor Mountain. Otherwise he'll die. Yun Kai said coldly. His eyes were filled with jealousy. She sighed. She was disgusted with Yun Kai. Yun Kai was too narrow-minded. Lu Ming naturally didn't know that the Wan family's geniuses were already looking for him. He was still searching for demonic creatures and seizing demon fiend crystals. Along the way, he seized several dozen more demon fiend crystals. Right now, he already had close to 300 pieces of demon fiend crystals on him. Of course, most of them were demonic demon crystals of the 6th layer of the Martial Emperor realm. There were even some demonic demon crystals of the 5th layer, 8th layer, and 9th layer. If he could refine it, his soul power would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. A demonic leopard was astonishingly fast. Seeing that it was no match for him, it actually broke into a run. This was a demonic creature at the peak of the 9th layer of the Martial Emperor realm. How could Lu Ming let it escape? Where do you think you're going? Lu Ming used the wind origin technique and the black feather wings to chase after the demonic leopard. However, when the demonic leopard ran, it was like a bolt of black lightning. Lu Ming couldn't catch up with it for a while. It seems that I have to find some time to cultivate a movement technique. The wind origin technique can't keep up with me anymore. Lu Ming thought to himself. As his cultivation increased, the wind origin technique gradually became insufficient. He had to cultivate a stronger martial technique. Bubble! Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Bubble. Bubble's voice came from the pagoda floating above his head. Then, a transparent bubble suddenly appeared and enveloped the demonic leopard within. The demonic leopard was instantly frozen. Lu Ming rushed over. His hand was like a dragon's claw. He grabbed the demonic leopard's head and pulled out a piece of demon crystal. True essence poured in and wiped out the spirituality on the demonic crystal. At this moment, Lu Ming looked behind him. The sound of air breaking rang out as 3 figures appeared in Lu Ming's line of sight. It's them. Lu Ming frowned slightly. The 3 people who appeared were the 3 from the Wan clan. We finally found this guy. A purple-clad youth smiled. After a few breaths, the 3 from the Wan clan appeared in front of Lu Ming. 2 of the purple-clad youths flashed and surrounded Lu Ming. What? You lost one last time and now you want someone else to fight? Lu Ming frowned and said coldly. Kid, you defeated me last time because I was careless. The purple-robed young man who had been defeated by Lu Ming previously spoke with a gloomy expression and continued, Lad, I heard that you have a large number of demon crystals in your hands and even know a sealing method. Now, hand over all your demon crystals and follow us to hunt for demon crystals. In this way, we can spare your life. They're here for my demon crystals and sealing technique. But how do these people know that I have a large amount of demon crystals? Lu Ming's eyes were cold. These people didn't see him hunting a large number of demonic creatures. I think you're mistaken. I'm alone. How can I have a large amount of demon crystals? Since I entered here, I've only obtained a few pieces. If you want it, I'll give it to you. Moreover, I don't know any sealing technique. Lu Ming said. Kid, don't try to quibble. It was said by a kid who was with you before. How can it be wrong if your own people said it? A purple-clad youth sneered. Own people? Yun Kai. Lu Ming's heart moved. He guessed that it must be Yun Kai who said it. Lu Ming's eyes flickered with a cold, murderous intent. Yun Kai had always been against him. It seemed like he would have to kill him if he had the chance. Previously, he had taken the teleportation formation of the Cloud Emperor Mountain to enter this place. Therefore, he would most likely have to pass through the Cloud Emperor Mountain to leave this place. Therefore, he had been merciful to Yun Kai. However, it seemed like it was useless to be merciful, as Yun Kai would only become more ruthless. Therefore, Lu Ming would have to eliminate him if he had the chance. Kid, now you have nothing to say. Hand it over and come with us. Help us seal the demonic creatures. A purple-clad youth snapped. All right, I'll hand it over, Lu Ming said. Saying this, a storage ring appeared in Lu Ming's hand and he threw it at the young man. The noble young man instinctively reached out to catch it. At this moment, Lu Ming made his move. He dashed toward the purple-clad youth with a cultivation of the 8th layer martial dominator realm and threw a punch at his opponent. The young man did not expect Lu Ming to attack all of a sudden. He let out a roar and tried his best to resist the attack. However, he was only able to unleash half of his strength in such a short time, thus there was no way he could resist Lu Ming's attack. The purple-clad youth was shattered into pieces under Lu Ming's punch. How bold die! Chapter 1602. Buzz. A magical fluctuation was emitted from the pagoda above Lu Ming's head. Bubble made his move by encapsulating Lu Ming with the space-time domain. Lu Ming dodged the attack with a flicker. Meanwhile, the young man scanned the storage ring that Lu Ming had thrown at him with his spiritual sense and discovered that it was empty. He knew that he had been tricked by Lu Ming. Die now! A spot of light lit up in the palm of the noble young man. A combat sword flew out and slashed toward Lu Ming. That power was extremely terrifying. In the face of this sword, Lu Ming only had one thought, and that was that he was no match for it. This young man was definitely a half-martial sacred, a terrifying one at that. The black wings appeared and flashed rapidly. With a swoosh, Lu Ming dashed to the right, avoiding the sword gleam of the noble young man. You won't be able to escape. The young man's eyes were as cold as a saber. Lu Ming, a mere 7th layer martial dominator, dared to trick him and kill the people of the Wan clan right in front of him. He had already sentenced Lu Ming to death in his heart. His figure seemed to have transformed into a godly weapon as he chased after Lu Ming. Buzz. At that instant, the pagoda above Lu Ming's head emitted a magical fluctuation as a space-time passage was formed. The space-time passage did not lead to the front, but to the back, where another young man in a purple robe was. Lu Ming stepped into the passage and appeared not far away from the other young man. Kill! Lu Ming yelled as the godly sword technique burst out and penetrated the young man's soul. The young man let out a cry of agony. Lu Ming took advantage of the opportunity and killed the young man in a purple robe with a punch. He then took the opportunity to rob the young man of his storage ring. Since they had become enemies, Lu Ming would not show any mercy. How bold! Seeing that Lu Ming had killed yet another purple-clad youth, the noble youth's rage soared to the heavens. His killing intent was incomparably strong. Suddenly, 8 light dots lit up on his body, and 8 weapons flew out from the 8 light dots. The terrifying battle weapon Qi wreaked havoc in the air. Saint weapons, all of them were saint weapons. In addition to the battle sword in front, there were 9 weapons, all of which were saint weapons. When the battle weapon Qi of the 9 holy weapons merged, their might was unimaginably terrifying. Lu Ming felt a chill run down his spine as he felt a fatal threat. Bubbles, let's go! Lu Ming's black wings flapped as he frantically retreated. Next, Bubble took action and a space-time tunnel was formed. Lu Ming rushed in. Stay here and kill! The noble young man roared. His battle sword slashed out, creating a terrifying fluctuation in the void. Boom! The terrifying sword light slashed at the space-time tunnel, destroying space-time and destroying everything. The space-time tunnel trembled violently before collapsing. Lu Ming was only halfway through when he was blasted out of the space-time tunnel. What terrifying combat strength! Even the space-time tunnel can be destroyed. Let's go! Lu Ming executed the wind origin technique. Energy continuously poured into the air-frozen pearl. His black wings flapped wildly as Lu Ming turned into a streak of light and flew forward rapidly. Clang! Behind him, the saint weapon vibrated. The noble young man turned into a streak of sword light and chased after Lu Ming. His speed was shockingly fast, surpassing Lu Ming's speed. He was rapidly closing the distance between the two. What shocking speed! Then let me take you to a place. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He slowly changed his direction and flew toward a large mountain. The noble young man chased after him relentlessly. In the blink of an eye, they had crossed a long distance. The distance between Lu Ming and the noble young man was getting closer and closer. You will die today. The noble young man's cold voice came from behind. You sound very confident. But how did I kill your two subordinates? Lu Ming's mocking voice made the noble young man's killing intent even stronger. A terrifying roar came from ahead. Demonic chi soared into the sky. Here we are. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. When he was hunting demonic creatures, he passed by here and found that there were terrifying demonic creatures gathered. He saw a few at random and found that they were all at the half-step saint level. So he bypassed them. Now, he could make use of these demonic creatures to stop the noble young man. Lu Ming flew toward the place where the roar came from. In the next moment, a huge valley appeared in front of Lu Ming. In the valley, there were terrifying demonic creatures wandering around. They roared from time to time. Their power was shocking, and there was a faint saint aura in the air. At a glance, there were at least a dozen demonic creatures. They were all at the half-step saint level. Lu Ming rushed into the valley without hesitation. Suddenly, these demonic creatures went berserk. Demonic chi billowed and they roared like thunder. They charged toward Lu Ming. Bam! A demonic creature that looked like a giant wolf slapped Lu Ming with its paw. Lu Ming's body shattered like glass. It was a shadow. Lu Ming's body had appeared on the other side. Bubble wrapped Lu Ming in the space-time domain. Lu Ming's body flashed rapidly as if he was shuttling through space-time. He avoided the attacks of these half-step saint demonic creatures and went deeper into the valley. Do you think you can stop me with these demonic creatures? Ridiculous. Kill. The noble young man's cold voice sounded. He also rushed into the valley. 9 saint weapons circled around his body, and a terrifying battle weapon chi gathered. A sword light slashed out, and a half-saint demonic beast's body was shattered, and it turned into a cloud of rolling devil chi. Then, the noble young man punched with his other hand. The noble young man's fist seemed to have turned into a divine weapon. There was nothing it couldn't break. Boom! A half-step saint demonic creature was blown away by a punch. He reached out and grabbed a piece of demon fiend crystal. How powerful! Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The noble young man's strength was beyond his imagination. Although they were all half-step saints, those demonic creatures were no match for the noble young man. They were all killed in one move. The noble young man's every move contained the power of the law. Obviously, the noble young man had comprehended the law. There were strong and weak half-step saints. According to the realm, the half-step saint was mainly divided into 3 stages. The first stage was to comprehend the ultimate domain, which was also a half-step saint. Above the 9th domain was the ultimate domain. As long as one comprehended the ultimate domain, one would be a half-step saint. The second stage was to comprehend the power of the law. After comprehending the law, one would be much more powerful than a first-stage saint. As for the third stage, it was the ultimate domain. At this stage, one was really only half a step away from the saint realm. As long as one could condense a saint heart and convert vital essence into saint power, one would enter the saint realm. With the ultimate domain, the spiritual body's power would reach a terrifying level, far surpassing the second stage. The noble young man should be in the second stage half-step saint. Bam! Bam! One by one, the half-step saint demonic creatures were blown apart by the noble young man. They turned into demonic chi and then condensed again. Chapter 1603. At this moment, terrifying roars came from the depths of the valley. The earth shook as more than 20 demonic creatures rushed out. They were all half-saints, and some of them were equivalent to the second stage of half-saints. But no matter if it was the first or second stage of half-saints, they were all killed in one move by the noble youth. This person's combat strength was too strong. It had reached a terrifying level. With the help of Bubble, Lu Ming avoided the attacks of the demonic creatures and went deeper into the valley. An earth-shattering roar came out, and a demonic aura soared into the sky. Bang! Bang! Heavy footsteps could be heard as a huge creature walked out of the valley. It was a demonic bear. It was 100 meters tall, like a small mountain. Every step it took made the ground rumble. The demonic bear roared, and the wind howled. Terrifying Saint aura spread out. Saint Realm. This demonic bear was a genuine Saint Realm existence. The demonic bear slapped at Lu Ming. Not good. Lu Ming frantically retreated to the side of the valley. At the same time, a sacred weapon shield was placed in front of him. The black feather wings protected his body, and Bubble's space-time domain was added to Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming seemed to have traveled through time and space as he retreated. Boom! As the demonic bear's palm slammed down, the Bubble's space-time domain kept crumbling. In the end, it slammed into the sacred weapon shield. Then, the sacred weapon shield slammed into the black wings. Lu Ming felt like he had been hit by a mountain. His body was like a cannonball, and he crashed into the wall of the valley. With a boom, he hit the wall, and debris flew everywhere. Lu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was pale. The existence of the Saint Realm was too terrifying. Lu Ming was too far away from it. Even with Bubble's help, he couldn't avoid it. The space-time domain collapsed. However, the space-time domain blocked a large part of the demonic bear's power. Then, with the Saint Weapon Shield and Black Wings, Lu Ming wasn't seriously injured. Is this the power of the Saint Realm? As the #1 genius of the Zhangzhou state, how powerful would the divine child be when he breaks through to the Saint Realm? A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind as he felt an immense pressure. He didn't have much time left. There was less than a year and a half left until the next treasure pedestal meeting. He had to make breakthroughs as fast as possible during this period of time. After the demonic bear sent Lu Ming flying with a slap, it was as if it had swatted away a fly. After that, it no longer paid any attention to Lu Ming and charged towards the noble youth. In its eyes, the noble young man was the bigger threat. The demonic bear stomped on the ground and swept its mountain-like paw towards the noble youth. So what if you're in the Saint Realm? Fight! The noble young man roared. His battle intent soared as his hair danced in the wind. His battle prowess was pushed to the limit. The aura of the 9 saint weapons gathered on the battle sword in his hand. He slashed out a resplendent sword light. Boom! The sword light and the demonic bear's paw clashed together, causing a terrifying boom. Horrifying energy overflowed and sent several half-saint demonic beasts flying, causing them to explode in the air. It was truly shocking. Just the aftermath alone was enough to scatter half-saint demonic beasts. Bang! 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 After the boom, the noble young man's body trembled. He stepped into the void and retreated 8 or 9 steps. The demonic bear's towering body was as still as a mountain. After all, the noble young man was no match for the Saint Realm demonic beasts. It was too difficult for a non-saint saint to fight a saint. The gap was too big. The demonic bear roared and continued to step forward, slapping at the noble young man. The noble young man's aura grew stronger and stronger. 3 more light spots lit up in his body and 3 more saint weapons flew out. A total of 12 saint weapons floated around him. The aura of the saint weapons was extremely powerful. Suddenly, a shadow appeared in the void above the noble young man's head. Countless weapons danced in the air within the shadow. It was a mysterious sight to behold. This is a vision of heaven and earth. This person really has a heavenly spiritual body. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Legend had it that the heavenly spiritual body was a person who was blessed by the heavens. It was extremely terrifying. Once they exerted their strength to the extreme, a vision of heaven and earth would appear in the sky. No wonder the heavenly spiritual body was so powerful. A superior earthly spiritual body was considered a prodigy, but compared to a heavenly spiritual body, it was a far cry. A heavenly spiritual body was blessed by the heavens. As long as they didn't die, they would have a chance to become an emperor. It was absolutely terrifying. In the younger generation of the Tsang state, there was no one with a heavenly spiritual body. Even the number one deity in the Tsang state only had a superior earthly spiritual body. This noble young man was a prodigy who was more talented than the deity. It was just that his cultivation wasn't as strong as his body. The noble young man shouted. Around him, 11 saint weapons whizzed out and charged at the demonic bear. As for himself, he held a battle sword and charged at the demonic bear. Boom, boom, boom. After a few consecutive blows, the noble young man was still at a disadvantage, but he was able to withstand the demonic bear's attack. A non-saint had the ability to fight a saint-level expert. It showed how terrifying a heavenly spiritual body was. Roar! At this time, more half-saint demonic creatures rushed out and wandered around, but they couldn't get close to the battle. A huge demonic tiger charged at Lu Ming. Let's fight! This time, Lu Ming didn't dodge. Instead, he charged at the demonic tiger. The demonic tiger opened its bloody mouth and tried to swallow Lu Ming. Its mouth was so huge that it could swallow a house. Lu Ming didn't dodge and rushed into the demonic tiger's mouth. The moment he rushed in, Lu Ming's body entered the mountain and river diagram. Only the mountain and river diagram appeared in the demonic tiger's mouth. The mountain and river diagram was a treasure refined by an emperor-level expert. Even if it was swallowed by the demonic tiger, it was fine. Lu Ming spread out his spiritual consciousness and paid attention to the battle outside. At this time, the noble young man had already exchanged more than 10 blows with the demonic bear. He was gradually losing and was completely at a disadvantage. He was swallowed by the demonic tiger. The noble young man naturally saw the scene of Lu Ming being swallowed by the demonic tiger. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. He didn't believe that Lu Ming would die so easily. He guessed that he was hiding in the demonic tiger's body to avoid the other demonic creatures. Indeed, when Lu Ming entered the demonic tiger's body, the other demonic creatures all turned their attention to the noble young man. They surrounded the noble young man and stared at him covetously. Don't think that I can't do anything to you just because you're hiding in a demonic creature's body. I'll kill you all the same. The noble young man's eyes were filled with killing intent. He was determined to kill Lu Ming. Go! He raised his hand and among the 12 sacred weapons, a shield and a small mountain, rushed toward the demonic bear. His body flashed and rushed toward the demonic tiger that had swallowed Lu Ming. Chapter 1604. The demonic tiger roared and pounced at the noble youth. However, the noble youth slashed out with his sword and the demonic tiger's body collapsed, turning into a cloud of demonic chi. However, at this moment, the noble youth's pupils constricted. 2 figures appeared in the demonic chi. The 2 figures looked exactly the same. There were 2 Lu Ming. Of course, they were Lu Ming's overgod and second body. Suddenly, a transparent bubble appeared on the noble youth's body and enveloped him. Space-time domain? The noble youth roared. His body glowed and a terrifying aura of a battle weapon rushed out. With a bang, the transparent bubble was shattered. However, at this moment, 8 sealed doors appeared around him. Each of them emitted a dazzling light and a terrifying sealing power. They were about to seal the noble youth. Previously, Lu Ming had been using the 9 seals of the God's Gate continuously. Unknowingly, the 9 seals of the God's Gate had broken through and could condense 8 sealed doors at once. Kill! At this moment, Lu Ming's main body roared. 2 terrifying sword rays shot out from his eyes and rushed into the noble youth's body, causing his body to tremble. Tai Chi! At this moment, Ming Lian's second body whispered. A Tai Chi disc floated above his head and a huge Tai Chi pattern appeared, suppressing the noble youth. The Tai Chi disc contained a terrifying destructive and suppressive power. Break, break, break. The noble youth roared. With a sword in one hand and a spear in the other, he attacked in all directions. Bang, bang. The 8 sealed doors continued to crumble. At this moment, the Tai Chi pattern pressed down, causing the noble youth's body to tremble violently. The true yuan that covered his body trembled. His body stiffened in the air. At this moment, the demonic bear had already arrived. It swung its paw at the noble young man. The slap landed directly on the noble youth's body. The noble youth screamed as his body was sent flying. He crashed heavily into the side of the valley, creating a huge crater. Bang! However, in the next moment, the noble youth rushed out of the crater. However, at this moment, he was in an extremely sorry state. His clothes were tattered, revealing a golden armor underneath. His face was pale, and he couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. Just now, he was struck by the power of the Taiji diagram and slapped by the demonic bear. In the end, he was still heavily injured. "Brat, don't let me see you again. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead." The noble young man let out an unwilling roar, then turned into a beam of light, shot into the sky, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The demonic bear did not give chase. "This guy is really strong. Also, my soul force is still too weak." Lu Ming pondered. The series of attacks just now had failed to kill the noble young man. He used the divine sword art to attack the other party's soul. Although the other party was affected, he still retained a lot of strength, which was why he was able to escape. Otherwise, he would have been directly injured by the demonic bear's slap. Lu Ming's current soul power was equivalent to the first stage of a half-saint. For a half-saint who had comprehended the law, it didn't have much of an impact. At this moment, the demonic bear looked at Lu Ming with a tyrannical glint in its eyes. Buzz. At this moment, a buzzing sound came from behind Lu Ming, and the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel appeared. The prison-suppressing steel specialized in suppressing evil spirits. Could it suppress these demonic creatures? Lu Ming decided to give it a try. The prison-suppressing steel expanded rapidly, emitting a dazzling light. Especially the word at the bottom, the light was even brighter. The demonic bear had a look of awe in its eyes. Then, it actually took off and rushed into the depths of the valley. The half-saint demonic creatures did the same. They all ran into the depths of the valley and disappeared. They really ran away? Lu Ming's face revealed a trace of a smile. The reason why he didn't summon the prison-suppressing steel before was that he was afraid of scaring away these demonic creatures. If that happened, who would help him block the noble young man? This valley has gathered so many powerful demonic creatures. There must be a secret. Let's go in and take a look. Lu Ming thought. Anyway, with the prison-suppressing steel to deter those demonic creatures, Lu Ming became bolder. Ming Lian's second body stepped out and disappeared between Lu Ming's eyebrows. It disappeared and went to cultivate in peace. Now that Ming Lian's second body was progressing very quickly, and he was getting closer and closer to igniting the ninth spirit lamp, he naturally had to seize the time to cultivate. The prison-suppressing steel floated above Lu Ming's head as he walked into the depths of the valley. The deeper he went, the larger and wider the valley became. So many bones. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes focused. He found that there were many bones in the valley ahead. These bones were of different shapes. Some were incomparably huge, like small hills, and some were very small. But each bone was as white as jade and emitted a fluorescent light. It could be seen that they were incomparably powerful existences when they were alive. Lu Ming restrained his aura and continued to move forward. In front of him, what came into view were bones of all kinds. In ancient times, there was a war of the 100 races. Could this be the burial ground of the 100 races? And those demonic creatures were mutated from these experts after they died? Lu Ming secretly guessed. Because the spiritual essence on these bones had been severely drained. Some of the bones had completely turned into dust. Obviously, they had gone through a long period of time. Lu Ming saw a huge human skeleton. This skeleton was very strange. It was actually golden and the bones were 7 to 8 meters long. Could this be the legendary golden giant? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The giant clan was real, and the golden giant was the royal clan of the giants. It was extremely terrifying and was a natural warrior. Could this be the skeleton of a Qilin? In the next moment, Lu Ming saw a skeleton that looked very much like the legendary Qilin. Unfortunately, the spiritual essence on these bones had almost been drained, and they were no longer valuable. If the spiritual essence had not been drained, then the value of these bones would be amazing. Strange, in the War of the 100 Races, there would not be so many bones piled up together. They should be scattered everywhere. Could it be that someone specially gathered these corpses here? Lu Ming guessed. Then, are there any dragon bones here? Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. In the War of the 100 Races, the dragon clan was most likely involved. If he could find some dragon bones, his dragon god battle body would be able to evolve. If he could break through the category of the earth spiritual body and evolve to the low-level heaven spiritual body, then Lu Ming's strength would skyrocket. Let's look for it. Lu Ming suddenly became excited. Although these bones had lost a lot of spiritual essence, as long as there was enough, it could still allow Lu Ming's dragon god battle body to evolve. Chapter 1605. All around, the roars of demonic creatures kept coming, but because of the prison-suppressing steel, these demonic creatures all stayed far away from Lu Ming. So many powerful demonic creatures, more than one Saint Realm demonic creature. Lu Ming sensed his surroundings and was secretly shocked. Here, he sensed several terrifying demonic creatures exuding powerful saint aura. Fortunately, he had the prison-suppressing steel to deter these demonic creatures, otherwise, he would not have been able to walk in at all and would have been killed by the demonic creatures. That's a dragon bone. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and he strode forward. A skeleton that was hundreds of meters long was lying on the ground, with 5 dragon claws under its abdomen. If it was not the skeleton of a real dragon, what was it? Lu Ming was overjoyed. There really was a dragon bone here. Sure enough, the loss of spiritual essence is very serious. Lu Ming walked to the side of the dragon bone, carefully sensed it, and sighed slightly. Although this dragon bone was very large, there was not much spiritual essence left, and it would be difficult for his dragon god battle body to evolve. There should be more than one dragon bone here. Look again. Lu Ming began to search around. This place was very large, covered with bones, and the sky was filled with a faint demonic chi, blocking vision. Lu Ming could only search slowly. Sure enough, not long after, Lu Ming found another dragon bone, which also had a serious loss of spiritual essence. Lu Ming dragged this dragon bone to the previous one and put the 2 dragon bones together. Then he continued to search. Half a day later, Lu Ming found a total of 10 huge dragon bones. These dragon bones were definitely above the Saint Realm when they were alive, or even stronger than the Bright Saint Realm. But they all died in battle. After finding 10 dragon bones, Lu Ming walked around again, but did not find any new dragon bones. It seems that there are only these dragon bones here. 10 dragon bones should be enough. Lu Ming's eyes were full of anticipation, and he returned to the place where the dragon bones were piled. The 10 dragon bones were piled together like a small mountain. Immediately, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged. His devouring power erupted and enveloped the pile of dragon bones. He devoured the spiritual essence within the dragon bones and began to cultivate the dragon god battle body. This was the most suitable place to cultivate. The prison-suppressing steel floated in the air, and those demonic creatures did not dare to come close. As for other martial artists, they definitely could not enter. It was the perfect place for seclusion. The essence of the dragon bone was constantly being devoured and refined by the power of swallowing, seeping into Lu Ming's spirit body. Lu Ming's body emitted a faint glow, and faint dragon roars could be heard. The spiritual essence of the dragon bone continued to gather in Lu Ming's body, seeping into the depths of his physical body. As long as it accumulated to a certain level, Lu Ming's spirit body would undergo a qualitative change, achieving an upgrade and stepping into a higher level. Just like that, Lu Ming cultivated wholeheartedly. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. A dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens, emanating from Lu Ming's body. The 10 true dragon bones were shaken by the dragon's roar, and immediately turned into ashes and scattered on the ground. The spiritual essence of the dragon bones had been completely absorbed by Lu Ming, and these dragon bones naturally turned into powder. At this time, The dragon's roar in Lu Ming's body grew louder and louder. Finally, in the void above Lu Ming's head, a huge phantom of 9 dragons appeared. The 9 dragons stepped on the void, roaming the outer space. Heaven and Earth Vision. The appearance of the Heaven and Earth Vision meant that Lu Ming's spirit body had officially entered the ranks of the heavenly spirit body. Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes. His body soared into the air, and he punched out. A terrifying fist force, accompanied by an ear-piercing whistle, blasted toward a demonic creature not far away. This demonic creature was directly sent flying by the fist force, and it slid a few hundred meters on the ground. Such power! A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. That demonic creature had the strength of a stage 1/2 saint. It was an ordinary demonic creature, but it was sent flying by Lu Ming's punch. Lu Ming's cultivation was still at the peak of the 7th level martial royal realm, but his combat strength had been greatly improved. He was much stronger than before. The heavenly spirit body was not comparable to the earthly spirit body at all. Lu Ming took a step forward and rushed toward the demonic creature. The prison-suppressing steel suppressed it. The demonic creature screamed, turned around, and ran away. Well, forget it. These demonic creatures don't dare to fight me when I use the prison-suppressing steel here. But once I put it away, these demonic creatures will attack me together. Lu Ming was somewhat depressed. He had wanted to see if he could seize some demonic demon crystals of the half-saint level, but it seemed that he had to give up. It's been half a month. It's time to leave. I can't just hide in one place and cultivate. Lu Ming thought and then walked out of the valley. He had enough demon fiend crystals on him, enough to use for some time. Soon, he came out of the valley and put away the prison-suppressing steel. He spread his black wings and flew toward the exit of this area. On the way, he found some other people who were still hunting for demonic demon crystals here. Lu Ming did not stop. He spread his black wings and flew past the ground below at an astonishing speed. Soon, Lu Ming saw the exit. It was the crack that he had entered from. Lu Ming directly flew out of the crack. Just as Lu Ming flew out of the crack, his pupils constricted. He sensed a terrifying danger descending upon him all of a sudden. A slight wave was directed at Lu Ming's throat. The terrible sharpness made Lu Ming's muscles tense up. Boom! Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Ming threw an uppercut upward. Boom! This punch seemed to have hit a long sword. With a hum, the long sword was deflected by Lu Ming's punch. However, the terrifying sharpness still left a bloody mark on Lu Ming's neck. Moreover, there were strands of terrifying sword chi that followed Lu Ming's fist and poured into Lu Ming's arm. Lu Ming's arm muscles trembled and destroyed the sword chi. The slight sound of air being torn apart sounded again. The terrifying sharpness was directed at Lu Ming's vital points. Retreat! Lu Ming's figure retreated rapidly. He retreated from the crack and returned to the world below, standing in the void. People from the Thousand Slayer Manor. A sharp light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. The assassins from the Thousand Slayer Manor had finally found him. You must die for killing people from my Thousand Slayer Manor. A cold voice rang out. 2 figures appeared in front of Lu Ming. They were both dressed in black and exuded a cold, murderous intent as well as a faint aura of sage. Half-saint. The 2 black-clothed figures were actually half-saint existences. The Thousand Slayer Manor really thinks highly of me. They actually sent out 2 half-saints. Lu Ming said, "That's why no one can escape from my Thousand Slayer Manor." One of the black-clothed figures said coldly. Chapter 1606. Let's do it. The black dragon spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand and the black wings spread out. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with intense battle intent. From the aura of the 2 assassins, it was obvious that they were first-stage half-saints who had grasped the ultimate domain. Lu Ming's spiritual body had just finished evolving, becoming an inferior heaven spiritual body. He wanted to test his battle prowess. Before his spiritual body evolved, Lu Ming was confident that he could fight an ordinary first-stage half-saint. What was an ordinary first-stage half-saint? It was an ordinary spiritual body or an inferior earth spiritual body that had broken through to the half-saint realm. However, The two assassins in front of him clearly had superior Earth spiritual bodies. Their battle prowess was not something an ordinary half-saint could compare to. There is no need for the two of us to work together to kill a 7th-stage martial king like you. I alone am enough. One of the black-clothed assassins stepped forward. A sword as thin as a cicada's wing was faintly discernible in his hand. As for the other assassin, he stood in the air without moving. The black-robed man in front of him moved. With a single movement, his figure disappeared in the air without leaving a trace. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air came from behind Lu Ming. A sharp sword light pierced toward Lu Ming's back. What a fast speed! The assassin had just moved and he had already appeared behind Lu Ming. Such a terrifying assassination technique was indeed shocking. Buzz! The black dragon spear shook and swept behind. However, when the black dragon spear swept past, the sharp intent disappeared. In the next moment, a sharp intent appeared in front of Lu Ming. Before the terrifying sword chi could reach Lu Ming, it felt like it was going to tear Lu Ming apart. Lu Ming controlled the black wings and slashed forward like a heavenly blade. However, just like before, the black wings slashed through the air. The assassin had already disappeared in front of him. The assassin's speed was too fast. When he attacked, he was as fast as lightning. He could attack Lu Ming from all directions at any time. Air-piercing sounds could be heard all of a sudden. They seemed to be attacking Lu Ming from all directions. For a moment, Lu Ming did not know which side was real and which was fake. Sweep! Lu Ming used the most overbearing method and swept the black dragon spear in all directions. However, when the spear swept past, there was no one. The assassination techniques of the Thousand Slayer manner are indeed marvelous. However, they can hide their bodies but not their souls. He then closed his eyes and released his spiritual senses to sense the other party's soul fluctuations. Over there! Suddenly, Lu Ming sensed an obscure soul fluctuation. Without any hesitation, he became one with his spear and charged in that direction. Clang! The sound of metal clashing could be heard as a black figure emerged and retreated in the void. You're only a 7th-layer martial dominator, but your soul force is pretty strong. You were able to locate me through the ripples of my soul. The black-robed man spoke, seeming a little surprised. Your concealment technique is useless against me. Lu Ming said. I was just testing my strength. Since my concealment technique is useless, I'll kill you head-on. The assassin laughed coldly. His murderous intent grew stronger. The man in black moved and pounced on Lu Ming. He was as fast as a black stream of light, leaving behind a series of afterimages. The terrifying sword aura cut through the void and pierced toward Lu Ming. Since concealment was not enough, he would attack head-on. Lu Ming showed no fear. The roar of a dragon could be heard from his body as he stabbed forward with the spear in his hand. Clang! The spear and the sword clashed. Lu Ming could feel a terrifying destructive force from his opponent's sword, which surged toward him along the black dragon spear. Lu Ming circulated his true force and chaotic domain to resist the force. The two figures backed away at the same time. Ultimate sky-shattering domain. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. His opponent's domain had surpassed the 9th-grade domain and reached the ultimate domain. Furthermore, it was the sky-shattering domain with a shocking penetrating force. Kill! The man in black retreated and once again charged toward Lu Ming. Sword gleams filled the sky, as if many stars were shining. Lu Ming's spear vibrated, stabbing out spear shadows that constantly collided with his opponent. Dense sounds of collision rang out. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of blows. The assassin retreated rapidly like a phantom. He looked at Lu Ming with astonishment in his eyes. Clearly, he didn't expect Lu Ming's combat strength to be so terrifying. The other assassin who was watching the battle from afar also revealed a grave expression. Is that all you've got? That's all you've got. Lu Ming sneered. You actually have a heaven spiritual body. Could it be that you can kill a genius of my Thousand Slayer manner? But your cultivation is too weak. If your cultivation was 1 or 2 levels higher, I wouldn't be your opponent. But now, you still have to die. The assassin said coldly. The sword in his hand emitted a strange black light. 1,000 slaying sword art, 10 steps slash. The assassin's figure instantly crossed the void. The terrifying sword light was like a flying immortal. In an instant he slashed out 10 times. The power of each slash was extremely terrifying. This was a terrifying killing technique that could kill with a single slash. Lu Ming's expression turned grave. His muscles bulged and the black dragon spear in his hand seemed to have transformed into a black dragon that roared out. Clang, clang. A series of collisions erupted. Terrifying sword chi flowed along the spear and surged into Lu Ming's body. However, they were all destroyed by Lu Ming's powerful physical body. 1,000 slaying sword art, 100 extermination. The terrifying sword light appeared again, even more shocking than before. 1 slash and 100 people were exterminated. Lu Ming roared. His battle intent soared into the sky as he fought with his opponent. Puchi. A sword wound appeared on Lu Ming's shoulder. However, under Lu Ming's powerful spiritual body, it quickly healed. To be honest, the assassin's strength was indeed shocking. Most importantly, his cultivation was much higher than Lu Ming's. Lu Ming's cultivation was at the peak of the 7th layer martial royal realm, while his opponent's cultivation was only at the 1st stage half-saint realm. The difference between the peak of the 9th layer martial royal realm and the half-saint realm was not as simple as 1 layer. Therefore, the difference between the 1st stage half-saint realm and the 7th layer martial royal realm was too great. If his opponent was an ordinary half-saint, Lu Ming would be able to surpass him. However, his opponent was also a genius with a superior earthly spiritual body. After exchanging 100 blows, Lu Ming was still at a disadvantage. Not enough, far from enough. Lu Ming groaned in his heart. This kind of pressure was far from enough for him to unleash his full potential in a battle of life and death. He needed the kind of pressure that was close to death to unleash his potential and allow him to achieve a breakthrough quickly. Is this all you've got? How dare you say you're going to kill me? Ridiculous. Both of you, come at me together. Lu Ming let out a roar as his battle intent grew stronger. How is this possible? The assassin found it hard to believe. With his cultivation of the half-saint realm, he could not even kill a 7th layer martial royal realm. Even if his opponent had a heavenly spiritual body, his combat strength could not be so strong that he could surpass so many levels to fight with him. Chapter 1607. Attack together. The black-clothed man roared. Swish. The other black-clothed man who was watching the battle moved and pounced towards Lu Ming. His sword light cut through the void and the terrifying sharpness seemed to want to tear Lu Ming apart. This person's cultivation was stronger than the previous black-clothed man. He was not far from the 2nd stage of the half-step saint realm and comprehending the laws. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. The divine sword art turned into a rolling sound wave and rushed out, slowing down the opponent's sword. At the same time, Lu Ming stabbed out with his spear and blocked the opponent's sword. 1,000 killing sword art, 1,000 miles of sky. The first black-clothed man once again displayed a terrifying killing technique. Thousands of sword light bloomed from his hand and the sword chi whistled in the sky. It was extremely terrifying. As the first black-clothed man slashed out with his sword, the sword light in the sky turned into a single ray and slashed towards Lu Ming. Danger! At this moment, Lu Ming felt a fatal danger. The sword light was too fast. It was so fast that Lu Ming couldn't block it even if he wanted to. Swish. His first reaction was to use the black wings to block in front of him. The opponent's sword light directly pierced the black wings. Sizzle, an ear-piercing sound rang out as sparks flew in all directions. His opponent's long sword actually pierced through the primal chaos domain covering the black wings. The black wings trembled as if they were about to be pierced through. Swish. Lu Ming retreated rapidly. To his shock, he discovered that there was indeed a small dent on the black wings. The black wings had been pierced. Even a saint weapon could be damaged. This showed how terrifying the opponent's attack was. Yes, this is the feeling. Lu Ming wasn't shocked. Instead, he was happy. This was the feeling he wanted, the feeling of being in danger. Swish. At this moment, the second black-clothed man also launched a terrifying attack towards him. Then, the first black-clothed man continued to attack Lu Ming. Dragon roars resounded. The black dragon spear in Lu Ming's hand danced and swept in all directions as he fought with the two black-clothed men. Facing the two black-clothed men, Lu Ming was completely at a disadvantage. However, Lu Ming didn't ask Bubble for help, nor did he call out his second body. He didn't even use the chaotic flipping sky seal. Because what Lu Ming wanted was to stimulate his own potential when he was in danger. If he were to call out Bubbles or his second body to help, how would he be able to force himself to stimulate his potential? In the end, Lu Ming simply put away the black feather wings and fought with the black dragon spear alone. 1,000 killing sword art, 1,000 miles of sky. 1,000 killing sword art, 1,000 miles of sky. At this moment, the two black-robed men simultaneously used their strongest killing moves. Sword chi filled the sky, transforming into two terrifying sword lights. One attacked Lu Ming from the front, while the other attacked Lu Ming from behind. This was a killing move, an incomparably terrifying killing move. At this moment, Lu Ming felt a chill in his heart. He felt a terrifying sense of danger enveloping him. At this moment, he even wanted to call out Bubbles or his second body for help. However, this thought was quickly rejected by him. He wanted to rely on himself to avoid this killing move. At this moment, Lu Ming's essence, energy, and spirit were highly concentrated. His pupils were about to shrink to a point. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming's mind seemed to rumble and explode. His spirit seemed to have fused with nature. At this moment, everything in the world seemed to have slowed down. He saw the 2,000 Killer's Manor's fatal swords approaching him. Swish! At this moment, Lu Ming took a step forward and disappeared from his original spot. The sword lights of the two assassins collided with each other. With a terrifying rumble, the two assassins' bodies shook violently. They both retreated with blood flowing out from the corners of their mouths. They were somewhat in disbelief. How could Lu Ming escape from their killing moves? Ethereal life and death realm. This is the ethereal life and death realm. Lu Ming muttered. Then, with a loud shout, the primal chaos domain erupted. Lu Ming charged at the two assassins. The ethereal life and death realm was a miraculous realm. Some cultivators would enter this realm due to their high concentration when facing the threat of death. This was the ethereal life and death realm. This realm was like an epiphany. The cultivator's spirit fused with heaven and earth. Their comprehension of the grand Tao of heaven and earth would increase greatly. At this moment, Lu Ming's comprehension of the primal chaos domain seemed to skyrocket. Boom! Boom! The black dragon spear in Lu Ming's hand turned into two resplendent spear lights. On top of them, the primal chaos domain was as heavy as a mountain. The spear lights pierced the swords of the two assassins. The two assassins' bodies shook and flew back. Lu Ming opened his eyes. His eyes were incomparably bright. Level 8 Primal Chaos Domain. Lu Ming muttered. He was somewhat surprised. In that instant, he had entered the ethereal life and death realm. His Primal Chaos Domain had actually broken through and entered the 8th level. The effect of the ethereal life and death realm was truly shocking. No wonder so many geniuses entered the 100-race battlefield to find people to fight. Walking on the edge of life and death, one's improvement was truly great. Unfortunately, the ethereal life and death realm couldn't be maintained for long. In a few breaths, one would walk out of that state. Otherwise, how fast would one's improvement be? He broke through. The two assassins from the Thousand Slayer Manor emitted intense killing intent. They wanted to kill Lu Ming, but they didn't expect that Lu Ming's potential would be stimulated and he would break through under their siege. So what if he broke through? He still has to die. Kill. One of the assassins shouted coldly. His killing intent was as cold as a blade. It's time for this battle to end, Lu Ming said coldly. His glabella shone and Ming Lian's second body stepped out. A Tai Chi disc floated above his head. No, it's one. The two assassins' eyes narrowed. Buzz. The Tai Chi disc shone and a Tai Chi pattern appeared, suppressing one of the assassins. Lu Ming's main body charged towards the other assassin. In Lu Ming's hand, a chaotic sky seal appeared and rapidly expanded. In the end, The chaotic sky seal grew to the size of a small mountain and suppressed the assassin. Its terrifying aura completely locked onto the other party. Thousand slaying sword art, 1,000 miles of sky. The assassin roared and executed his ultimate move. He executed a resplendent sword, wanting to break through the chaotic sky seal. But when his sword light slashed on the chaotic sky seal, his sword light directly shattered. He retreated frantically and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Retreat! The assassin roared and retreated frantically. Lu Ming's combat strength was terrifyingly strong. He actually didn't use his full strength earlier. Now that he unleashed his full strength, the power was shocking. Retreat? Where can you retreat to? Lu Ming said coldly. Buzz. A huge chaotic sky seal formed above the assassin's head. It emitted a vast and terrifying aura. Its power was even stronger than the previous chaotic sky seal. Chapter 1608. Bang! The mountain-like primal chaos flipping seal crushed down onto the assassin. No! The assassin let out a roar and tried his best to resist, but it was to no avail. The giant seal crushed the assassin's body and destroyed his soul. The other assassin's expression changed tremendously. He tried to break out of the encirclement, but there was nothing he could do. The Tai Chi formation disc was a treasure on par with the monarch weapon. It contained a terrifying heaven-earth formation, which was used to refine his second body. The longer he was in possession of the second body, the stronger its power would be as he continued to study it. The assassin could barely protect himself within the Tai Chi formation disc. He was already injured, let alone trying to break out of the encirclement. After killing one of the assassins, Lu Ming headed toward the remaining assassin. Bang! The primal chaos flipping seal was executed, and the outcome was obvious. The 1,000 Killers sect will never forgive you. The assassin let out a roar as he was about to die. His soul was then destroyed by the primal chaos flipping seal. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming grabbed the storage rings of the two assassins. My primal chaos domain has reached the 8th grade. I should find a place to cultivate and improve my cultivation to the 8th layer martial dominator realm. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He flicked his fingers and 2 balls of flames flew out, burning the bodies of the 2 assassins in black into ashes. He then spread his black wings and dashed out of the crack. After flying for a while, Lu Ming dashed into a huge mountain and entered the mountain river map. Lu Ming took out a pile of origin stones and began to refine them to improve his cultivation. A few days later, Lu Ming's cultivation had successfully improved to the early stage of the 8th layer martial dominator realm. Let's see if there's anything good in their storage rings. Lu Ming took out a few storage rings, which belonged to the purple-robed young man of the Wan clan and the assassins of the 1,000 Killers sect. Lu Ming first checked the storage rings of the assassins of the 1,000 Killers sect. There are quite a lot of treasures here. Unfortunately, there's no cultivation technique of the 1,000 Killers sect. After Lu Ming did a check, he was a little excited, but also a little regretful. The spatial rings of the 1,000 Killers Manor's assassins were filled with treasures. The 2 half-saints of the 1,000 Killers Manor actually had more than 15 saint weapons in their spatial rings. It was even more than the sacred weapons that Lu Ming and the others had obtained from the Dragon Palace's treasury. But thinking about it, it was normal. These 2 assassins from the 1,000 Slayer Manor had killed countless geniuses in the 100 race battlefield. Moreover, those who entered the 100 race battlefield were all geniuses from various Emperor-level forces. Each of them would more or less have a saint weapon on them. It wasn't strange for the 2 assassins from the 1,000 Slayer Manor to have so many saint weapons in their storage rings. However, Lu Ming was very interested in the cultivation techniques of the 1,000 Slayers Manor. Their assassination techniques were incomparably shocking, able to kill people in an instant. Sadly, he didn't manage to see it. After that, Lu Ming took out the storage ring of the purple-clad young man from the Wan clan. There were also 2 saint weapons in the storage ring of the purple-clad young man from the Wan clan. Of course, the thing that moved Lu Ming's heart the most was a jade token in a box. 10,000 weapons art. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The Wan clan's cultivation technique was even more amazing. It could actually seal saint weapons and spiritual weapons in one's body. When the chi of battle weapons converged, the power would be incomparably terrifying. Lu Ming immediately started to seriously look at it. Amazing, amazing, truly amazing. After a long while, Lu Ming finished looking at it and sighed. The Wan clan's 10,000 weapons art was indeed amazing. It could seal saint weapons and spiritual weapons in one's body. When the weapons were in the body, the chi of battle weapons would converge and release a terrifying power. Moreover, every time a weapon was sealed, the power would increase, and there would be no end to it. There were 360 major acupoints in one's body and countless smaller acupoints. If all of them were sealed in weapons, how terrifying would the power be? The higher the level of the weapons sealed, the stronger the power. Of course, sealing weapons into acupoints had a high requirement on one's body. The stronger one's spiritual body and the higher one's cultivation, the more saint weapons one could seal, and the higher the level. The two purple-robed youths from the Wan clan could only seal sovereign-level spirit weapons. One of them had sealed 18 sovereign-level spirit weapons. Clearly, the purple-robed youth's body was not strong enough. If he forcefully sealed the saint weapons, the power of the saint weapons would probably cause his body to explode. However, just sealing 18 emperor weapons was already terrifying. Even Yun Shi, who had a saint weapon, was not a match for him. As for the noble youth, he was even more terrifying. He had directly sealed 12 saint weapons, and no one knew if there were more. However, the noble youth had a spiritual body, and his cultivation had reached the second stage of the half-saint realm. It was not surprising that he could seal 12 saint weapons. Moreover, there was an extremely harsh condition to cultivate the 10,000 weapons art. One had to cultivate the 10,000 weapons domain to be able to cultivate the 10,000 weapons art. The 10,000 weapons domain was a terrifying domain. This domain could transform a domain into different weapon domains, such as a sword domain, a saber domain, a spear domain, and so on. Otherwise, it would be impossible to merge so many different weapons. If one did not cultivate the 10,000 weapons domain, they would not be able to cultivate the 10,000 weapons art. It was no wonder that the Wan clan was so assured to carry the 10,000 weapons art with them. Even if others obtained it, they would not be able to cultivate it. However, a smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. The 10,000 weapons domain? Lu Ming cultivated the primal chaos domain. Not to mention transforming various weapon domains, Lu Ming could transform all of them except for a few peak domains. Naturally, he could also transform various weapon domains. The 10,000 weapons art was simply too suitable for Lu Ming. Lu Ming immediately began to carefully comprehend it. After cultivating the 10,000 weapons art, Lu Ming would have one more technique. 2 days later, Lu Ming finished his comprehension and the black dragon spear appeared in his hand. Lu Ming began to seal the sacred weapon into his acupoints. Currently, Lu Ming's spiritual body was a heavenly spiritual body. Furthermore, it contained a trace of primal chaos chi, which was stronger than a heavenly spiritual body of the same level. He was confident that it would not be a problem to merge it with the sacred weapon. Acupoints, open. Immediately, Lu Ming activated the 10,000 weapons art. On his right palm, there was a dot of light emitting a bright glow. That was a major acupoint on his right palm. The human body had 360 major acupoints that covered the entire body. Seal! Following this, Lu Ming shouted. The black dragon spear rapidly shrank and entered the acupoint on Lu Ming's palm. Immediately, Lu Ming felt a powerful battle weapon chi crazily attacking his acupoints, causing him to feel a sharp pain. If his physical body was not strong enough and his cultivation was not profound enough, his body would have been torn apart by the battle weapon chi. However, Lu Ming had a heavenly spiritual body. His physical body was incomparably strong. Although he felt a sharp pain, he immediately suppressed it. After a while, the black dragon spear calmed down and quietly floated in his acupoints. Chapter 1609. After successfully sealing a saint weapon, Lu Ming's confidence was greatly boosted. Then, the black feather wing flew out. Lu Ming circulated the 10,000 weapon art, and a spot of light lit up on his spine. Lu Ming sealed the black feather wing into this acupoint. After sealing the 2 saint weapons, the 2 acupoints seemed to connect through the meridians. A strand of battle weapon qi gathered through the meridians. Then, Lu Ming took out a battle sword. This battle sword was also a saint weapon, and he sealed it into the acupoint of his left palm. The 3 acupoints were connected through the meridians. Next, Lu Ming began to seal the 4th saint weapon. As more and more saint weapons were sealed, the battle weapon qi grew stronger and stronger. The pressure on the acupoints also grew stronger. Every time he sealed a saint weapon, Lu Ming's acupoints felt like they were about to be torn apart. It was incomparably painful. However, Lu Ming gritted his teeth and endured each and every one of them. In the end, Lu Ming sealed 10 saint weapons in one go. The 10 saint weapons were sealed in 10 acupoints. They were connected through the meridians, and the battle weapon qi was incomparably powerful. At this point, he finally reached his limit. Lu Ming felt that if he continued to seal, his physical body would not be able to endure and would be torn apart by the battle weapon qi. If he wanted to seal more saint weapons, he would have to wait for his cultivation to increase or his spirit body to evolve. Lu Ming soared into the sky. With a thought, 10 spots of light lit up on his body. 10 saint weapons appeared and floated around Lu Ming. Lu Ming stabbed out with the black dragon spear. A terrifying spear light pierced out 1,000 miles before disappearing. Its power is truly shocking. The 10,000 weapon art is known as the 10,000 weapon art. If it can really seal 10,000 saint weapons, its power will probably be earth-shattering. If it can seal even stronger saint weapons such as great saint weapons, absolute saint weapons, or even emperor weapons, how terrifying would its power be? Lu Ming's face was filled with amazement. The 10,000 weapon art was a secret art, a terrifying secret art. If he could cultivate the 10,000 weapons domain into the law of 10,000 weapons, this secret technique would transform into a terrifying divine ability. With a thought, Shao Chun put away the 10 holy weapons and returned them to his acupoints, vanishing from sight. The 1,000 Slayer manner left a slaughter mark on my main body. If they can find me based on the slaughter mark, then I'll have my second body move around outside and look for a city. My main body will stay in the mountain and river diagram to refine the demon fiend crystals and increase the strength of my soul. 2 birds with 1 stone. Lu Ming pondered. With his main body in the mountain and river diagram, he did not believe that the other party could still sense the slaughter mark. Thinking of this, the second body exited the mountain-river diagram, left the mountain, and headed towards the depths of the 100-clan battlefield. Meanwhile, Lu Ming took out a 6th-layer martial dominator realm demon crystal from the mountain and river pattern and began refining it. After the demon fiend crystal's energy entered his body, it would transform into a mass of demonic energy that poured into his dantian, wrapping around his spiritual spirit. Lu Ming felt a burst of itchiness in his soul, as well as a tearing pain. This was the energy of the demon fiend crystal, tempering his soul, allowing it to grow stronger. A few hours later, the 6th-layer martial dominator realm demon crystal was completely refined. Lu Ming's soul improved slightly. Although it was only a slight improvement, it was a few times faster than when Lu Ming was cultivating the godly sword technique to improve his soul force. Following this, Lu Ming took out another 6th-layer martial dominator realm demon crystal and continued refining it. As for his second body, it concealed its aura and ventured deeper into the 100-clan battlefield. Along the way, he saw many battles between geniuses, which were extremely fierce. In each battle, either both sides were severely injured, or one of them was killed. However, Lu Ming had no intention of engaging in a battle. When he saw these geniuses, he would take a detour. He was planning to find a city first before making his next move. As expected, the assassins of the 1,000 Slayer Manor did not come after his main body in the mountain and river diagram. A few days later, a huge city appeared in front of him. The city was extremely magnificent, with walls a few hundred meters tall. The entrance of the city was heavily guarded by soldiers. These people were all locals who had grown up in the 100-clan battlefield. Lu Ming stepped into the city and found it to be very lively. People came and went, and shops were everywhere. On the streets, young experts could be seen from time to time. Each of them had a strong aura. Lu Ming glanced around and found that most of them were 8th-layer martial dominators or 9th-layer martial dominators. Sometimes he even saw a half-saint. Most of these youths were like Lu Ming, who had entered the 100-clan battlefield to train. However, these people would enter the city every once in a while to rest. After all, there were local Saint Realm experts in the city. They were not allowed to kill in the city, so they could relax and adjust. Moreover, there was a special market in the city where many geniuses would exchange for treasures. The 100-clan battlefield was full of danger and opportunities. There were countless treasures left behind from the ancient war. Some people risked their lives to obtain some treasures. Lu Ming walked around and found an inn. He booked a room. Walking into the room, his second body sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. In the next few days, Lu Ming's main body had been refining the demon crystals in the mountain and river diagram. His soul was getting stronger and stronger. Now, his soul power had reached the first stage of the half-saint realm and was close to the second stage of the half-saint realm. However, it was not enough. Lu Ming was still refining the demon crystals. 10 days after Lu Ming entered the city, his soul power finally made a breakthrough and reached the second stage of the half-saint realm. With his soul power at this level, Lu Ming could use the divine sword technique to shake the soul of a second-stage half-saint expert and greatly affect them. At this point, Lu Ming stopped refining the demon crystals for the time being. Let's go to the Shura platform. With a thought, his second body entered the mountain and river diagram, while his main body exited the diagram. During this time, his second body would occasionally go out to ask for information and learned a lot of information about the city. The Shura platform was a battle platform. It was the only place in the city where people could fight. Many geniuses who came from the outside would go to the Shura platform to find opponents and have a life or death battle. They would walk on the edge of life and death and stimulate their potential. Lu Ming also wanted to find opponents to fight in the Shura platform to improve his cultivation. Soon, a building appeared in front of Lu Ming. The building was not big. Lu Ming walked in and found a battle platform. There were no seats around the platform. There were some young people standing around and watching. There were about a few hundred people. On the battle platform, there were two young people fighting fiercely. The two young people were both at the peak of the 8th-layer martial royal realm and had superior earthly spiritual bodies. The two of them fought fiercely for a few hundred moves, but it was difficult to determine the winner. The two of them stood on both sides of the battle platform with many wounds on their bodies. Both of them were injured. However, the two of them didn't leave the fighting stage because there was a layer of light covering the fighting stage, making it difficult for them to leave. Lu Ming's second body had already learned that this fighting ring was called the Azura platform. Once he stepped into it, a light screen would rise around the fighting ring, shrouding it. There were only two ways to proceed. The first was to kill the opponent and end the battle. The second was to hold on for half an hour. After half an hour, the light screen would disappear and one would be able to leave the battle platform. On the Shura platform, one could not admit defeat. Therefore, if one stepped on the Shura platform and met an opponent who was much stronger than them, they would die. Chapter 1610. The two young men were evenly matched in the fighting ring. Neither of them could defeat the other, thus they could only wait patiently. A while later, the barrier around the fighting ring disappeared as the two young men leapt down from the ring and disappeared. A young man in a red robe leapt onto the fighting ring. His aura was unleashed without any concealment. Intermediate 9th-layer martial dominator realm. Who's willing to fight me? The young man in a red robe scanned the surroundings. I'll do it. A voice could be heard as a young man leapt onto the fighting ring. Judging from his aura, his cultivation was at the early stage of the 9th-layer martial dominator realm. Normally, those with a higher cultivation would not challenge their opponents on the Azura platform, as there was no point in training themselves. These people came here to find experts to train themselves. What's the point of challenging a weakling like him? Only those with a grudge against each other would challenge their opponents. Early stage of the 9th-layer martial dominator realm, you are no match against me. The young man in a red robe said coldly. Not necessarily. The eyes of the young man in the early stage of the 9th-layer martial dominator realm flickered with a strong battle intent. Buzz. At that instant, the barrier on the fighting ring rose once again. Kill! The young man in the early stage of the 9th-layer martial dominator realm was the first to attack. A long spear appeared in his hand as he thrust it at the young man in a red robe at lightning speed. Bang! The young man in a red robe unleashed his domain of flames, which encapsulated his opponent's figure. At the same time, he sprang forward and slashed at his opponent with a fiery saber in his hand. Bang! Bang! Following two intense collisions, the young man in the early stage of the 9th-layer martial dominator realm was knocked backward with a hint of astonishment in his eyes. He was completely at a disadvantage. Die! The young man in a red robe charged forward while unleashing a torrential attack with his fiery saber. The young man in the early stage of the 9th-layer martial dominator realm uttered a furious roar and unleashed his full strength to fight against the young man in a red robe. The red-robed young man's combat strength had exceeded his expectations. He was much stronger than him. He had to fight with his life on the line. This battle was also an opportunity for him. If he could survive for half an hour under the attacks of the young man in a red robe, he would surely benefit greatly from it. Unfortunately, the young man in the red robe was significantly stronger than him. In just a few moves, the fiery saber slashed the young man in half, before the terrifying flames burned his corpse into ashes. A powerful genius was killed just like that. As long as one person was killed, the light screen at the edge of the stage would disappear. Without a doubt, these sky prides were all superior Earth spiritual bodies. Even worse, unless their cultivation was very high, they would only be courting death if they came to the 100-clan battlefield. Unfortunately, even though they were all superior Earth spiritual bodies, there were still differences in strength. The red-robed youth's battle power was very strong. The red-robed young man grabbed the young man's storage ring and said coldly, "You want to use me as your whetstone? You're courting death." The 100-tribe battlefield and the Azura arena were cruel like this. If one wanted to use the opponent as a whetstone to temper oneself, it was very likely that one would lose one's life. Who else wants to fight me? Anyone with a cultivation of the 9th-layer martial dominator realm is welcome. The red-robed young man spoke again. His eyes were filled with intense battle intent. It was obvious that the red-robed young man was very confident in himself. He was also looking for experts to train himself. "I'll fight you." A bald young man leaped onto the fighting ring, releasing his aura. His cultivation was slightly higher than that of the red-robed young man. Fight. Without further ado, the two of them began to fight. The battle on the fighting ring was extremely intense. The two of them fought with all their might, pushing themselves to their limits. Below the fighting ring, many young men were watching carefully. Watching other people's battles would sometimes inspire them. The battle between the two was extremely intense. After exchanging 100 blows, the red-robed young man was still stronger. Despite being severely injured, he managed to kill his opponent with a single slash. The red-robed young man seemed to have learned something from the battle. He left the fighting ring and disappeared. It was likely that he had found a place to cultivate in seclusion. Following that, a few more battles of life and death were carried out. Some were killed, and some were both heavily injured. Only in such an environment can I improve rapidly. Lu Ming murmured in his heart. Following this, he took a step forward and appeared on the fighting ring. "Who's going to fight me?" Lu Ming scanned the surroundings and added, "It's best if it's a half-saint. Those below the half-saint level don't need to come and die." His words caused the crowd to fall silent. Then, a commotion broke out. "Niao Niao, this guy is so smug. Judging from his cultivation, he's only an 8th-layer martial dominator, yet he dares to challenge a half-saint. He even said those below the half-saint realm will die. How arrogant is he? I'll go and fight him." A young man dashed onto the fighting ring. His aura was emitted. It was a peak 8th-layer martial dominator realm. "Peak 8th-layer martial dominator realm, why are you here to die?" Lu Ming shook his head in disappointment. "How presumptuous, let's see how you're going to kill me." The young man snapped and stepped forward. His hand grabbed at Lu Ming like an eagle's claw. Bang! Lu Ming threw a punch. The terrifying fist force crushed the other party's claw. The fist force did not stop there. It bombarded the other party's dantian, and the fist force penetrated the other party's dantian. A single punch had killed the young man. Lu Ming showed no mercy. There was no such thing as showing mercy on the Azura platform. Those who stepped onto the Azura platform should be prepared to be killed. Besides, Lu Ming had already warned the young man. I told you, those below the half-saint realm shouldn't be here to die. Lu Ming said calmly. The young men below the fighting ring glistened. A young man of the 8th layer martial dominator realm had killed a peak 8th layer martial dominator realm cultivator with a single punch. His strength was absolutely shocking. This guy's strength is indeed shocking. He's perfect for me to hone my skills. A young man with a fierce battle intent dashed onto the fighting ring with a terrifying aura. His cultivation was at the peak of the 9th layer martial dominator realm. It's him, Kwang Kong. Kwang Kong's cultivation is at the peak of the 9th layer martial dominator realm, but his strength is extremely terrifying. He once killed a few peak 9th layer martial dominator realm geniuses in a row. He once challenged a 1st layer half-saint realm cultivator, and even though he was no match for his opponent, he managed to survive for half an hour. He has been looking for powerful opponents to challenge recently. He's trying to break his limit and comprehend the ultimate domain to rank up to the half-saint realm. The young man went onto the fighting ring, causing an uproar. However, Lu Ming still shook his head and said, "Another one here to die. Why bother?" Lu Ming was speaking from the bottom of his heart. He came here because he wanted to look for powerful cultivators to train himself. What was the point of having weak cultivators who were of no use to him? However, when his words fell into the ears of others, they became arrogant. 8th layer martial dominator realm, how dare you? Chapter 1611. The weapon that Kwang Kong used was also a long spear. It was a sacred weapon. With a curl of the long spear, it pierced out, and its attacks swept toward Lu Ming like a violent storm. Boom! Lu Ming made his move. His attack was as simple as before. Using the primal chaos domain and the suppressing hell heavenly art, Kwang Kong's attack instantly collapsed. The fist didn't stop as it continued to attack Kwang Kong. Kwang Kong's expression changed drastically. The power of Lu Ming's fist was too terrifying, far beyond his expectations. Block! He roared, and a green shield appeared. It was a saint weapon. At the same time, a gale swept out from his body, and several shields appeared around him. Boom! Lu Ming's punch landed on the sacred weapon shield, giving off a terrifying roar. The sacred weapon shield was sent flying and collided with Kwang Kong's body. Kwang Kong let out a muffled groan as he was sent flying. He slammed heavily into the light screen at the edge of the fighting ring. The light screen trembled for a moment, blocking his body. Kwang Kong slid down the light screen, vomiting blood. How is this possible? Kwang Kong roared in disbelief. Lu Ming's battle strength was too terrifying. Even with his cultivation, he couldn't withstand a single blow. Moreover, his defensive power had once blocked the continuous attacks of a first-stage half-saint. Now, he was seriously injured by Lu Ming's fist. Below the stage, the others were also shocked. Kill! Lu Ming said coldly, and stepped forward, pressing towards Kwang Kong. Block, I want to block. Kwang Kong roared. He waved his hands, and 2 more shields appeared. They were both saint weapons. 3 saint weapon shields stacked together and floated in front of him. At the same time, an armor appeared on his body. It was also a saint weapon. With so many defensive saint weapons, it was no wonder that he could block the continuous attacks of a half-saint. True yuan poured into the flowing element glove, and the glove's weight continued to increase. Boom! Another punch blasted out, bombarding Kwang Kong's shield. Kwang Kong was like a sandbag as he was sent flying. He crashed into the light barrier, causing it to shake violently. As for Kwang Kong, he vomited a mouthful of blood. It was unknown how many of his bones had been broken. How can this person's strength be so terrifying? Kwang Kong despaired. Lu Ming's strength had surpassed the half-saint he had encountered before. How could an 8th layer martial emperor possess such shocking strength? Little did he know that when Lu Ming was still a peak 7th layer martial dominator, he was already able to face the half-martial sacred of the Thousand Assassins sect head-on. Now that he had broken through to the 8th layer martial dominator realm, his strength was even stronger. Kill! The black dragon spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. With a thrust, the 13 strikes exploded. 13 bursts of power superimposed on each other, directly penetrating Quang Kong's heavy defenses and bombarding his body. Quang Kong screamed miserably as his body was sent flying. This time, Quang Kong did not get up again. Even with the protection of a sacred weapon, his life was extinguished. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming collected Quang Kong's holy weapon and storage ring. Who else wants to fight? It's best if it's a half-saint. Lu Ming looked around and repeated his words. How powerful! This person's strength is even stronger than a first-layer half-saint. It's unbelievable that an 8th-layer martial emperor could possess such terrifying strength. He must have a heavenly spiritual body. Even a heavenly spiritual body isn't that terrifying. Below the fighting stage, many people were discussing. For a moment, no one went up. Some people's eyes flickered as if they were evaluating their own strength. Lu Ming had killed Quang Feng in a few moves. His strength had already surpassed many first-layer half-saints. Some first-layer half-saints were also evaluating their own battle strength to see if they could fight against Lu Ming. I'll go. After a while, a young man in a green robe stepped onto the fighting stage. It's him, Lei Xiong. Many people's eyes flickered when they saw the young man. It said that Lei Xiong is about to break through to the 2nd layer of the half-saint realm and comprehend the Dharma. Now that he's on the fighting stage, this battle will be interesting. On the fighting stage, a smile finally appeared on Lu Ming's face. Finally, someone decent had come. Lei Xiong attacked directly. His whole body was covered with lightning. The terrifying lightning condensed into a thunder seal and attacked Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming's black dragon spear shot up and swept the thunder seal. With a boom, the thunder seal exploded and the whole fighting stage was filled with the power of the thunder cauldron. But then, a large thunder cauldron pressed down on Lu Ming. Come on! Lu Ming shouted as he struck out with his black dragon spear again. Lei Xiong had mastered the ultimate thunder domain and had cultivated a terrifying domain martial technique. The power of lightning could be transformed into various terrifying offensive skills with astonishing power. Lu Ming did not use the divine sword art or the chaotic sky flipping seal. He only used ordinary battle skills to fight with Lei Xiong. For a while, the two of them were fiercely fighting and it was difficult to determine the winner. This battle lasted for half an hour. The battle only ended when the light screen disappeared. Phew! Lei Xiong gasped for breath. He had used up a lot of his genuine essence. If the battle continued, he would not be able to withstand it. On the other hand, Lu Ming was still calm and composed. Monster! Lei Xiong muttered as he turned around and left the fighting stage. It's a pity that I'm still lacking. I don't have that sense of crisis. Lu Ming whispered. After the battle with Lei Xiong, Lu Ming felt refreshed. He felt that he had comprehended the chaotic domain, but he did not have that sense of crisis. After all, the effect was still lacking. Is there a rank 2 sage to be? Come up and fight. Lu Ming spoke again and his voice resounded throughout the whole area. Below the fighting stage, many people looked at each other in dismay. Lu Ming wanted to challenge a rank 2 sage to be. What a freak! An 8th-level martial royal realm cultivator challenging a rank 2 sage to be was dumbfounded, even though these people were from emperor-level forces. It should be known that the sage to be here were not ordinary sage to be outside. They were all genius sage to be. It's really interesting that such a genius has appeared. If I can kill such a genius, it will be interesting. A cold voice rang out as a pale-faced youth stepped onto the fighting stage. Bang! Then, he took a step forward and a terrifying force surged toward Lu Ming. The power of law. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Then, a trace of excitement appeared on his face. This person was a rank 2 sage to be. 13 power-storing strikes. The black dragon spear thrust forward. Boom! The black dragon spear seemed to have pierced a steel mountain. A terrifying force surged, causing the black dragon spear to bend. Lu Ming's body retreated continuously. He retreated more than 10 steps before he regained his balance. The power of law is really powerful, Lu Ming exclaimed in his heart. His eyes were filled with excitement and a strong desire to fight.